couple of acknowledgments I'd like to make. This is our 8th annual University of Wyoming Blockchain Stampede, and nothing in this space is 8 years old. So I'm just so pleased and proud that you're all here. I'd like to introduce our honorary chairman, who has been here since the very first one 8 years ago. And Caitlin, if you want to come up here just for a minute. And I'll let Caitlin tell a very short version of how this all started with Joe Lubin. Yeah. And then I have a very distinct honor to introduce the president of the university. So, but let Caitlin make a couple of statements first.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for being here. I know the weather's not great. Usually this is the best time of year to be in Laramie because, and this is my hometown. So very, very glad to welcome you here. The leaves are just starting to turn, and usually the weather is perfect, but we've got very unusual heavy rain for those on the internet. It's not normal for that to happen here. This is Bitcoin Day, so you'll see several of us in our Bitcoin orange, but I will give the history, which actually wasn't Bitcoin focused. This whole event was Joe Lubin's idea, and he started it. He funded made the first donation to start the first WYO hackathon, and it turned into in the 8 ensuing years more than just a hackathon. It turned into the Stampede with multiple events that are happening around the same time. The select committee is meeting over in Co-Library at the same time as this morning, and that has always coincided. So every year that we've had this event, the select committee has also held a legislative event. So those of you who are interested in bringing your ideas to the legislative arena have the ability to go talk to the very legislators who originate legislation in Wyoming. We're up to 50-some laws. I don't even know how to keep count. That's, okay, great. That's we're not gatekeepers. This is a completely voluntary event and voluntary group of people. There was at one point an informal Wyoming blockchain coalition, and we literally passed the hat to go buy hors d'oeuvres at Sam's Club that we microwaved in our hotel rooms to be able to help educate legislators so that they actually had a little bit of food when they came to the first event. And there are two things that I can recount about why this whole thing got started in Wyoming with that very first cocktail event, right? We didn't have cocktails. We had, soda and pigs in a blanket from Sam's Club, but that's because it was all voluntary and we didn't have sponsors at that point. But there are two stories that I'll share why this ended up going in Wyoming. Number one is one of the most powerful legislators in the Wyoming House of Representatives was the chairman of the Minerals Committee, which is the most powerful committee. It happens to be, we're in a mining state, so that's what they call it. And he said that he noticed at that event that instead of Wyoming kids who leave, and I grew up here and left and then came back, he said, we're bringing people up from Denver and from the rest of the country. They're coming here. And that was really significant to him. And then to Senator Nethercott, who is, I think she's still on the blockchain committee, she said to me, this is so interesting because it's not the usual faces at a legislative event. And that event was interesting because we had teenagers from tiny Newcastle, Wyoming, who had their Bitcoin tied up at Coinbase when Coinbase had to leave Wyoming in 2015 because of the bad money transmitter law that we were trying to fix. And they drove down to try to lobby so that they could get their Bitcoin back out of Coinbase a few years later. And then we had a grandmother in Cheyenne who was mining Bitcoin in her garage, and her granddaughter drove her to the event. Happened to be a Latina. So just the demographic of that was the bookend range that I could see, at least in terms of birth year. It was quite a unusual gathering, and that sent an incredible message to the legislature that they were onto something new and unique. Unfortunately, the state has had some of what we did overtaken by the powers that be in New York. I was just talking with President Seidel about our lawsuit and how we've been now 3.5 years almost in that process, and how that has allowed the incumbents and the powerful financial institutions in New York, unfortunately, to catch up to a lot of what we were trying to do in the banking sector in Wyoming. But that said, we do know, and you'll hear from Colin Crossman at the Secretary of State's office, there are thousands of companies that have domiciled here. And that's a way for, and the only reason we know that is because you can keyword search yourself in the database of the Wyoming Secretary of State. You can keyword search Bitcoin, blockchain, crypto, you know, the buzzwords, if you will. And I don't even know what the number is, but it's thousands of companies now, and everybody's paying their $50 to the state of Wyoming, and that ultimately, it really adds up. The Secretary of State's office sends about 30 million, which is a lot. 60, it's 60 now. Okay, well, I know it's been growing a lot, so my numbers are outdated. 60 million a year, which is a huge amount of money for to fund into the school fund. So that is the evidence of success, and frankly, all of you are here as well. Those who are coming here to Laramie, those who are online, and the companies that have domiciled here. So thank you. This is a completely voluntary community, and we're going to keep growing, and we'll be back again and again. Thank you for your participation and support.
Thank you, Caitlin. It is my distinct honor to now introduce the president of the university, but let me take a minute beforehand. The Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation actually aligns perfectly with the tenure of the president. We had proposed the center about 2 months, Mr. President, before you joined, and we needed your approval to sign off on it. So thank you for that. But I knew we were going to be successful here at the university very quickly because President Seidel, soon after he joined us, introduced his 4 pillars. And I'm sure you still talk about the 4 pillars quite a bit. And the 4 pillars really centered around digital literacy and, you know, really where the university needed to go from a digital footprint. And all of us in this community, you know, live that every day. And so with your retirement announced, I know you're not retiring, your change of role at the university. I want to just thank you because I don't think we would be as successful as we are without your leadership and you know, you driving the university in a direction that, quite frankly, fits exactly into, you know, our wheelhouse. So I really want to thank you. And with that, I'd love to have you come up and just give a few remarks. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Steve, and Caitlin as well. It's great to be here. The fact that it's raining out, I got to just go on for a second about that, because when I got here, it just seemed like it just never rained, ever. And somebody said to me, oh, it never rains in Laramie, it only snows. But here it is, proof, it can rain in Laramie. We had snowstorm in June, and we had a snowstorm in the first week of September when I got here, but we basically never had rain for about the first year. So anyway, we're like 6 years overdue for some good rain. So nice to welcome you here. And I think my main purpose here is to align basically with what Steve said about the university is all in on not only blockchain and digital assets, but also the whole digital world. And so in my background, among other things, I was once the director of the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. So it's the kind of stuff that I think about like literally every day and work hard to try to move the university and, to the extent that I can, other parts of the state in this direction. And so it's my pleasure to introduce you to Bitcoin Day, or to welcome you, but I want to say it's my 6th, actually, since I've been here. It's hard to imagine. It's my 6th as the president, and I still vividly remember my first one when I came here. It was during COVID times. Everybody had masks. We were we were physically separated, not digitally. That's what kept us together, actually. When I saw the first meeting that I attended, which I guess must have been the third, if I'm doing my math right, that you had, it just sent a signal to me that I come from a digital world and I can be right at home here in Wyoming because there's so much strength here at the university, and we've invested significantly more. Now we have 2 Bitcoin centers. Where is Brad here? I don't see if Brad Rettler is here, but in any case, we have 2 Bitcoin centers. We have endowments. Bitcoin. Yours is digital assets and innovation, but Brad's is more focused on Bitcoin specifically. And then we have a new school of computing. I saw the logo up here. We have combined electrical engineering and computer science into a stronger unit. We have an incredibly flourishing School of Energy Resources. Holly Krutka is right here as the director of it. And of course, there's a big intersection between digital assets and the energy world and so on. So just a lot of things are moving in very strong directions here that support, I think, what it is that you're looking for here. So in fact, I've done nothing. I've not even looked at my notes. Let's see, is there something I was actually supposed to say? Well, let's just say this is a major priority for us. And if you're from the corporate world, I guess many of you are, we've also stepped up our game there. We have an Office of Industry and Strategic Partnerships established in the last few years under the Vice President for Research and Economic Development. We have a completely rebuilt technology transfer office in association with that. And we're looking very hard to build relationships with companies, both in terms of R&D, if that's of interest to you, or talent acquisition. And we have a lot of great students that are getting the training. I don't know, how many students do you have in your classes, Steve? 125 students in learning about digital assets. So we're very interested in supporting students to get to know some of you who might want some interns and so on. And they're well trained. And Wyoming students are special. I've learned this, and I've been around the world. I've worked at universities in Illinois, Louisiana, in Russia, in Germany, and nobody can compete with our students in terms of their determination. And there's a special quality we talk about here all the time in Wyoming, which is grit. And it's like the work ethic. And also, you get knocked down, you get right back up. That's the Wyoming way. So our students have both the talent and the drive to be the people that you would like to be working with. So just want to encourage you all to continue the connections here. And if I can do anything to help build them further, please let me know, because I'm all in to support it. So thanks a lot.
Before I introduce our guest speaker, our first guest speaker, I'd really like to point out Matt Skurlak. Almost everybody in this room knows Matt and has worked with Matt. Matt has been the driving force behind getting today established and scheduled. And you'll be seeing a lot of Matt today, but I really did want to, do a shout out to you, because, today is really a result of your hard work. So thank you very much. Bitcoin Day in particular, is a day that I think our first speaker kind of really encompasses what it's all about here in Wyoming. Wyoming is an energy state, and we have the distinct advantage of having what I personally think is probably the most professional and the smartest energy executive I've ever met in my life. And as many of you know, I come from industry, so I know of what I speak of. And not only do I think Dr. Holly Krutka is really brilliant in this space, but she's also a dear friend, and it is my distinct pleasure to ask you to come up and say a few words about energy, which is so important to this community.
Hey, well, thanks, Steve, for that warm welcome. I don't know. Yeah, it is on. I think I would just set the bar a little lower, because it never rains in Laramie. And if you saw me trying to get out of the middle school parking lot this morning, you would not be that impressed. I just want you to know that. So, but I will try to do my best to bring it back up to a higher level and meet expectations. But I just want to second everyone and welcome you all here to the University of Wyoming. And so my role and my job here for the next 15 minutes is to tell you a little bit about the School of Energy Resources and the energy sector in Wyoming, and how blockchain and digital innovation can really tie into that sector, and how in Wyoming we have some really great advantages that, and I think how these two sectors work together is going to help us leverage some of those things. So just to give you a little bit of background, and Wyoming is an energy and mining state. So the School of Energy Resources was created in 2006 by the legislature and the governor. And the whole idea behind the School of Energy Resources was to create something here at the university, the state's only four-year research institution, that could focus on leveraging this incredible mineral and energy wealth that the state has, and monetize that for generations to come. And so the School of Energy Resource was created. We have a separate governance board, and it's made up of energy executives. So we're all employees at the University of Wyoming. Our job is to lead and collaborate on energy and mineral topics across the University of Wyoming. But we have this board that is nominated by the governor and approved by the Wyoming Senate. And the idea is that they're all focused on energy, and they're energy executives. And so they do a really good job keeping us focused on what the state needs and what's going to drive the state forward in its energy sector. So it's a really unique model. I think it only works because Wyoming only has one four-year university and research institution here. If there were multiple, it'd be really hard to pull it off. And I think it was actually incredibly brilliant. And so it's being started in 2006. Our building was completed in 2012. What we're seeing is that all those years of investment, now we're still working on cutting edge novel technologies. And by we, I mean the School of Energy Resources, but also our collaborators across the University of Wyoming and beyond. We're seeing this pipeline of innovation that's full, but we're also seeing things that are out across the state and beyond actually getting built. So just for example, our school was involved in 3 projects this summer with industry partners that drilled 3 different wells, looking at opportunities for carbon storage or understanding the geology for energy production and carbon storage. And that's not actually like totally normal for a university to be taking on that kind of large scale work. But in Wyoming, who else is going to do it? We don't have national labs. We don't have a lot of corporate entities with big, deep pocketbooks that are still operating the state. Many of our energy companies are smaller than they used to be. And I think actually it gives us this incredible advantage because we're only focused on the state. We don't have to worry about looking at different basins and optimizing our portfolio. We're all in on Wyoming. So to meet our goals and our mission, which our mission is to advance energy-driven economic development for Wyoming. That's not in statute. It's something we review every year. But that's our mission today. To meet that, we have 3 things that we work on and ways that we work across the University of Wyoming campus. So we have novel academic programs, and so we've been really honored to stand up some new things, including supporting work around blockchain and digital innovation, both with Director Lupian and then in other sectors across the university I'll talk about in a minute. We also have a big outreach program, and so we're always looking for ways to bring content, including around the intersection of digital innovation and energy, into conferences, both for Wyoming stakeholders, but for people from elsewhere too, to show them like what we're doing and why this is the right place to invest. And then the big area that we're known for is research. And when I say research, I mean the whole, as far as you would go in terms of like what a university can pull off. We can't commercialize anything, but we can take it all the way up to that line and be working with industry partners so they can commercialize so it can benefit the state. So just by way of example, the School of Energy Resources, we have about 75 staff and about 50 research staff, and they're focused full-time on research that is focused on energy for the state of Wyoming. But each year, and in fact the last fiscal year, we supported 320 individuals across the University of Wyoming and to focus on academics, research, and outreach that is aligned with our mission. And you think about 320 people working on these topics together and collaborating together, that's a powerhouse, especially in a state of this size. And so I think that's why we're able to see the ball moving forward in a way that it's truly rewarding. And I think one of the most important things we can do is help just provide funding. You know, we have all these incredible, brilliant minds across the University of Wyoming, and one just walked in. I'm gonna embarrass him, but Dr. Sohail Siraji had this vision. He actually during COVID, he's a faculty member with our Energy and Petroleum Engineering department, and during COVID, he kind of taught himself. And don't change this if the story's wrong, but I like it my way. So, but taught himself about blockchain and digital innovation, but he's already an expert in energy and in Wyoming energy. So when he came to us and said, I want to stand up a center on subsurface energy and digital innovation, SETI, we were like, let's do it. And all we have to do is give him the support he needs, and he's going to do big things for the university and for the state. And he's just been an incredible collaborator, and you'll hear from him later today. But those kind of setting up centers of excellence are a really good example of what we can do, and just providing an environment where faculty, staff, and students across the university can be successful. I do want to point out, in addition to our role, a couple of the ways that I think energy and digital innovation work together. And to Caitlin's point, the Minerals Committee, it's actually Minerals Business and Economic Development. So these are, for a reason, kind of being overseen by that group, and that group is making sure that that committee, which is the most powerful committee, I think, I don't know, am I allowed to say that? Maybe not, whatever. It's like, there's legislators in the room. So it's a very good committee, but if you're not on it, then also there are lots of good committees. But I will say I'm always honored to report to that committee. But let me just give a couple examples. So one of the things Sohail's been working on, and actually Wyoming's natural gas producers have been working on, is using blockchain to kind of track Wyoming energy that has superior environmental performance compared to other energy produced elsewhere. And so just as a way of short story, we stood up, one of the first centers supported and stood up by the School of Energy Resources was the Center for Air Quality. And one of the reasons that was stood up is because Wyoming's natural gas producers on the west side of the state were having ozone emissions, and were actually having air quality events to the point where their operations were going to be shut down, like just stopped. And so the University of Wyoming, the Center for Air Quality, supported by the School of Energy Resources, actually worked with the companies that are now known as Jonah Energy and Pure West to help them find where they had emissions leaks that were causing those air quality events. And the producers just kept taking it to the next level, and they're still working on it today. But because of their hard work, not only, and our collaboration with them, not only are they still producing natural gas, but Wyoming has some of the lowest emission or lowest methane intensity or carbon intensity, depending on how you define it, in the world. And so they are selling this gas in some very small, it's kind of like a new market, but they have sold it for a premium. But the people that buy that have to be sure that they're buying a credit that is real, and that's where blockchain becomes so important. And so he literally wrote the book on this, but that was part of the structured deal with a methanol producer in Europe for them to buy like this environmental attribute for Wyoming gas, and it costs them money to achieve this. So they have got to receive some benefit financially to be able to produce, and they would not have been able to sell it without blockchain. So I think this is a huge opportunity for the state of Wyoming in a world where other countries have made commitments to reduce their emissions by certain amounts. We're able to access those markets because of our gas, because of the collaboration, because of the producers, and now because we can verify it with blockchain. So that's one example. I think another example, actually thinking about Bitcoin, as I said, we're advancing new technologies. We've been working on paper, we've been working on in the lab, and now we're out in the field building big stuff. Now, for the first time in a long time, energy demand in the United States is growing. And that is going to allow us to build new things that we've been waiting to build. Because when you have demand that's going down or flat, it's really hard to build something new, especially something that has a high risk profile because it's a new technology. Well, there's some technologies, and I've been working a lot with Director Lupien on this, that are ready for the pilot scale. So that means maybe 10 megawatts. It's not ready for full commercial. So how do you build something like that though? And the answer might be it's the right scale for Bitcoin mining. So there's a new power generation technology. I've been working with this person even before I came to the University of Wyoming, who developed it at Washington University in St. Louis. It's been being developed for about 15 years, and it is ready to be tested at the 10 megawatt scale. And for reference, like a typical dispatchable power plant is about 500 megawatts. So this is, because it's a modular technology, the last step for testing before it would be commercial. But we couldn't figure out until now how to get this built. And because Bitcoin mining or crypto energy demand is the right scale, we might actually be able to build that. And because Wyoming is a state friendly to energy and blockchain and Bitcoin and digital innovation, this is going to be the right place to build it. So we're really excited about that. It's still early, but I think the point is these sectors, energy and blockchain and Bitcoin and crypto and digital innovation, they really work together well, and Wyoming is set up in a way that other places aren't. And so being here, we're at the right place and the right time to see things move forward. So, and I just say from the School of Energy Resources, we're fully committed to continuing collaboration, and I wish you all a great day, and thanks for having me.
Well, it's time to kick off the formalized part of the program. And so very first, I'd like to invite Matt to come up here. And our first couple of speakers today are Curtis Harris. Where are you, Curtis? Hello. Curtis is with Compass Mining. And Adam. Adam, are you hiding around out there? Adam, come on up. And I'm going to have Matt introduce you in a little bit more detail. But thank you so much for participating in our program. And let's kick everything off. So thank you so much.
Really happy to have a Bitcoin day. Been working on this for a while, and it's really great to have a whole day dedicated to it. And wanted to kick it off with a kind of a Bitcoin mining overview panel. We wanted to kind of dissect what Bitcoin mining is for some that might not be familiar with it. And we got two great minds here to do that. So I'll start with having you guys introduce yourself and give us a little background.
Who did you want to go first?
You go first, Curtis.
Hey, my name is Curtis Harris. I'm with Compass Mining. I'm our Senior Director of Growth. It is really my privilege to be here. I live in Lawrence, Kansas. I have the privilege of traveling and representing our company, nationally. Wyoming is out in front. You guys have built something special from Caitlin and Stephen and the university. Incredibly happy to be here. Thank you.
My name is Adam Mortoff. I echo that. I'm really happy to be here. I love Wyoming. I messaged Matt, hopefully that he would have a spot for me, and he was enthusiastic about having me back this year. So really happy to be here. I'm the founder of Stranded Energy Investments. I started a company that invested in mining Bitcoin off of waste natural gas back in 2018. Since then, I've worked with Upstream Data for the last 6 years. Met Curtis in Kansas, in 2020, 2021? So 4 years ago. I know a lot of the faces in this room, so happy to be here. Please, one thing I want to throw out there is there's no bad questions. So if at the end, if you guys want to ask any questions or want to get any other information out of us, please don't hesitate to. I think Curtis is really kind and accepting of simple questions, and I'm sure he'll do a great job answering most of them. So
There's so many layers to that. We should go ahead and like set a ground rule that like in complex conversations, you sometimes need simple explanations and detailed explanations. And I think that depending on the questions, Matt asked, I think you're going to get both. Adam understands Bitcoin mining at a complexity level greater than most that I've ever met. So you got good people right here. What's up?
All right, well, we'll start with, it's not a simple question, but we'll see how simple we can get it. What is Bitcoin mining, and why is it so important to the network and what's happening here?
Bitcoin mining is this relatively simple solution to a basic commodity problem, which is how do you produce something fairly? How is it that you can have a digital commodity, something that is native to digital space, but have fair and open production with low barriers to entry? Bitcoin mining solves that by leveraging a proof of work system. At the end of the day, in order to produce Bitcoin, in order to bring Bitcoin into existence, earn it for yourself, which is directly tied to its supply schedule, you have to contribute some amount of physical work as a capacity. And that's measured either in kilowatt hours, British thermal units, units of work. And so the way Bitcoin achieves this is by going down to the simplest execution or simplest task a computer can do, which is changing a 0 to a 1 or a 1 to a 0. It's called a hash. And so by generating hashes or by executing hashes, anyone who wants to participate generally just has to have hardware to do so and energy to expend. At the end of the day, what is Bitcoin mining? It's just jamming electricity into computers. The reason it's important is because it's the only way in which we can deduce that nobody has an unfair advantage over anyone else. They may have some advantages, whether it's an efficiency or energy source, but they're not unfair advantages. Nobody's special. And the way that we can be certain that nobody is special is by using a unit of measurement that nobody can cheat, like a kilowatt hour, right? Nobody can cheat electricity. Nobody has some magic power to generate it at no cost, distribute it at no cost, and ultimately consume it and dedicate it at no cost. So at the end of the day, I'd say that Bitcoin mining in its simplicity is the simplest form of competition humans have come up with.
That was powerful. So I think there is value in having a simpler explanation. So I'll take a swing at the bat at that. It's easy to pull back to what is Bitcoin. So understanding how people arrive at Bitcoin, I think that that Rorschach thing, like people are going to see Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining through their own lens. But if you've got a base level understanding of what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin mining is a horrible name. Like no one in our industry is, oh, we're so excited, we're glad we named it mining. It really steals. But Bitcoin is peer-to-peer transactions, and those transactions, just like your Visa card or your ATM are settled. Those transactions are settled. The Bitcoin network settles all of those transactions. And Bitcoin mining is the process that does that. It adds a second element that it also provides a security layer. So just as you think as Amazon and AWS, they've got intense security protocols to keep your data or their data from being hacked. Their network has an intense security protocol. The Bitcoin network also has an intense security protocol, and that is the process of Bitcoin mining. It provides the security to the Bitcoin network. So it processes transactions and provides security to the network.
I want to just chime in on that too. It makes our job really hard from an educational standpoint. There's a lot of bad terminology in Bitcoin, whether it's wallets, Bitcoin mining, ASICs is a bad term, but it's what we all use.
Maxi.
Yeah. But so I think some of the nuance of the definitions is important. I think Bitcoin mining is a bad, name as well. I think maybe calling it hashing would have been preferred, or even processing. But I just wanted to highlight that point that as we go on, even things like especially wallets, right? A lot of the terminology can get a little bit confusing. So again, we'll iron some of that out. But if you have questions, please feel free to shout.
Yeah, just that. So, that Rorschach thing, right? Start raising your hands, put some pressure on Matt to take some questions from the audience because there's going to be nuanced perspectives. So you've already got a couple over there, Matt.
Yeah, that's objectively fact. In terms of how to put it into some kind of a scale, just 5 years ago, we were under 80 exahash. So the network has the amount of people mining Bitcoin or the amount of computational work being dedicated to the network has more than 10x'd in the last 5 years. In terms of just to give a relative idea, with an average efficiency of around 25 watt per terahash, so 25 megawatt per exahash, we're talking about 25 gigawatts of continuous power toward the network. So that's about, 10, 15 million single family homes worth of power at any given time. So, consider, there's probably less than 100,000 single family homes in Wyoming. so we're talking about, 150 Wyoming's worth of electricity.
You're hearing the word hash there. Do we have a base level understanding what hash is? Adam mentioned it earlier that the Bitcoin mining, the computers, they do this really simple thing, turning a 0 to a 1. They're performing this function which is called a hash, and the question framed it from zettahash. So when I entered Bitcoin, we were counting in petahash, and then we got it to terahash, and now we're counting in zettahash. So Adam, for the audience's perspective, like a terahash, how many of those single guesses is it? Do you know that number?
Terahash is what, 100 million, I think, or 100 billion?
Yeah, 100 billion guesses is one.
Yeah, I think you're right, maybe a trillion for a terahash. It's the metrics version, metric system version of gigantic numbers.
I'll take the second one and then see if Adam can take a swing at the first one. So the question is, you're making this guess. You're trying to win a Bitcoin block, and so you're going to devote all of this electricity at it, but what are the odds that you're actually going to achieve that? So if you're doing that, if you're acting as an individual, those odds are incredibly low that you're going to have enough machinery that you're going to be able to point your Bitcoin miners and you're going to win a block. So what most Bitcoin miners do is they pool their resources together and they join a pool where they all point their Bitcoin mining hashing at that same pool, and then that pool has a much higher likelihood of winning a block. And so just to give a simplistic answer, if you've got 100 machines on in a day, you are going to win. If you're participating in a pool, you're going to have Bitcoin mining proceeds on a regular given basis. If you're mining through a pool, it's typically fairly predictable revenue payout.
Yeah, so to answer your question in terms of like how many kilowatt hours, probably better to talk about megawatt hours for a Bitcoin to be mined. I mean, the simple asterisk there is what computers are you using? Right? I mean, using my laptop, you're going to need probably gigawatt hours. Using later gen ASICs, right now, I think we're around, if I can just run some numbers, like 750 megawatt hours. So if you for anybody here that understands power costs, if you have 10 cent per kilowatt hour electricity, that's $100 per megawatt hour. And if you needed 650 megawatt hours to mine a Bitcoin, well, 650 times 100 is 65,000. So by that notion, you'd be spending $65,000 in power to mine a Bitcoin, which is worth 115 grand today. So you'd have some profitability there, right? The better your computer, the more you can do with a single kilowatt hour. So the less kilowatt hours or megawatt hours you need to mine a Bitcoin, but it's in the neighborhood of 600 to 1,000. So 600 to 600 megawatt hours to 1,000 megawatt hours is about the answer.
All right, well, beyond just providing the base layer security for this unprecedented decentralized network, I kind of wanted to get you guys' perspective on kind of the second and third order effects of Bitcoin mining when it comes to things like balancing on grids, and particularly in Adam's case, like stranded energy resources and things like that. So you guys give us kind of an idea about how you think about Bitcoin mining and its second and third order effects.
So excited that this morning we announced a 3.3 megawatt project outside of Gillette. I'm from Kansas. I think it's near Gillette, like it's geographically.
You're talking about Compass announcces?
Yeah, Compass,
Awesome.
that's right.
If it's within a couple hours.
That's right. A partnership with 360 Energy, who is an innovator in oil and gas to Bitcoin mining, an oil and gas producer in your great state. There's pipeline. This is pipeline quality gas, but the pipeline is constrained, and so they got to get the gas out of the way so that they can get to the oil. Right? Does that make sense? So 3.3 megawatts, about 1,000 machines, 5 megawatt genset, 3 containers, moving that gas out of the way so that oil producer in your state can produce more oil. That is amazing. That's never existed before, that you can move computers to the pad site so that oil producer can get more oil out of the ground.
Yeah, I could spend a couple hours talking about the second order effects. This is, in my opinion, this is what led me to be here today, is the simple and yet earth-shattering reality that Bitcoin provides to this world. I mean, the real innovative aspect of Bitcoin, in my opinion, and it's much more disruptive and innovative in an energy sense, in an energy vertical, than it is in the financial or monetary sense, is since the advent of Bitcoin, no longer are energy producers and consumers constrained by geographical obstacles. It's not often that, especially here, like in the first world in the United States, that we talk about how energy is consumed. Usually when I ask people where power comes from, they point at the outlet on the wall, right? But if you think about it just simplistically, energy is consumed very cyclically and very unpredictably. There's some predictability in there, but from the cyclical nature of it. But if you guys just think about your day to day, right? Like on weekdays, people leave their homes, they go to work. So now we have these office buildings that are maybe running air conditioners or heaters. And a lot of the efficiencies of energy consumption actually increase when people are all together in the same buildings. But then everybody gets home at about the same time. They kick on their washer and dryer, they kick on their stove. And we all consume power. It gets cold when the sun sets, and we all get cold at the same time, and we all flick on the heater at the same time. And so these power companies have to deal with these large spikes, right? They call their trough and their peak. These large spikes and these large decreases in electrical load. And so the way we consume energy is inherently a problem for the utility. If you were going to start a utility company, you wanted to be an electricity provider, and you had the question of, hey, how much electricity should we produce? It's a difficult question to answer because you need to have enough electricity so that when everyone gets home and turns on their heaters, turns on their air conditioners, that you have enough capacity for them in an economic sense, right? You're not going to just run their rates to something they can't afford. But do you really want to build this massive amount of generation if the majority of the time people aren't consuming that power, right? It might just be from like 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. that you're sitting there and a ton of power is getting consumed, and then the rest of the day you're just idle. So due to this natural unpredictability of energy consumption, Bitcoin comes in and just kind of harmonizes all aspects of it. Anytime that there's energy that cannot be consumed, whether it's due to economic constraints, like stranded gas, a lot of people think stranded gas is due to some force of nature, or and sometimes it is a geographical constraint, but most of the time it's just pure economics. It's like, hey, in order to build a pipeline, I have to spend $10 million. And if I build this pipeline, I spend $10 million, I have enough gas that I'll make $80 a day. Like no one's going to invest $10 million to make $80 a day. So they just burn the gas. It's just pure economic. It's economically stranded more than anything. Bitcoin comes in and it's an omnipresent autonomous energy consumption market. It's for the first time in humanity's history, you can sell energy, sell power without a buyer, which is really strange. I mean, the Bitcoin network isn't buying your energy. It isn't buying your power. It was programmed 16, 17 years ago to reward you for your power today. The rate that you get rewarded is non-negotiable. It's an open market rate, but it's non-zero as well. So when your option is either zero or non-zero, your basic economic incentives are to go with the latter. So from the second and third order effects are huge. Like one thing I can give you some insight into right now is natural gas power generation infrastructure, like natural gas engines, are really hard to come by. Like we can't build them fast enough. We have way more gas and even more capital than we do raw materials. So, trying to get an engine, if you wanted an engine right now, unless you found one on the shelf that maybe is used, you're probably talking about at least like a 10-week just to get the engine built. And that's a downstream effect of the ability now to take any hydrocarbon or, rushing river and monetize natural resources free of geographical constraints, which I just can't stress enough the disruption to the energy industry from that regard. It's profound.
You're pretty knowledgeable on the second order effects as well. Like when you thought of that question, like what was on your mind?
Well, a lot to what Adam was saying. I really do think Bitcoin mining and the application of Bitcoin here really is, if not more, it either is as or more disruptive than it even is in the financial sector. I think it's really going to change the way we interact with these energy systems, the way we can monetize new build-outs, things like that. And that particularly hits home here in Wyoming, being an energy state and really driving the lifeblood of what we do here.
You've got a great agenda. I noticed several of the heat repurposing topics or conversations. There's so many more layers there. I mentioned living in Kansas. I run old generation Bitcoin miners in my garage to heat my home during the winter. It costs me more, but I'm getting this non-KYC Bitcoin and I'm getting heat, and boy, do I smile ear to ear when I do that. So second order effects.
Absolutely. And then kind of to close us out, I want to think about the industry as it's grown. It's really blown up. The hash rate connected to the network is massive, bigger than it's ever been. We've seen the emergence of publicly traded miners, but we're also seeing an explosion of open source mining and other applications like that. So maybe I want to get your guys' kind of opinion on where the industry is going and maybe some of the things that are exciting you in Bitcoin mining.
Well, you're closing us out. We got 10 minutes left. So, where the industry's going, I don't think that this is incredibly nuanced, but I think that you mentioned the big players, the publicly traded companies. I think we're going to continue to see consolidation, which means some of those companies are going to fail and others are going to buy them, or they're going to merge, or they're just going to, some will go out of business. I think that the large mega miner is going to continue to see consolidation. And I think that the AI, ML, HPC compute demand is going to begin to be more competition for Bitcoin than we expect. They can pay more for electrons. So I think Bitcoin miners are going to end up being more scrappy and deploying off-grid at 3 megawatt sites instead of on-grid at 400 megawatt sites. And I'll pass the mic to Adam for his perspective. But that one site that I mentioned to you this morning, this is a fairly new program for us where we're doing these JVs on oil and gas sites. We're a large hosting company with thousands of customers and running lots of machines, and we've figured out lots of things. These small sites are actually some of our most profitable. It's just amazing that because of the economics. So where the market was going, or where the industry was going, and what were we excited about? I'll save what were we excited about for let Adam have some mic time.
Yeah, Curtis is absolutely right. Especially with HPC and AI, like a lot of these AI companies, they're burning just ungodly amounts of money with minimal return. I think something, the stat I read the other day was, 94% of people are using AI. I think only 3% of people are paying for it. So these guys are burning, billions of dollars a week on power to train their AI models, and they're not really getting a return right now. They're chasing this, general intelligence kind of dream, which I think is a little bit of a pipe dream. I think it's a little bit of a bubble. But the bottom line is they're going to crowd out Bitcoin miners on the grid. Bitcoin miners on the grid are in trouble. The bigger they are, the more trouble they're in. I always tell people, I always get guys that come up to me after I talk and they're like, hey, what mining stock should I buy? And I usually say, don't. Like, just go buy Bitcoin, right? And the reason is because Bitcoin as a commodity has a perfectly inelastic supply. So unlike any other commodity, its marginal supply does not change with market dynamics. And what I mean by that is like, so if today, if the price of salt went to like $100,000 a pound, how would that change your daily behavior? Because it would change mine. I mean, I would be boiling seawater. At, $100,000 a pound, I'd rent a pickup truck, I'd haul water to my house and boil it. Everybody would do that. And everybody doing that would increase the marginal supply of salt, which would push the price down, right? Because everyone's producing it now. So now it's not $100,000 a pound, it's dropped down to 10. With Bitcoin, this function does not exist. I mean, Bitcoin could be $1 million a coin tomorrow. No more is getting produced, right? It's predetermined. So because of that, scale is punished. The more exahash you have, the less advantageous of a position you're in. So this is the only commodity game where scale is punished, and that's a good thing. That's a feature, not a bug. That'll keep Bitcoin decentralized. It'll mean that the majority of mining, or at least a large portion of mining, will come from, what I would call like small to medium-sized operators. But that sheer fact that marginal supply can't increase means that for every exahash you bring online, you're diluting yourself, right? You're drinking your own milkshake. So the first exahash you bring online is worth, $50,000 a day. The second exahash might be 49,500, and then the third is 49,250. So for every exahash you bring on, the cost to bring that on is the same, but the benefit is diminished, right? Just marginally diminishing returns. And that's just a basic economic fact. That means these large mega miners will consolidate, like Curtis said, but they will fail. They will not compete with the mom and pop oil and gas company that has some waste gas, and maybe they only have enough waste gas to run 110 computers. But if there's 2,500 of those people, we're talking about a serious amount of competition that is not going to get shaken away by price or shaken away by market conditions. And so ultimately, the sensitivity nature of like how ruthless Bitcoin mining is from a competition standpoint, it's going to be bloody out there, right? And I just would encourage everybody to celebrate that. Like I celebrate when companies fail and they have to move on, not because I'm happy at their lack of success, but because I'm seeing the market give signals to the rest of us that that's a bad idea, right? Too often in this world, especially in this fiat world, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac can just act irresponsibly and lend to borrowers that should have never borrowed, and everybody can be upside down, and then just they come in and create money and just bail everybody out, and that bad behavior is not disincentivized. So at the same time that I like to see good behavior be incentivized, I like to see bad behavior be disincentivized. And so, never should we change the Bitcoin reward system to keep miners profitable when they aren't. It's that old saying, if you die, you die. Like, this is a ruthless game, and you should only compete if you can. I think a lot of people are competing in Bitcoin mining that shouldn't be. I think and time will be against them.
I want to come back to what are we excited about, because I care. I'm excited about my family's future. We found Bitcoin, like low time preference. If we just wait long enough, there's exciting times ahead. I hope that you are all on a discovery of finding Bitcoin for your family's personal, financial future. Mining for me produces the lowest marginal cost to acquire Bitcoin. My background was construction, hard asset infrastructure. I gravitated to mining. As you're walking through the streets here at University of Wyoming, do not overlook that you guys are so innovative and that you have every opportunity to build for yourself, whether it's for your family, for your state, for your university. So I'm excited about the Bitcoin community. I'm thankful for what Caitlin does. Speaking of like looking around, if you guys aren't aware that out there in the rest of the world, that Caitlin Long is a massive innovator, and she's right here, speaking to your group regularly. So I'm excited about the future of Bitcoin and the future of Bitcoin community.
Yeah, I think I'm most excited for how Bitcoin is kind of a carrot to learn about energy consumption. I think Bitcoin incentivizes humanity to overproduce energy. It actually rewards the overproduction of energy, and so I think a world where humanity is producing and, more importantly, consuming more energy on a per capita basis is a world that is ever increasing the uplift of human flourishing. And so, I think about today versus 100 years ago. The amount of power that I consume in a day is comparable to, somebody in the early 1900s, probably what they consume in a year. So I'm living a life. If it was 100 years ago, it would be as though I have like 400 or 500 servants, right? Is kind of the leverage of technology, and that's purely based on an economic energy consumption basis. And so the more supply of energy that we have, the more humanity will flourish, and Bitcoin is a carrot to get us there.
I'm here all day. I really enjoy engaging about Bitcoin mining. I'm incredibly approachable. So if there's a lunch or break and you guys want to say hi, I would enjoy meeting you. So are we at the end of our time, Matt?
Yeah, we're just about there. But I would definitely encourage, these are two great minds to come pick and learn about Bitcoin mining and go real deep. But yeah, I think this Bitcoin is disruptive in general, but particularly on the energy side, I think it's going to be a real game changer in the way we look at energy, how we interact with energy, particularly here in the West. But, there's all sorts of cool projects happening all around the world. And in a lot of ways, I view Bitcoin mining as kind of like the apex predator of energy. It's going out and seeking stranded energy sources. It's monetizing new grids. A lot of that's happening in Africa and other places. But I think right here in Wyoming, we can stand to really benefit from growing this industry here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Check. All right, there we go. Now I'm all working. But yeah, we have a great panel here. Everyone here is mining in the state of Wyoming currently. I forgot to also mention Joey Darwall from Crypto Night. So yeah, it's great to have him out here. And I think we'll kick off with some introductions and maybe give us a little rundown about your mining operation and what you're doing here in the state.
Jamie Terranova, 44 West Mining. We have a mining operation in Gillette and up in Campbell County. Been running since 2023. We've been a company since 2022, and we chose Wyoming specifically because of the environment surrounding blockchain and crypto mining specifically, and it's been a great place to operate.
Hi, everybody. My name is Joey Darwell, president of Crypto Night Hosting, and we run a 60 megawatt facility in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Same reasons that Jamie mentioned. We chose Wyoming due to the environmental climate and also political climate's awesome, and power.
Colin Crossman. In addition to now working with the state of Wyoming, my wife owns a small Bitcoin mining facility also up in Gillette. We are considerably smaller than these guys with only 1.5 megs, but I believe we actually lit up in 22 and have been operating ever since. It's a hosted facility, so we started out not running our own machines and running for other people.
So yeah, it's great to have different size, different operations going on here. You guys, I want to elaborate a little bit more on kind of what appealed to you for coming to Wyoming. What are some of the advantages here? What really keeps you staying? And then we'll probably get into some issues, but yeah, we can dive into those.
Yeah, I think it's a good question for this panel because two of the three of us are not local to Wyoming, and we ended up here. And in our case, we vetted a number of sites, and we're looking for a few key things. Obviously, the ability to access power that's reliable and lower cost. The regulation was a big deal, especially when we started in 2022 with a lot of states cracking down on Bitcoin mining for various reasons. So you start with those two things, and then you have to have the right utility partner. And we, throughout our discussions with Powder River, we decided that our site was the one we wanted to settle on, given all those variables.
The same exact reason. Permitting is very quick here versus other states. I come from New York, and take over a year to even do a Bitcoin mine, let alone that they don't allow Bitcoin mines at the time in 2021, 2022. Over here we had a permit within 30 days to start our construction of our facility. And then also the utility company was willing to work with us with going through FERC, which is the regulatory agency, to get our power contract over here for the interruptible service territory.
Well, I live here, so in addition to what they have said, one of the aspects of Wyoming that is attractive to me is the climate, and not necessarily the business climate or the regulatory climate, no, the weather climate. You have people mining in Texas, Louisiana, and other areas where they have high humidity, they have high heat. Up in Gillette, where we are, it does get over 90, but not that often. Maybe it hits 100 once, but the humidity is relatively low, and so the machines just do better. You don't have to move as much air to cool them, although with the altitude you have to move more air, so maybe that's a bit of a wash. But in general, I have had very good results just with the meteorological climate.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll get into kind of the little more spicier conversation here, but we know Bitcoin mining is a hard industry, hard business to be in. What are some of the challenges you guys are facing here in Wyoming?
One of the challenges that you can face here in Wyoming is the access to power. Even though we are a power-heavy state, for various reasons, a lot of that power that is generated here is actually exported. And so getting access to that power here for a reasonable price it can be challenging. And in addition to that, we have a fairly fractionated system where there are two IOUs, or investor-owned utilities. It's basically publicly traded companies, and the rest of the power is distributed by co-ops. Those co-ops have regional monopolies. It's not like Texas where it's fully deregulated, or something like, say, North Carolina, where I grew up, where you have one primary supplier throughout the state, and that's Duke Power. Here you have you move 10 miles down the road, and you're under potentially a completely different utility with different rules, different people you have to talk to. And while the rate structures are regulated, that also means that you have less flexibility, especially on the smaller side. Maybe some of the bigger guys can have more of a bespoke agreement, but as a smaller player, you're just a rate taker. You can't necessarily get the negotiation power that a bigger guy can.
Yeah, it does take a while for the power contract to get approved for us. We were in operation for a year on a regular industrial rate, pretty much losing money at the time, waiting for our FERC approval to go through, which was about 18-month period from when we started the conversations. So that was, knowing to be able to build out before you know that you're actually going to get the contract that you need to be profitable is definitely very challenging for us back then.
Yeah, just to add to what Colin said about the fractionated nature of the power setup here in the state, we're a member of a co-op whose parent co-op has jurisdiction over, I believe it's 9 states with 3 million members. So what that means is that what works for one state may not work for another, and Wyoming happens to have a very unique load profile, especially up in Gillette where we are. which makes right sizing a rate for Gillette, Campbell County, and then all their other jurisdictions nearly impossible on a uniform basis. So that's been a real challenge, but we continue to work with the select blockchain committee and the legislative sessions that are going on right now to hopefully come to a good solution for everyone.
Yeah, so as Jamie mentioned, we're simultaneously hosting the Blockchain Select Committee, and they do have some legislation they're looking at around the interruptible tariffs. I want to maybe kind of get your guys' opinions on maybe some ways that we can address some of the challenges that you're having in Wyoming and how we can grow this industry.
Yeah, so I think really stressing the advantages to having us on their load profile is really the biggest key here, because even under our current structure right now, we turn on and off in a 5-minute interval. So we can go ramp up to 40 megawatts in 5 minutes and ramp down to 2 megawatts in 5 minutes as well. So I think that the utility company taking advantage of that feature of us is really important, especially during the peak times, around 7 o'clock, that would bring down prices dramatically for them on the rest of their load as well, especially with higher loads coming into cities like Cheyenne.
Yeah, in a residential area, the energy usage pretty much follows a very predictable curve on a daily basis, which makes peak avoidance or the effort to avoid a system peak a lot easier. So in our case, in an heavy industrial area where you might have a coal mine fire up at 5 a.m., that may create the peak for a month. It does create difficulties both for the co-op and for us as the operators.
Well, I think one of the things that can potentially help mitigate these challenges is helping to educate those regional co-ops that Bitcoin mining plays a role in stabilizing their cash flows. A lot of these regional co-ops, they're extremely asset rich. They have a ton of installed equipment. They have real estate entitlements. They have all of these things, but they're relatively cash poor. One of the reasons is because as a co-op, they have to return a large portion of profit back to their customers because they're owned by the customers. So they don't necessarily have a large cash position to deal with significant events. Helping them maintain that profitability by using Bitcoin miners and other load shedding technologies to stabilize those cash flows actually puts them and their customers in a better position and prevents them from having to potentially merge with or sell out to IOUs. And so overall, long term, educating those co-ops that the Bitcoin miners play a role in actually helping their customers have lower rates. They're going to give us a low rate. It sounds weird. Give us a cheap rate of power, and all of a sudden everybody else's power gets less expensive over time. It works because we help them stabilize their entire business model.
Yeah, well, so Colin, you kind of already elaborated on it a bit, but I kind of wanted to pick your guys' brains about expanding this industry here, what kind of the positive net effects it could have for Wyoming's economy, particularly like the ratepayer structures, things like that, protecting the co-ops. Just kind of give us some insights in how that could benefit.
Yeah, I think the sales tax and franchise fees are some of the hugest benefits. With the property tax reduction, Cheyenne was one of the only municipalities that didn't have to cut any of their budget due to the sales tax of data centers and Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, I think Joe mentioned that Wyoming has about 1% of the hash rate on the Bitcoin network. And that seems extremely low for a state with the abundant resources that Wyoming has. And there's really only one region down by Cheyenne that really has meaningful load in Bitcoin mining. So the opportunity to expand to other areas, other territories is tremendous. As Joe said, there's tax-based benefits, local economies benefit, and then if we look beyond Bitcoin mining, there's a whole wave of AI applications coming in too. We're in the midst of a digital revolution here, so it's not hard to see how if we extrapolate a framework for favorable terms for Bitcoin miners, how that could expand very quickly to large parts of the state.
Well, I guess getting back into stabilizing the co-ops, another thing that Bitcoin mining can do for the state of Wyoming is we have several very large coal plants, and while some are trying to reduce coal, running those plants sub 50% utilization is worse for the environment than running them at, say, 55, 60, 70% utilization on a pollution per megawatt hour produced, because there is a sweet spot that those plants run at for minimizing the output of toxic substances. So if you're able to run them at a higher rate or higher utilization, then not only do ratepayers benefit because they're more efficient, but because they're more efficient, they're polluting less per megawatt hour. And the only way to do that is you have to have a load shedding setup. And another thing to look at is, and this is how you can play into making sure that the citizens of Wyoming actually monetarily benefit from Bitcoin miners, not just in a abstract way from taxes and such, but when you don't have a load shedding system, then you have peaker plants. Peaker plants. I'm going to hypothetical numbers here. Let's say the big 2 gigawatt coal plant costs $1 or $10 a megawatt hour to run, and it's running at 35%. Well, every day or every couple of days, demand is going to exceed that 35%. How are they going to make it up? You can't turn that coal plant on and ramp it up in minutes. So they have natural gas or oil-fired peaker plants that probably are close to $200 to $300 a megawatt hour. Well, so they pump those things up for the 1 or 2 hours that those things are on, that they need it. Rather than raising the bar on the coal plant, making it more efficient, and monetizing that by having the Bitcoin miner take all that excess power, and instead of now turning on a $200 to $300 a megawatt hour peaker, you're asking a Bitcoin miner to turn off a $10 a megawatt hour load. Well, all of a sudden, everyone's power prices go down. The power's cleaner. More coal is being mined. More miners in Wyoming have jobs. Everything's better.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of benefits that could come to this state from growing this industry. I kind of wanted to dive into your guys' specific business models and what you're doing. I know, like Jeremy, you're running immersion cooling, and then we have different scales and different sizes. We also have hosting. So if you guys could kind of elaborate on those different models, what that looks like in Bitcoin mining and what's happening there.
Sure. So our model, so we run immersion cooled mining, which basically are the servers, the Bitcoin mining servers immersed in a dielectric fluid. And if you haven't seen that, you should really see it in person. It's pretty wild. The first time I stuck my hand in there to try to fix one of those, I kind of thought twice about it. But that being said, it is so that's the way we do it. We do predominantly self-mining, which means that we're mining for our own company. We do a little bit of hosting, meaning mining for others who will pay us a hosting fee. And we chose immersion specifically because of the some of the benefits to the servers themselves, environmentally not having to factor for air conditions. Everything's enclosed in that system, so that's us.
Yeah, we're a completely air cooling facility, and we were originally a hosting company when we came to Cheyenne, but due to market conditions, we actually became fully self-mining this year. So just the market conditions have changed dramatically since the happening, that it made it more sense for us to become self-mining.
I'm still a host. I think we're still about 65 to 70% hosted mining. So I have customers that are effectively paying us a racking rate to host their machines at our facility. We started out 100% hosting, and back when we started, it was very difficult to find hosting. So we got together. My partners we got together and said, "Hey, we can drop X dollars on machines and have nowhere to plug them in, or we can drop the same amount of money on transformers and racking equipment and have people beg us to plug their stuff in." So that's what we did. And over time, we have accreted some machines for ourselves, but it's all air cooled. I personally intend to skip over immersion, not because it's a bad technology. I just think that the next level is hydro cooled for various reasons. Immersion's great, especially if you have air cooled machines and you want to make them more efficient and quieter and more or less sensitive to environmental contaminants like dust and things. I mean, I don't know about you, but one of the downsides of Wyoming is that it's quite dusty here. So you're cleaning those machines on a regular. And imagine you don't have to do that so much in immersion. But hydro, in my opinion, is actually the way of the future because, I mean, just in immersion, it's an oil bath. Oil is great, but the specific heat capacity of water, the heat transmissibility of water is much higher. So you're using less of it. And also, if you have a problem and it spills, it's just water.
Well, I think maybe we'll talk about some of where you guys see the industry going. I think that would be a good question because you guys are immersed into it. Where you see innovations happening in Bitcoin mining, and there's like all sorts of different things happening. The open source things, ocean pool, things like that. I think there's really cool innovations coming. So I kind of want to get you guys' opinion on some of the new innovations coming into Bitcoin mining. Maybe what gets you excited about it.
Yeah, I think your flexible load is going to be more important than ever with the halvening coming. I think that, you know, being able to get paid theoretically to turn off your load or lower your rate is going to be where more profit comes in than actually mining Bitcoin itself. You know, so we, you know, being able to buy power on spot markets like 5-minute intervals is very important to us. And then also on the industry side of the machines, I think, like you said, hydro is going to be where the industry goes. But I think us living in Wyoming we have the environmental benefit. You know, I know a lot of people that have built sites out in Texas that have gotten killed on the machine side from the dust and the heat. And then they try to use water curtains that are too close to the machines. There's corrosion all over the boards. So, I mean, there's a big benefit in Wyoming of the environment. So I think we just got to get the power right, and then it'll be a booming economy for it.
Yeah, just to echo what Joe said, I think, and Colin, I think you are going to see a lot more hydro-cooled mining, which is technology that's been used in data centers for quite some time, just not hasn't necessarily made its way to Bitcoin mining at scale. A lot of the front generation, more efficient miners out there are hydro-cooled miners for the reasons that Colin mentioned, which he explained very well. So I think we'll see a lot more of that. It's going to be an efficiency game as we get closer to the halvening, and particularly after the halvening is going to be, the natural sort of weeding out of the Bitcoin mining community is that the less efficient machines during a halving event will normally come offline. So ramping up to that, which is expected in 2020, 2028, we think we'll see, it's going to be super important to be as efficient as possible.
As he said, it's going to be super important to be as efficient as possible, and efficiency gains can be had all over the map. Obviously, you can have better machines. You can do things like changing your cooling system. You can certainly take an air-cooled machine and immerse it in oil. You can't do that. You can't take an air-cooled machine and make it a hydro machine, but you can immerse it in oil and increase its efficiency. But other aspects of the efficiency gain, things like switching pools to ocean, and we have Ian over there who we'll be talking about later about some things, but ocean pool is significantly better, at least in my opinion, because the payouts are, well, they're not FPPS, and we can get into what that means, but basically it's auditable, and you're not paying a premium for the pool to basically arbitrage the risk against away from you. So because of that, the actual amount that the miner receives is higher. So things like that, some monetary efficiencies, as well as heat capture and heat reuse, that may not be as interesting here in Wyoming yet, but imagine, let's say you have a a ranch and you have a big pond that you need to keep liquid during the winter, well, there's some miners in it. If you have like a greenhouse or some chickens, heat it with some Bitcoin miners. Then you don't have to worry about the highest efficiency things because you're just trying to get the heat. But now that heat's paying you back. I personally heated my house, the rental house that we had, with 3 S9s, which were below profitability if you're running them for the purposes of Bitcoin mining. But the house already had baseboard heat, so I was going to be paying the electrical company the same amount either way. But so why not pay it and get paid back?
All right, and then I think to round it out, we'll bring it back to Wyoming a little bit. Where do you guys see us going in the next couple of years? Do you feel comfortable with where Wyoming's going? What more do we need to do? Maybe some actionable things that can happen, and then hopefully we'll see this industry grow. But ideally, what would you like to see?
Yeah, I think we will see some good things going forward. There is the will, the political will, and you have this organization here at the university. There's a general awareness of blockchain and technology going forward. So we think that the state is, the attitude is correct. I think what will need to happen is either a legislative action that gets that implements a rate structure that will allow the industry to grow and real investment to come in. So that's number one. And then I think it's just going to be a matter of sourcing the right projects and working with the local utilities as partners to grow out some of these sites.
Yeah, no, I agree that the rate structure is the most important thing for a Bitcoin miner, even more important than the machine itself, in my opinion. So I think with the AI, like Microsoft and Meta is building out, we're the perfect complement to be next to them as the curtailable load to give them more load. And I think getting the utilities on board, the co-ops as well as the investor-owned utilities is going to be the most important thing to have this industry grow.
Yeah, I think he just brought up a very interesting point. We have a lot of power here, and we have these giant AI data centers being built. AI is not conducive to dispatchable load. And so AI data centers coming in and buying up the power, they can outbid residential. We have a regulated utility here, so it's less of a concern potentially than someplace like Texas, which fully open. But an AI data center coming in and asking for a gigawatt of power, well, that's half of the state's houses, or that's a lot. And if they're able to bid 20 cents or $200 a megawatt hour because they're AI and people are paying for it, that's going to make residential power go up. And they're also not dispatchable, so they can't flex with the needs of the residential aspect. Adding some Bitcoin miners in there where we don't want to pay the highest rate, we can't pay the highest rate. We're already under the gun with the worldwide market, but we can flex, and so we can actually reduce it. So Bitcoin miners, paradoxically, by buying power, can mitigate the negative effects of the AI coming in. And so getting people, first of all, to understand how that works and accept it is a big, I think, learning opportunity that this industry has to do to get the legislators on board, get the citizens on board, and most of all, get the utilities to get it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big push for what we're doing here at the center is to bring conferences like this, bring education to the state, and I think we'll continue to see this industry grow. I really want to see it grow here in Wyoming, and like every one of these panelists mentioned, there's significant advantages to doing this in Wyoming. I think Wyoming stands to benefit in a lot of ways. So really grateful for you guys coming. And yeah, just give a round of applause for having them here, mine in Wyoming. Very proud to have them. I think we'll take a few minute break and then we'll have Matt Carlson come up to talk about heating.
Yeah, he's looking for your IT guy. Hey man, how you doing? Doing great. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Great turnout.
Be charged up. I mean, it's a small room. People can. Yeah. Yeah, they've been yelling. All right. I'll take one of them back just in case.
I think I'll go around with everybody and
I'm an engineering consultant in the energy space, demand side, a lot of different industries. Most recently, Bitcoin mining. So what I want to talk about today is what I see as a massive opportunity to grow the Bitcoin mining network, decentralize it, and to the president's comments earlier, to kind of foster innovation and entrepreneurship, here and really anywhere, but especially in places like here that have cold-ish climates. So, this talk is for facilities managers, and it's for capital planners, and it's for engineering designers and consultants, HVAC folks, it's for sustainability professionals, either in the consulting world or as part of administration, people looking after, say, decarbonization strategies. And it's for Bitcoin miners, the small to medium Bitcoin miners. People in that scrappy 1 to 5 megawatt space is like kind of the perfect spot. So I spent, the better part of the last 12 years working with clients in the first categories there in all kinds of different industries, airports and rail and large commercial office and universities, really any sort of large institution, and even the, say, pension funds that own these kinds of assets that are looking to decarbonize. And most of most of the focus of the work was electrifying heating systems, because that's a massive part of Scope 1 emissions. So maybe for the last 6 years or so, I've been tabling the idea of heating with Bitcoin miners, to at least select clients who I thought wouldn't kick me out of the room. And it was kind of interesting. The feedback was not all bad. It was people are interested, but it's still very early, and it's the bigger you go, the sort of more apprehensive people are to take risks. They don't want to be early adopters, first movers, if they're going to be dropping tens of millions of dollars on new systems or whole entire strategies. And so I kind of wanted to just break down what I see as the heating market, for anyone interested in this, who, as an entrepreneur or as, one of the roles that was up there earlier. Just from a, macro perspective, the global market for heat is massive. If you were going to serve all of it, which isn't really practical, but that would be for context, like a 6.5 million megawatt Bitcoin mine, right? Just to serve all that. So this graph kind of breaks down the quantity of systems versus kind of their size. So, right, you got the smaller systems on the left, but there's a lot more of them, and the big systems on the right, but there's not very many of them. And that's how they're kind of distributed. This is log just to fit it all in one space. The two two first chunks there, the yellow ones, I'm not going to get into those too much right now. Those are sort of under a megawatt. Those are the home applications, the pools, and even single buildings and whatever. And we're not really going to touch on that last chunk either. That's the biggest section. That's sort of over 50 megawatts, because once you get up to that range, usually the solution is going to be something more like CHP, combined heat and power. It's going to make more sense to just produce your own power and then get the waste heat, which means there isn't really room for Bitcoin mining waste heat. But a big part of that is just the competition for electrons now. It's pretty fierce, and you're not rocking up and getting 50 to 100 megawatt PPAs too easily these days, depending on where you are. So the focus here is kind of those two blue chunks in the kind of 1 to 10 to up to 50, but single digits and low double digits mainly. The value proposition for the miners in this case, whatever size is like fairly straightforward and probably pretty obvious to the room. Besides serving to decentralize the network, you are reducing your net operating costs because you're earning a revenue stream, and that revenue stream is a new revenue stream, and it's uncorrelated to hash price, which is nice for predictable financials. It's a totally new growth market. It has the ability to reduce your non-miner capex. So by that I mean there's already walls and a roof and electrical infrastructure serving somewhere that needs heat, and so you're just rolling up with miners. And mostly what I'm talking about in this is hydro cooled. There are some opportunities for air cooled, but it's few and far between, and it's also much more seasonal, much harder to find a heat off taker in the summer. You can also reduce your deployment time. Like if you're not building the rest of the infrastructure, it's fairly quick. You can maybe have a mine up and running in 3 months or something. Kind of reducing political risk for yourself and the whole industry as well, because you're embedding yourself in existing industries that are serving a purpose, right? And you're not so easily kicked out when you're providing that clear and obvious traditional benefits. So through the changes of government and administrations, the attitude can change toward Bitcoin mining. We've seen it. There's still places that have a moratorium on it. So this is a nice way to sort of play good citizen and just make it a whole lot harder to boot you out. And generally just improves the public narrative around Bitcoin mining, which is not very sophisticated, I would say, and not always very good. But so more importantly, in this space, I think things like Bitcoin mining, decentralization are not selling features for people buying heat, right? They're looking for heat. They don't necessarily care about the things that you may care about, but what they do care about is, especially if it's a heating as a service model, which is essentially a no capex version. You're just straight up selling heat. You're selling joules, and people are paying for that and nothing more. And it's a pretty common industry. It's like combined with cooling, it's almost 100 billion. So it's something like half of that. It's massive globally. So you're giving someone an option to have off balance sheet financing of heating equipment, so they're not paying the capex up front for new boilers or whatever. You're possibly ideally reducing their OpEx too, which is a bonus through the the Bitcoin subsidy. You're helping them make the case for electrification. A lot of these groups that I mentioned are trying to electrify their heating systems for a whole number of reasons, but it's generally speaking the trend and accelerating going forward. So you're reducing emissions. It's easily integrated with their systems. You can put it indoors, outdoors, whatever. You probably know most of this stuff. And then you can also give them the option of playing demand response markets too, even on a smaller scale. As long as you can, depends on the market. But if you can get to a certain class, you can certainly get paid for that, for shutting down. And you don't need standby gensets and fiber optic the way the data centers do. And data centers are trying to, they're doing their best to encroach on this market too, but I don't think they're very well suited for it. Most of the technology, most of the competition you're up against is, the incumbent fuels, whatever's being used, typically hydrocarbons. And, the challenge there is beating that price in North America. There aren't a lot of places where, hydrocarbons are cheaper than electricity. But there are some. The more remote areas, bulk fuels can be more expensive. And then other jurisdictions, other places outside North America, Europe, for example, that can happen. You're up against electric boilers, electrode boilers, but they are typically just used for peaking, and that's not really what you want to serve with Bitcoin mining. And then you got the different flavors of heat pumps. And sometimes those are appropriate, but a lot of times they just don't make sense, either due to the climate or due to the cost. They can be tremendously expensive, or you can't use them, you can't implement them easily as a retrofit. Ground source, for example. Ground source is becoming, fairly popular for newer stuff, but it's, these are massive, really expensive systems. The system in that inset picture is a water source heat pump, which is, I would say, the best. That's the toughest thing to compete against. It's just, super efficient. But you need a source of water. So you need a, relatively warm source of water, a river, lake, whatever, to pull your heat from. And these things are also pretty expensive. So if you are not in the business of capital deployment, which, some of these are, and they don't really care about the CapEx, but not everybody can afford, tens of millions of dollars and wait years for a system like this. I mean, if you look at the scale, there's a couple of people highlighted in a little star there just for scale. Like these are massive systems. And that's only something like 35 megawatts or something. Could certainly come up with a more compact solution with hydro-cooled miners kicking out 35 megawatts than that, faster and cheaper. And then, yeah, CHP kind of takes over that upper end of the scale. And then data center waste heat, there's a lot of activity in that. And I would say that it's basically, they're trying to find a solution for waste heat that they've got anyway. They're there, they might as well try to use it. And sentiment is changing around even data centers, all the flavors of them, because they are just sucking up power like crazy. But they're basically no competition. They don't do most of the stuff that you can do with Bitcoin mine. For the most part, they're still air cooled, so they're lower grade heat than, say, a hydro cooled miner, and high entropy. So try to scavenge useful heat out of the air is not easy. It's not practical, and that's why it's not really done very often. And with Bitcoin mining, they're compact. You can build them right on site. You can't do that with a data center. You can size them for the heat load, which is not something you do with a data center. Build them quickly. They're interruptible, low security, all these good things. Good to keep in mind as people talk about it, because it comes up a lot. So constraints and challenges to think about if you're wanting to evaluate a potential opportunity. The temperature range compared to what the outlet temperature is of your miners, but they're getting pretty high and pretty useful heat. So even if it is, even if you are trying to boil water, you can certainly take it 80% of the way there, and that's not bad. You can displace a lot of fuel that way. What's the cooling method you're going to use? Hydro. The energy profiles of this potential heat off taker, are they, do they have a 247-365 load? Like on a hot afternoon in July, how much heat are they using? That's kind of what you want to size for, ideally. And then grid emissions factors. If the off taker is trying to electrify to reduce their emissions, that doesn't really work if it's a dirty grid. And then I think it's such a great solution that the biggest challenge I think out there is the negative perception. There's all kinds of biases against it, ideological biases, not very well founded, but it's exhausting to try to orange pill every single person you talk to and explain the value of sound money and on and on and on, right? So, but that's kind of the game. So some of the good opportunities, I think, one of the most ideal ones is district heating systems, massively popular in Scandinavia and in Europe and further east. I mean, combined, there are tens of thousands of these systems. Over there in North America, not as many, just because we're younger and energy is cheaper and a bunch of reasons, but they're becoming more popular. And you'd be surprised. I mean, there's at least 800 between US and Canada that I know of, and I'm sure there's well over 1,000. They just don't, talk about them. It's underground infrastructure, not super sexy. But they're ideal because they have a large base load. They also need heat in the summertime. Most of them are trying to electrify. So most of them are burning something to produce the heat. And they're trying to figure out over the next couple of decades how they can electrify. So, that previous heat pump you saw, that's a system in Boston that they're putting in. So most of them have a decarbonization strategy, either that they've implemented themselves or because their pension fund or whoever their owner is, has pretty strict decarbonization strategy. This picture is one of Mara's facilities in Finland. This is a couple of megawatts. I'm not sure which one this is. Can't remember. But, they're not gargantuan, and it's kind of a nice size. Like, this is not actually the size of mine that the pubcos want to be developing, right? This is the kind of perfect size for smaller miners and entrepreneurs to be building. So quickly, here's here's what we've got in North America. It's quite a bit. It's quite surprising. Basically, every military base, hospital, airport, college, and lots of municipalities have these systems of various sizes. Tried to break them down here a little bit. You can see by scale in the 0 to 10 megawatt range. That's where most of them are. And by sort of total aggregated megawatts, you still got over 500 you could serve. So it's it's an interesting market. This is kind of the breakdown of where they all are. Mostly colleges, municipalities, healthcare, and then here they are aggregating all the power. So kind of the same categories, except military has a ton. And then outside of that, there are industries that use heat around the clock too. There are 3-shift bottling plants, for example, that use tons and tons of heat, washing out the bottle, doing certain processes like things you have to do with milk to pasteurize it, et cetera. There's all kinds of stuff. Green hydrogen production is starting to happen, and that's also an ideal application. Because they have to do everything all electric just to be green. And that's a picture of the Anheuser-Busch plant on the way up here, just off of, what was it called, I-25 maybe? That's the kind of place that uses heat, a lot of it, around the clock. That kind of opportunity exists all over the place. So I just wanted to leave that with you. This is kind of things I've been thinking about for the last number of years, distilled in one place. And if you think that decentralizing Bitcoin mining is important, and this is something that you'd like to pursue, you don't have to be working in Bitcoin. You don't have to be working for a Bitcoin mining company to support it. You can take action from all kinds of different angles, and I think this is one. Great space that is just beginning. And that's all I got for you. If we've got time for the next one, we could just do Q&A or something. Yeah.
I did during the last presentation. What would be the advantages and drawbacks to combining cold water heaters with a hydro-cooled mining rig?
Advantages or drawbacks? Well,
as an example, heating as a service.
Yeah, so heating as a service, when I say heating as a service, I'm mostly talking about things that that you could run as a commercial enterprise. So these are commercial applications. You could run a business doing it. Now, heating at home, it's a much smaller scale, different considerations in terms of what you do with the heat when you don't need it. Do you dump it? Do you keep mining? But it lends itself to a productized solution. So it's still got a certainly commercial opportunity, but more so as, from a product perspective. And I don't want to dive too much into this specific category because we might have a couple people talking about it in a bit. So I don't want to say anything that's gonna get covered or whatever. So you can certainly do it. I think do it for yourself. You might as well. If you want to be mining and you already have to heat, you should be doing it. Yeah.
I'll definitely get on that. But it is related to that. What do you do with the heat? So in these larger applications, I imagine so that it's more typical for energy question. It's not a mining operation. It's not as much of a problem that miners in front of the software less control versus trying to control the water.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the case for most of these workshop applications?
Yeah, you don't have to do anything too radical, and you've got staff on site. So it's a very different proposition, I think.
Is there any, in the commercial scale, is there ever a time where you have to matches more of a traditional mining operation?
Yeah, I think there's opportunity for that, for sure, because I don't see why you couldn't oversize these systems, especially if there's, if the grid operator has like a demand response program, why could you not participate in that? Oversize your mine, give heat when you need heat, as long as there's somewhere to dump it, as long as you've got the ability to shut down if you need it, so a dry cooler somewhere, and then, just ramp down when you get paid to ramp down. I think there's definitely a business model for that. Sort of like step 2, after you get your foot in the door, kind of thing. Yeah, that's sort of how I see it.
So this is kind of a very early stage. How many of these applications that you showed us, how many of these are actually getting associated with?
I know of 6 to 8 in Finland with like a pipeline of almost 100 megawatts in Finland serving district heating systems. That seems to be like ground zero for it. They've picked it up, they're running with it. Other people have stuff to learn. So it'll spread. They've got kind of a unique scenario. They've got very clean power, mostly from nuclear. Most of these older legacy systems are burning like peat and like filthy stuff. So they're trying to stop doing that, and they're incentivized to use electricity. That's it might even be like a national mandate. But then there's and those are probably the biggest ones. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch in Russia and China that we don't know about because they're not on X talking about it. But they have, from what I understand, they have thousands and thousands and thousands of district heating systems themselves. And I don't know, there are people who I think close to the industry who say that a lot of miners are going to Russia, like mining machines. So I don't know what's happening with them. It would not surprise me if there's lots of these things happen. Like it's pretty obvious, right? It's an obvious thing to do with it. It's just challenging to implement in a way. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's tons we don't know about. But there's lots that are in North America that there's a couple spas in New York, or one plus one another being built. There's a small district heating system in North Vancouver that's being served. The base load is being served by miners, and now they're trying to convince the city. There's kind of a big municipal debate about heating one of their pools, like a massive pool. It's an outdoor pool, so it would be it'd really lengthen the season. It would be great for a number of reasons, but it's just one of those hot button topics. And then there's there's a guy building furnaces, like commercial scale furnaces in Labrador in Canada, who's he's heating a ski hill, he's heating I don't know what else, a bunch of stuff, but he doesn't really talk about it much, but it's it's there. There are certainly projects happening and tons of projects happening on a smaller scale. So yeah, it hasn't it's been years now, and it's not going away. I think it's growing. I think the use case is obvious, and I think as mining gets more and more competitive, especially after the next halving, it's going to be one of those things that might be necessary for survival, right? Like have some kind of predictable revenue stream that's uncorrelated to hash price. That would be nice, wouldn't it? So I think it only makes sense. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, no way. But I haven't counted any universities that districts ready to go all in on hash. No, not really. I'm early on my outreach to some of these organizations. I almost had there's a mega spa development in Toronto where I'm from that's like absolutely massive. That was, considering it, it would make a lot of sense for them, but they're, I don't know, they're spending hundreds of millions on this facility that's basically like an indoor tropical environment with hot pools the size of, a football stadium kind of thing. It's pretty wild. So that would be my dream application, but no. Post-secondary, well, post-secondary is it's a good market because almost every university has a decarbonization strategy. They're trying to electrify as much as possible, burn less. But at the same time, you have to sort of fit in. Not everybody's open-minded to it. I think that's kind of the biggest challenge. Anybody else want to get in the game? Yeah.
I missed the first part of your talk. Can you just introduce yourself one more time?
So I'm an independent consultant. Was working in sort of the energy industry on the demand side and all kinds of, like, basically for a large global engineering consulting firm. But now I'm on my own and serving either those clients to help them understand this, or I'm also working for Bitcoin miners to help them understand this, like the waste heat offtake market, right? The first thing that pops to mind is like greenhouses or whatever. There's certain obvious things that come to mind, but not all that stuff makes a ton of sense necessarily. It depends on how you're coming at it. Are you a publicly listed miner? Are you a for-profit miner? Are you an enthusiast? Like there's kind of a range of motivations that need to sort of match the range of motivations on the heat off-taker side. So yeah, I'm just solo me, Matt Carlson.
What would you say your ideal client would be here in the U.S.? Anybody? You mentioned Finland, which is great. We don't have a lot.
Like for off-taker?
Yeah, that would be interested in what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these kind of industries. All these industries. I mean, all of these district heating systems. Like these are just sort of the most obvious. There's lots more, and I'm not an expert in every single industrial process. There's thousands of them, right? I mean, maybe you're making ethanol in corn country, and there's a perfect application there. I don't know, and that's for somebody to figure out, though.
It's a large market.
Yeah, it's a large market. So is this. So is there's all kinds of them. So that's why I say, people are coming from all walks of life and in different types of jobs, different responsibilities in different industries. And I just sort of wanted to frame it generically so you could kind of take that away and think like, oh yeah, actually, you know what? I could probably use that here. That kind of thing. That's all I got. Thanks, all. Put this back down.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. That was, I think hash rate heating, heating as a service is going to be a really explosive and disruptive emerging use case, and really looking forward to see how it grows. Up next, we'll have Dr. Sohail Saji from the Subsurface Energy and Digital Innovation Center.
Right, good morning, everybody. Hopefully, everybody is still awake. So while we're figuring this thing out, let me get some introduction. So if you were here this morning, Holly just introduced me a little bit at the door. I'm that geek that gets bored easy and start learning new things at my spare time. But I'm also I'm associate professor here at the University of Wyoming in the Department of Energy and Petroleum Engineering. I'm also adjunct professor with the School of Energy Resources. I wear a lot of different hats, but today specifically, I want to talk about our new center here at the University of Wyoming, relatively new, about a year and a half old, called Subsurface Energy and Digital Innovation. I'm excited about going through some of the projects we're working on. The history behind the center is that, about COVID time, right after COVID time, I started working on blockchain and playing around with some ideas. And so the idea of center developed then, and the majority of it was about, started from blockchain side. But now, of course, as a center, we're looking into other digital technologies as well. Right, let's see if I can do. This is a little bit lopsided, so I'm not. Okay, let's work with this. See if it works. All right, introduction of the center. So the short for the center is, we call it SEDI, Subsurface Energy, Digital and Digital Innovation, right? The mission of the center is to harness the digital technology to address global energy challenges, specifically leveraging Wyoming's unique strength in energy and innovation. That's our mission statement. The center started on blockchain first, but now we expanded in on other topics, mostly around AI and machine learning, because that's a hot topic and nobody can avoid it at this point in time, right? So formally, we have 5 areas of focus. We work on blockchain for sustainable energy. That's what I'm mostly talking about today, but I will also tease on some other ideas that we're working on too. Artificial intelligence and big data analytics, it's mostly about pattern recognition. Scientific machine learning is where we are bringing machine learning and our old theoretical numerical understanding of the world, and we are combining them together. It's relatively a new field in a lot of engineering disciplines, and we're definitely working on that. It's a very exciting field. The next area we're working on are digital twins and virtual augmented reality. This is mostly towards management optimization of the operations in the field. And the last one is discovery of novel fluids using AI and lab components. So we do have a big lab space that we're working on too. My teammates are all from the same department, Energy and Petroleum Engineering. Dr. Mini Rabi is an IT/petroleum engineer expert. She works on a lot of AI tools, including graph neural networks. Dr. Al-Shahabi here is a drilling engineer, but he works on automation and optimization of drilling operation and other things as well. All right, so let's start by why blockchain matters for energy. So before I start talking about it, the one thing that I typically one obstacle that I have to go through initially at any talks is to differentiate between blockchain and cryptocurrency. And I'm hoping here we have less of a problem, right? But I just still want to go through, I see some students sitting here. So blockchain is the fundamental technology that made cryptocurrency possible, right? But it's by itself is a technology that is semi-independent of these cryptocurrencies, right? It could work with it very well, but it could be used also entirely in a different way. And that's where we are exploring in our center. What is the properties of blockchain that are uniquely interesting for us? It's a trust. We all know it's immutable record of data. Any data, cryptocurrency or any other data you put on blockchain. It provides transparency and real-time visibility of the data, energy data, anything related to that. It is decentralized, meaning that it is removing the single point of control, enables peer-to-peer interaction, right? So these are main properties of a blockchain. Now, these properties combined with the application in energy can bring a lot of new business ideas or business models, including tokenization of energy assets, including renewable energy credits, carbon credits, and I have some other application that I will go through later, right? So there are some interesting areas to explore. Okay, Now let's address Wyoming. Why in Wyoming? Why I think we are in a really, really good position to do that here in the state of Wyoming. So we know that Wyoming leadership is pro-blockchain, right? We have one of the first states to establish a full comprehensive blockchain regulations from SPDI banks, DAOs, and so forth. We are now becoming a hub for blockchain businesses in the state of Wyoming. A lot of blockchain businesses are moving to the state of Wyoming. And we do, on top of policymaker support, we have a lot of support from the university side on doing research in this area. On the other hand, Wyoming is also an energy state, right? We are one of the nation's top energy producer and exporter in the state. We have a diversified resources for energy from coal, natural gas, oil, wind, solar. Rare earth minerals are not necessarily a source of energy, but they are used for batteries and other areas of energy. We have some resources in Wyoming. And most recently, hydrogen is another area that we are working on. I have a couple of projects we are working on. First, finding geological hydrogen in the state of Wyoming. That's an interesting area. The second, manipulating certain formation to generate hydrogen subsurface and control it. That's another area that we are funded by the Department of Energy to look into that. And we have a strong tradition of powering the United States, right? So I think hopefully you see where the connection is very strong. The energy and blockchain is very strong in the state of Wyoming. All right, so there are several applications that a lot of different publications and a lot of different research groups looking at. There are a few I'm listing here that this is not by no means exhaustive list of applications. One interesting application would be environmental sensing when you combine IoT and blockchain for securing data. That's one of the projects that we're working on, and I will get into a little bit more detail of that. Carbon management and carbon credits is another really interesting area that blockchain can help. I'll talk about that as well. The other areas could be supply chain management, transparency in supply chain management in the energy sector. Differentiable fuels is another interesting area. Maybe Holly just briefly mentioned that in the state of Wyoming, a company actually tried it. And the idea here is if we are in an energy transition, if we are moving towards decarbonizing, the fuels that have lower carbon footprints are going to be favorable and probably price themselves at the premium, right? In Wyoming, we are producing natural gas with a very, very low amounts of emissions. And that some companies try to commercialize that and sold their price premium in a premium manner. But the question or the main issue with that is that we need to secure that data somehow, right? We need to provide proof for that data so the customer can trust us. And that comes out with a combination with blockchain and securing data through the blockchain. Other areas such as critical mineral tracking, deposits from land management of that type, equipment maintenance records, grid balancing, which maybe relates more to the Bitcoin mining, and grid balancing is another area of interest that different groups are interested in studying it. All right, so diving into some of our projects that we're working on. So there, in the blockchain projects that specifically stay within the core technology we are developing in a center, less on application or applied part of it. Just it's due to respect to our partners or would-be partners. I don't want to necessarily reveal a lot of information about their projects, but these are the technology that we are using to empower a lot of different projects, right? One, environmental sensing, right? So hopefully everybody here knows what blockchain is good for. A blockchain is a digital tool that is very good to secure digital data, right? If you have a digital data, it can secure it for you. It is transparent, and every property of blockchain applies to it. Now, when you want to use blockchain for a real-world application, the problem becomes the point that we are putting data on blockchain, or who is the person that putting the data on blockchain. That person might have an incentive to fake the data or manipulate the data. That become our weak point, right? So there are a lot of research going on right now how to solve that problem. Sometimes it's called Oracle problem. One way that we are specifically studying it is connecting secure IoT devices to blockchain, removing the human in the middle, right? These IoT devices are sitting in the field. Let's talk about one application. In this case would be methane emissions. You want to monitor your methane emissions and secure that data for a lot of different purposes. It could be because regulatory reasons. You need to report it to the regulators. It might be because you want to prove that your operations are low carbon footprint so that you can sell your gas with a higher premium price, right? And with that application, we need to connect these IoT devices to blockchain, right? We developed that application so far in the lab scale, of course, not in the field scale. We call it Decentralized IoT Blockchain-Based Environmental Sensing, or DIoT BES. In the picture here behind me, you see a little lab setup. You see a gas cylinder at the corner. That's a methane gas. We are using relatively cheap hardware. We are using a Raspberry Pi system. MQ4 sensor is a methane sensor. And we are exposing this methane sensor to different level of methane artificially, right? We are controlling it. And this sensor communicates directly to blockchain. Data goes on blockchain. We wrote a little script or a little smart contract on blockchain that monitors this data and very simply follows the logic. If the emission is above a certain level, send the alarm signal. And the alarm signal goes to that little light at the bottom of the screen, you see. So we can track that time. How much time does it take for us to do it? We can do it centralized manner. We can connect everything and do it centralized manner, but doing it decentralized way using blockchain so that you can record everything is an interesting application, and we have established that so far. One question that you might ask that is a very good question is, now your weak point connection would be your IoT devices, right? So somebody can attack your IoT devices and the result would be the same. To solve that problem, we are looking into certain more recent applications or more recent technologies called decentralized identity and decentralized physical structure network. These systems or networks allows for these IoT devices to have their own ID, secure ID. And using different technologies, we can make sure that we first check the identity of these different IoT devices before they communicate to blockchain. So we can make sure that first, we know which IoT device sent us this device. It's not a fake IoT device that's trying to manipulate. Second, we need to make sure that the data that IoT device is taking is correct, and this needs to be mathematically proven before we get the data, right? So these are all can be done using this newer system. We established some benchmark in the lab, and we could see that we can do a pretty good 6.2 second detection to token latency, meaning that from the time that we are detecting to the time that we are issuing a token to a sensor, that would take about 6.2 seconds in a lab scale, of course. I'm not talking about the field scale and more rugged environments. What does that do? That opens up a new door now. So now these sensors will have their own identity, and they can be their own agents on a network, right? So let's say we have sensors in the field that are detecting methane emissions, and we are recording these methane emissions to the system. They could be rewarded by getting the correct data, right? By getting issued tokens that go to their accounts, because with these IDs, they can have wallets, right? And now combining this with AI agents, now you have an autonomous system that can run continuously to support you with the data, and in turn, in reward, it gets some money to just for their owner or for themselves to keep connecting and moving forward. So that's a really interesting area to explore, maybe a little futuristic, but it has a lot of applications right now. The next area that we are working on is on carbon management and carbon credits. So blockchain, we can use the blockchain to leverage secure and transparent system of monitoring, verifying, and accounting for carbon. This MVA is a recently established concept while we are moving through decarbonization. These are the type of reporting that a lot of companies now have to do. And what we are suggesting is that you can do that all on blockchain. The data can go on blockchain. You can monitor the data. A regulator can monitor the data on blockchain. We can add smart contract logic to do the calculations for you, to do the carbon accounting for you, basically, on the blockchain, so that everything is tracked. It's not manually done. That can be manipulated. And when you do that, now you have a very secure data, and this data can be used to secure your carbon tokens in the future. Now you have data to support these financial assets we call carbon tokens, consider them as carbon credits, right? So these now can be minted with the big support of a data that we are considered disconnected with IoT devices from the field. So now we have a big picture that can be really, really useful. Application-wise, think about methane emissions we discussed earlier. Think about carbon storage, subsurface storage of carbon. We capture carbon from the atmosphere. We transport it through the pipeline or trucks. We store it underground in a reservoir, and we monitor it for decades to come, right? All this data can be integrated into one system, and it could generate tokens for the projects. So think of it as an extra way of funding these carbon storage projects, right? Other than the 45Q taxes that they are getting, they can provide information to, there would be carbon credits that come out of this project that can now be sold to other companies that are trying to offset their emissions, right? So that would be a big, ambitious plan for where this project is going. All right, so moving on to non-blockchain projects that I thought may be interesting for us to open up at least. One area that we are working on is future-proofing subsurface operation and management, right? Using AI. In this particular area, there are a few technologies that are very key, and we are developing those technologies. One is digital twin for these subsurface assets, right? Whether it is a well you're drilling to get to your asset subsurface, or the subsurface reservoir that you're managing for energy production, these all can be coupled with digital twins, which are basically a digital model of your subsurface asset, but very efficient. Why they're very efficient? We can do traditional modeling, which includes a large group of experts, of 10 plus experts sitting together, trying to map the subsurface asset, and then use a numerical simulator to run different scenarios. Each one of them takes a few days to complete, and then come up with a picture of what happens subsurface. But what digital twins can do, they can do all of this in a matter of minutes. So a decision maker can make a decision by putting several solutions out there, test them against the digital twins, and then make a decision immediately. So to me, these are more of a decision-making tools rather than engineering tools. Use of graph neural networks for optimizing production from multiple wells in the same field. They're all connected. The question is that how can we optimize this production to get the most value out of this reservoir, right? If you do too much drawdown from one oil and gas well, you're impacting negatively the other wells, and we need to be able to balance those. It is a very hard thing to do. It comes with a lot of field expertise, but maybe graph neural networks can help us doing that. Using AI and ML for predictive modeling is a common thing that a lot of people are using. Using virtual and augmented reality, you see some of the pictures from our really advanced drilling simulation lab. That's models. That's a drilling ship you see at there, and some cyber chairs that we are using them for training new recruits for oil and gas companies, and other AI tools that we have that we are expanding on. Hopefully we can use that for both better understanding, better decision making, and training of the different recruits for different companies. One specific case study to show how AI can be used is a case in Wyoming. We have a reservoir called Maury Formation in Wyoming. Now, this is the unconventional reservoir. Now, what is an unconventional reservoir? So we used to have conventional reservoirs that we are developing. These are the reservoirs. I'm talking about subsurface oil and gas reservoirs. Now, you drill a well, the pressure from the subsurface is going to support the production of oil. It's going to push the oil out, right? So those are conventionals. Now we are basically exhausted those resources so far. Now we are getting into unconventional resources. These are very tight formations. The pressure alone is not enough to release the oil and gas. So what do? We do horizontal drilling, which is a drill like that, and then drill horizontally, and fracking. So you have heard of fracking. These are the technology that allow us to develop these other type of reservoirs that were not accessible, right? These are called unconventional reservoirs. Now, one of the big questions in this reservoir is that where do we frack? This is a massive reservoir, several miles, several feet thickness. What is the right place to frack? We call them sweet spots. Those are the sweet spots that we are trying to find. Finding them is not very easy, especially for some reservoirs like a Maury reservoir in Wyoming. It has proven to be very difficult to pinpoint them. And that's where we are using AI to develop these workflows to find these sweet spots for the help of companies. You see a workflow map here, start from data integration, workflow for AI workflow and all the characterization, prediction, and also the most important part is what happens when new data become available, right? These models need to be able to retrain themselves so that they can, as soon as new data become available, they update their predictions. You see one of our preliminary results for the Maori shale sweet spots. You see the red area there on the left side. These are the sweet spots we are identifying using the data available. And you can see most of the wells operations are focused on that area. So that proves that this is probably the sweet spots. However, we have a pretty large uncertainty map, as you can see, and we're hoping that by adding more data, the uncertainty will be reduced. Therefore, more chances for oil and gas companies to target the right place. To give you just a quick example of what can happen there. Other area, interesting area that we're working on is digital rock physics. So the idea behind digital rock physics is that we are dealing with rock subsurface, right? These are the reservoirs, porous rock that hold our oil and gas. We want to be able to digitize them so that we can understand them better. Specifically, we are looking at automating mineral mapping using different algorithms, specifically UNets seem to be working really well for us. And the idea there is I want to get an image, microscope image of a rock, and I want to figure out what is the mineralogy of the rock. This is not possible. You typically need an expert to sit down with a microscope, use a polarized light, use different tools like you can see here at the right of the image. These are micro XRF images. These are images obtained by $500,000 equipment that have the resolution of 10 microns. So I can do a 10 micron pixel characterization of the minerals precisely. You see the little rock piece that there? This is a Maori shale. It's about maybe half an inch by 1 inch. For me to get those mineral maps that you see on the right, it takes 7 days, right? So very inefficient. It's very precise, but very inefficient. What we are doing, we are trying to, now we develop a lot of data. We are training our unit models to bypass this process to go from the microscope image, which takes maybe an hour, directly to mineral mapping. That saves a lot of time for operators. Why? Consider that the reservoir thickness is about 100 foot. They get a 100-foot rock sample. For each of the 1-inch pieces of rock sample, if it takes 7 days for us to characterize, it's just unbelievably slow process. But we want to be able to give them some information so they can use it in the next drilling, which is scheduled 30 days from now. And that's where the efficiency comes from, right? And that's where the AI can be used. The other example at the bottom shows a reactive transport model, which we are using traditional computational fluid dynamic modeling. At the bottom, you see a little bit of a corner of that grain. So that's the center is the grain of rock, and then the white stuff that are hatching from it are the depositions that's happening throughout the process. For us to solve that problem, you can see the zoom in grid that we develop, and we need to solve equations in every single grid. This is traditional computational fluid dynamic for 1 grain of rock. And that takes typically using a supercomputer we have both NCAR access to Wyoming NCAR, and also we have a supercomputer here. That would be at least half a day worth of simulation for 1 grain of rock. Now, go from 1 grain of rock to a piece of rock a few inches, go to a reservoir of a few miles. It's very, very inefficient, right? We can't really do it. And we're hoping that AI and machine learning can help us to accelerate the process. Not add a new physics to it, but help us to accelerate the process. And that's where the combination comes from. All right, so a few examples for that. Now looking towards the future, where can we go? I think I'm personally interested about cross-cutting digital technologies. I think these all can feed into each other. We have blockchain, which provides trust and transparency, ensures data integrity, provides real-time accountability, enables decentralization. And we have AI that is really good for prediction optimization, right? The projects we see. Combination of these can help us develop these trusted intelligent energy systems. That would be, to me, the future of our industry is probably there, right? We are hoping that by first making all these projects at these different levels and then bringing them together, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years, we hope we can develop these kind of projects for the big field that we can now work with oil and gas companies to optimize their operations. All right. have a few minutes left. So we are a research center. So of course, our first mandate is research, but I also want to, oh, it didn't download the entire thing, I think. I also want to talk about education. I'm a professor, so one of my other mandates is educating students and developing workforce. I have developed a course called Blockchain Energy. It's a very unique course. No other university in the US have any courses like this. Typically, blockchain is our thoughts in a computer science departments, right? But this is an introductory course, no prerequisites required, open to all engineering students. And the idea is to bring them in and get them exposed to blockchain, specifically from the energy application perspective, right? I used to teach this course in person for about 2 years and 3 years, I think. And this year, for the first time, we launched fully online version of the course. I'm hoping that university would target outside experts for this type of course, because now it is fully online and somebody from oil and gas can come and take this course to understand what is blockchain and how does it work. The course specifically works on foundations first. You know, we try to teach them what was the history of blockchain. How does blockchain work even, right? What are tokens? What is blockchain? What is decentralization? And then after that, we use Bitcoin and Ethereum to establish the difference between two different networks, right? Bitcoin, very cryptocurrency centered, Ethereum, very application centered, and they would do that comparison. And after that, we dive into coding. So they would do some smart contract coding, they develop their own tokens, which is typically the exciting part of the class. They develop the tokens with their own name, which is, I think they like it a lot. And playing around with some applications, and eventually they submit a project at the end of the term. Is either an idea and support and providing an argument for what this idea is a good idea, or it could be a project that they work on. All right, so my slides are kind of half. I have to stop here. I got a couple of slides after this, but I just talk about them. And I guess what is left to discuss is that we wanted the center to be very applied. We want everything we work on has an idea or a problem, and we are trying to find a solution for it. So it cannot be done by one person or one faculty. It's more of a collaborative thing. So what I'm gonna call for is we want the industry to collaborate with us. We want us to learn about ideas or about problems that the different industry, from blockchain side to energy side, have to deal with. And maybe we can come up with some ideas and we can develop that together. Co-developing ideas, what industry can do, help students, internship, fellowship for the students to study these kind of topics at the university, and helping them to go to conferences and all of that, and also working with us on certain projects. We are looking into federal funding for a lot of projects that requires industry engagement. That would be an area. Or if the industry wants to have a private project that is kind of wrapped on and the information doesn't get out because they are trying to develop some advantage over the competition, that's also a possibility that we can do in the center. And yes, with that, I would like to thank Matthew and others for inviting me for this. I would like to get connected to you, hear about your ideas, and figure out where we go from here. Thank you. Question? Yes.
When it comes to the subsurface investment in AI to check out certain patterns, do you have any data to show that it's spent with simulations?
Good question. Good question. Okay.
Or is it up in the air right now?
Great question. Great question. So the question is basically AI is expensive, right? Running an AI is very energy intensive. The question is, are you getting a value out of it, right? So I have to say, I'm a researcher, so I don't necessarily, this is not the top concern that I have, because I get free compute from Cheyenne NCAR, because I'm a researcher working on it, right? So That being said, these models are not models that we necessarily want to train day in and day out. These are the models we train once, and then we hook it up to our decision-making algorithms to use the information and make a decision. So training is the hard part. Running the models typically are lightweight to give different answers, right? So training piece is going to be heavy, it's going to be energy intensive, and it takes a lot of time. But when you came up with your, let's say, sweet spot map, that's a good example. I came up with a sweet spot map, right? This is the map. Now I get a new well drilled and a new information coming available. I don't have to retrain the entire thing. It's transfer learning, right? I can just train on the new data only. So that's a fractional improvement. The original amount of energy that I spent on developing my first model is going to feed in perpetuity for the entire project for many years to come, right? Yes, exactly. So I'm not too worried about that because, drilling an oil well, I don't know how much you're familiar with, but drilling an oil well will cost you from $1 to $10 million. And if you get the wrong place, $10 million gone. How much we're gonna spend money to train a model? Maybe a fraction of $1 million to train a model like that, right? Right. That's correct. Yes. To the post model. I agree. Yeah. Right. Right. So the truth is that we haven't done cost analysis yet because we don't even have the model yet, right? Not yet. So we are just developing the models. After we develop the model, then we have an industry partner that wants to test it, then that's a good question. Are we providing enough benefit to the company that makes sense for them to invest, or we are overdoing it? I'm not too concerned because the technology in terms of the training and the power requirement or the cost per compute is reducing dramatically, right? Even if it's not cost effective today, a year from now, 2 years from now, that's a different story, right? Right. So I told you initially that this is not a top priority that I have right now. The question I'm asking as a researcher, is it possible? Right. After it is possible, then the next step is absolutely, is it cost effective? Right? And that's a question I don't have an answer. Yeah. Okay, so I typically allow students outside the engineering discipline to participate, but because we are doing some coding and we are doing a little bit of technical analysis of things, it's better suited for engineering students. However, I had students that I give permission to as long as they have some familiarity. Like I had students from law school attending, I have a student from business school attending, and they were very successful too. So yeah, it is open. I just want to make sure that, I'm engineering faculty, so I make sure that the class is, so if the class gets full, we want to make sure the engineering students get the first benefit. But if the class is open and more students come in, yeah, why not? Absolutely. You're welcome. Yes?
Could each ton of carbon that is sequestered be a cryptocurrency, and have you explored that?
Interesting concept. So the way I'm looking at it is if I can store 1 ton of CO2 underground successfully and can prove it and can provide decades of data afterwards that I have done it, that is, to me, is a carbon token, right? Right, so you can think of it as a proof of work, or you can think of it as a token that has a back data, a physical token that has a physical real system that is backing it up. And that is valuable. I don't know how much you know about the carbon credit markets, but it is actually taking off, kind of. It has ups and downs. Different administration might change it a little bit, but right now you can buy a ton of carbon credits from, depending on that's the interesting part. It's not fixed. A ton of carbon, price for a ton of carbon credit is not fixed. It depends on what project and how reliable is the data of that. So you can get anywhere from, I think, $80, $90 at some point to $200 is the range. Right? And I think if we want to do a really good job, first of all, I think carbon storage subsurface is the most controllable carbon removal technology that's permanent, right? And economic, we understand it very well. So we have started working on it from many decades ago, and we understand it really well. You have a little bit of a risk of leakage, that's a given, right? But others, like using trees for carbon credits, their variability, right? Seasonal temperature gonna play a role, season's gonna play a role. So it's a lot of uncertainty there. Versus in a subsurface, you measure that ton of CO2 precise that you're putting. So it is, I think it's a little bit of a better way of doing it. And I do think if we implement these ideas, these kind of carbon credits would be the top premium carbon. Yeah.
Blockchain energy courses.
Great point. Yes, ownership is a big part. Like, let's consider, in the U.S. we have a private, you can get a mineral basically leasing, right? And having the leasing done on a blockchain is a great, example. The issue there is that it is a governmental control, right? So the government needs to buy into this first. And if they do, then yeah, of course we can do that. And I do believe there are projects, or at least I heard some interest in that area, right? Yeah, it's absolutely an interesting area. I had a couple of students in the past few years to pick that as a topic of their project during the semester too. I think that's definitely a good match. One thing though that we need to also think about is that what is blockchain good for, what is blockchain not good for? If we have an authority that is giving these leases and controlling these leases, having blockchain might not have a lot of value because there is a centralized authority anyways, right? Versus in an area that there is a collaboration between multiple entities that are not necessarily trusting each other, that's the best use case of blockchain. And that's what I think carbon management might be it, because consider you have the carbon, whoever captures the carbon is one entity, whoever transports the carbon is another entity, and who's storing the carbon is another entity, and there might be the fourth entity who is monitoring the post leakage of the carbon, and then there's the federal government. And they all have different incentives, right? Probably conflicting incentives too. That's what blockchain can do really well, because now everybody on the same ground floor, and we all agree that these are the rules of the game and this is the data. So it's very easy to manage it that way. So that's the way I think as what application would be better. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Happy to talk after this.
Thank you, Dr. Sardi. Now we'll bring up Adam Ortloff for talking about, let me get the name right, mining hardware evolution and energy consumption.
These mics? Yeah. Good. So I can move?
Yeah.
What do you want to do? You want to go like 5 after? Yeah. I mean, we'll see. No way. You guys hear me? Okay. I'm going to give a little bit different talk today. Probably one that you haven't heard before. I'm terrible with titles. I think I asked ChatGPT like 6 times what I should title this, and then I just went with my own idea. But what I want to talk about today is ultimately on the agenda. I want to talk a little bit about what Bitcoin mining is, just so people kind of have an understanding. Why hardware matters from a practical standpoint, but really from a 30,000-foot view, how hardware and technological advancement play into commodity production, why it's validating as well as an important checkbox in the reality of any social monetary tool like money or language. Why hardware can give us indications of maturity resiliency and rigidity. We'll talk about CPUs and GPUs. I'll give you guys kind of some technical information. We'll look at what other commodities look like, some future trends, and then at the end of the day, just monetary considerations. At the end of the day, this is a Bitcoin event. The topic of money is touching to every person's life. It's a top 5 concern probably with everybody in this room. And I think it's important we have an elevated discussion and we speak frankly about the current situation we're in, why Bitcoin was ever created, why it matters, ultimately what the goal is, and what we should have in our minds as we participate and interact with these ideas. And as we interact with each other around these ideas, what is it that is the end goal, what matters to all of us? So Bitcoin mining intro, we kind of talked about it in the first panel that we discussed, but people talk about Bitcoin mining as like solving complex math problems, or I've even heard of flipping proteins or folding proteins. I like to just give people a basic understanding of what these computers are doing. What they're doing is really simple and stupid. It's hashing. I even got I can show you guys what hashing looks like. So this is just, let me grab a silver. I'll drop this guy in too. So you can go on the internet and you can hash anything into Bitcoin mining that you want. It's a very basic function. It's a one-way function. And then ultimately, so this is your input. Like I can put my name. I happen to know this hash just because I've done this before. So this hash here, this is a one-way function where you type in the letters ADAM, those characters, you run that through a SHA-256 encryption. This is the outcoming hash from that input. You cannot use this hash to deduce atoms. So it's like you can't reverse this equation. I kind of think about it like making a smoothie, where if you don't have the recipe for the smoothie, to try to deduce it backwards, and figure out if it's like half a cup of salt or a quarter cup of salt, like the equation only moves one way. You can't reverse this back. So like I can do the hash function of just constantly. So this is all the computers are doing. It's throwing random inputs and seeing what the output is. And if the input and the output meet a certain criteria at a certain difficulty, that's finding a block. It's like very basic. The dumbest thing a computer can do is just randomly guess brute force. But this is important because at the end of the day, it's important that the task is menial so that competition and barrier to entry can be as open and as low as possible. So generating hashes. This proof of work principle only works because of the law of conservation of energy and how it relates to computer science. So the most basic understanding I think we can all assume and understand is a computer cannot change a 0 to a 1 or do any kind of function without at least a little bit of electricity. Like even if it's super efficient, the most efficient a computer could ever be, if you divide it by how many computational functions it did by how much energy, the energy is always non-zero, right? So you can get really, really efficient, but you cannot become infinitely efficient. Because of that reality, this law of nature, right? These physical problems are what limit human beings from being able to get an unfair advantage. So this is what makes Bitcoin mining ubiquitously fair, is that a kilowatt hour can't be cheated. Changing a 0 to a 1 isn't something you can just magically do, right? This is like hard line in the sand. Everyone is playing by the same rules simply because they're the rules that govern the universe around us. A small but important and kind of profound point. And then the magic of this all comes together with the difficulty adjustment, which for those that don't know, the way that the supply is predetermined is that as more people search for Bitcoin blocks and add computational work to the network, and blocks get found marginally faster, the network just adjusts every 2 weeks, every 2016 blocks, and makes it just difficult enough that it ought to take about 10 minutes to find a block. Because of that fact, and because this difficulty adjustment can increase infinitely upward and infinitely downward. Bitcoin as a commodity and a technology was able to handle what we'll look at here in the following slides, which is an absolutely insanely expedited and large hardware development stage, right? Over the last 15 years, the amount of investment dollars and advancements into efficiency around computational work, specifically for SHA-256, is maybe equivalent to a century or a millennia worth of gold technology in terms of gold mining production. So hardware is on the mind today. And then lastly, the most important part, I always just love to throw this in because it's the first time humanity's dealt with it. We actually have a perfectly inelastic commodity, a perfectly inelastic supply. So a commodity with a perfectly inelastic supply is, for those who took any economics classes, it's what our professors would talk about in a perfect world, in a perfectly competitive market, would only be achieved in a market where there's a perfectly inelastic supply, but that doesn't really exist. We would always use these hypotheticals, like we would talk about maybe like insulin or water, things that are perfectly inelastic humans need to survive. But now with Bitcoin, we were able to program. And so humanity has only known a perfectly inelastic commodity for 16 years. That's it, period. Right? Every other commodity, as the price goes up, the marginal supply goes up as well. Right? If the price of oil was $300 a barrel today, 4 or 5 times higher than where it is right now, the Saudis would open their taps, right? People would be able to spend more drilling a well, producing oil over the next 6 months, and so it would have a great impact on the supply. Bitcoin's the only commodity where, as the price changes, the supply does nothing different. The marginal supply is predetermined and fixed. It's weird, it's different, and I think we have a hard time even thinking about it correctly because we've never experienced it before. Here. So this is on my shirt too. This is the equation that dictates the entirety of Bitcoin's future production. There will be 32 halving events. Every 210,000 blocks, the block subsidy gets halved starting at 50. So the block subsidy was 50 Bitcoin per block, 25, 12.5, and so on. This is what Bitcoin's supply schedule looks like. This won't change. In the first decade of Bitcoin, first 20 years of Bitcoin's existence, 94+% of the supply will be released to the market. It'll take another 115, 110 years to get to where another 1.5 million Bitcoin are released. This is intentional. This is by design. This is what that supply issuance looks like. This is a really fun part. So for those of you that don't know, there might even be some Bitcoiners in this room that don't know this because it's not a very known fact, but the block subsidy of each epoch tells you exactly what percentage of the total supply will be created during the 4 years of that halving. So during the first 4 years, 50% of the supply was created. The next 4 years, 25% was created. The next 4 years, 12.5. So we're currently in an epoch where over the 4 years, 3.125% of the entire 21 million supply will be created over these 4 years. So it's like 0.76% inflation per year. Bitcoin is inflating, but it's inflating at a marginally diminishing rate. Every block that gets found, every new entrance or new release of coins is a smaller percentage than the preceding release of coins. So near perfectly inelasticity, again, just to belabor the point home, your supply line is completely vertical, whereas supply would typically be an upward sloping line where as price increases, supply increases. And so with a perfectly inelastic supply schedule, the only impact is demand, right? So all I can change is demand on any kind of microeconomic scale. And so you have incredible slippage in price growth due to this fact. It's only a one-sided part of the equation. New liquidity has to be brought to market by current participants in order to increase marginal supply. So demand is the only function that dictates price in a Bitcoin market. So as price becomes a direct function of demand, the necessary proof and faith or confidence that the blocks will be found only every 10 minutes, more or less, becomes ever more important, right? As Bitcoin's price goes up, as the value goes up, more value is now being held by this network. It's more important that you can go prove to yourself, like, hey, I have 1% of all Bitcoin in existence. I know that 200 years from now, I will still have 1% of all Bitcoin in existence. Like, who can say that about dollars today? Like, what percentage of dollars, of the total dollar supply do you own? And will it be, does it only depend upon whether you add or subtract to it? Or does the total supply change without your knowledge? These kinds of questions are what led us to trying to create, led humanity to try to create something that could be verifiably kept in check. The difficulty adjustment allows for that. That's what allows us to go from one person mining to millions of people mining in gigawatts of power. And the Bitcoin supply has barely even been impacted by such growth. The amount of Bitcoin over the future time will be impacted even less. So I made this point a little bit in the morning, but I think it's one of the ones I love to repeat. It's not often talked about. The marginally diminishing return of participating in a commodity production game with a perfectly inelastic supply is painful, like exponentially painful. And I want to talk about this as a feature because in every other commodity game, centralization is huge. Like, how many gold producers are there in the world? Not a lot. Like, how many container ship companies actually, ship goods across the Atlantic Ocean? It's like it ends up being like a handful. And that's because with every other commodity, as price and as value go up, centralization is actually incentivized. And companies can actually make more money at scale than they can when they're starting out and they're smaller. With Bitcoin mining, this is completely flipped on its head. The smaller you are, the easier it is to mine. Like, I can, with just one computer in my house to heat my home like I have for the last 6 years, the price could be zero. I think I'd still run the computers, right? So I'm incredibly inflexible to the market rate of how lucrative it is to mine Bitcoin at any given time. I'm participating for an entirely different reason, but I couldn't do that at multi-megawatt scale. I couldn't burn money like that, but I can burn like $1 a day, $2 a day in power. I can afford it. And so at small scale, miners are really flexible. They're highly rewarded for what they bring online. As they get larger, the cost to deploy barely goes down, if any, but it doesn't go down nearly as much as the marginal return. And so this is why Bitcoin mining will stay in the hands of small to medium-sized actors. I don't know what that looks like, maybe, half a megawatt to 10 megawatts, kind of like some of our awesome operators that are here in Wyoming. Not to say that if you're at 100 megawatt scale, you're bad. I just think you have a lot harder job. Like, I would not want to be the VP of, a multi-gigawatt operation. I feel like I'd be looking, I'd be pivoting to AI. I'd be looking for other ways to make money, because how do I compete with the small oil and gas operator? How do I compete with the home miner or the heat reuse? I'm in trouble. So in the grand scheme of things, I want to talk about hardware as an indication that a commodity has evolved. So if you try to think back to when gold was first kind of discovered, like, how was it discovered? Right? Like, maybe panning in a river, maybe like you got lucky enough to stumble over a gold rock. But over time, as people valued this commodity as a monetary instrument, there became a greater incentive to become more efficient at producing it. And so we evolved from like maybe panning in a river, maybe a pick and shovel and an axe, to like $50+ million bulldozer machines and billions of dollars on the outlay on doing geographical and geological studies on where you're going to mine. And so you think about all the inputs from the last 500 years of just technological development and how that impacts the commodity. If the commodity was not useful as a monetary instrument, such a technological advance would really disrupt it. Yet in both gold and Bitcoin, what we see is the ability for technological advancement in hardware to develop at an incredible pace, and yet the network's difficulty adjustment just is a matter of a couple lines of code and deals with these immense amounts of investment in practices and different uses, and the network absorbs it like it's no problem. Like it didn't disrupt the plans of this system, which you would think, no, who could foresee, 100 millions of % increase in efficiency? Satoshi Nakamoto did, right? He saw that it would just infinitely scale, and so it could actually make it to a place where it was accepted as a monetary instrument on a global scale with that much value and that much work going after trying to break the efficiency game that it put in front of us. The hardware timeline is kind of boring. It's like 2009 to 2013, there was some exciting stuff, and it's been like ASICs all the way out from there. I went and grabbed some pictures of a 2002 laptop GPU unit. FPGAs were around for I think like 6 months. But ultimately, when we talk about Bitcoin mining hardware, it's ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. These are the most efficient computational design format and hardware that we have on Earth today. The smaller you can print at, typically, the greater your electrical efficiency by a diminishing amount, but by certainly nominal gains that are worth investment. But from 2009 to 2012, if you happen to be like the less than 500 people on Earth that maybe were mining, just hopefully you held. That's all I got to say. It was a crazy time, but this is kind of the 0 to 1 moment of, hey, we can like put a pan in the river and find some gold, or we can go dynamite the mountain and find a lot of gold. This is kind of the 0 to 1 movement where people start investing in like, hey, what's a better way to do this? Is it worth the money I'm going to spend this? And a lot of people lost their ass investing at this stage. Like either they couldn't get the computer fast enough that by the time it got delivered, it wasn't really efficient enough to make up, for what they were doing. But they were all evaluating in present dollars. It's laughable now to think about it. Had they only held, no matter how much money they lost, they would have won more. But at the time, it was, you have to produce a coin for less than its market value, otherwise you're in trouble. We've gone from when we were at laptops, this was the whole network in like 2010. We were in the mega hashes. Today we're at 1 zettahash, the second from the top. What's that? 21 zeros, 21 decimal places. This is what I mean by like millions and millions of percents of growth over a 10-year period. How much more efficient have humans gotten at mining Bitcoin? Insanely. Like hard to describe how fast and how quickly we've gotten really, really efficient. It hasn't done much to the Bitcoin network. This is only in 2022, by the way. So we're just a little bit short of a zettahash on this chart. But we're looking at the top 500 supercomputers combined. The Bitcoin network, like the amount of computational work being dedicated at just hashing those functions, pales in comparison to anything we have in any kind of centralized or single entity authority on Earth, sheerly because of the economic incentive. Again, the first 8 years are just not even on the chart. And then it just barely ticks up in January of 2018. This is where like S9s are starting to get way out on the market, and we're about to get S17s, and then we haven't looked back. So again, when you consider gold, again, going from like this simple kind of a task to building these kinds of pieces of equipment to produce a commodity, does the commodity stand up to it? And what commodities have? I mean, gold is the natural resource I think I can come up with. Salt is one that is almost like universally valued, but it'd be weird to try to pay for something in salt. People would look at you funny. But I think people might take it. Like, at the same time, they might be like, this is weird, but like, yeah, I do need salt. Same kind of concept. I liken Bitcoin to a natural, I always like to say Bitcoin was discovered, not created. Like somebody was going to do this. Somebody was going to discover that you could put these pieces together. I'm glad the person that did it remained anonymous. I think they removed themselves from a nightmare of a situation, but I see it more naturally occurring than I see it as a creation of man. So again, the one thing I'm going to come back to on why Bitcoin is different is it's the perfectly inelastic supply. And I want to talk about how that impacts the future. So where we're at today, we have kind of I think we've squeezed almost all we can out of simply printing chips at smaller nanometers. I think the cost to go, we're currently at 3 nanometer, for those who don't know. I think ASIC started around like 48 nanometer. We're currently at 3 nanometer. I think getting below that is really costly. And I'm not sure the cost is going to be worth it, right? At some point, it's like you don't spend billions of dollars to develop a more profitable ASIC, because then you have to price it at this price point. And then you look out in the market and you go, why would anybody buy this? It's only 5% more efficient than the last one. And the last one is 1/3 the cost, right? Or 1/10 the cost. So at some point, those economic forces are going to lead us to where, barring that there's not some incredible discovery that breaks the laws of physics as we understand them, the efficiency of the chips is not going to change much. The hash board is not going to change much. Form factor might change a little bit. Firmware, I think, is going to be key. Taking a machine and being able to, make something 10 or 15% more efficient just by adding some software, some logic to it. That's, somebody's going to develop that, and they're going to take a piece in the middle. They know you'll give them 2% if they can prove that you get a 10% increase in your efficiency. There's a market for that, so people will build it. I think there's going to be a point where firmware, using an older version of an older machine with firmware can actually get you in a position where you're more efficient than the brand new machines. And it takes time to develop firmware, so you kind of got a head start on them as well. And then maybe their power configuration will change, because I think there's a lot of opportunity at 480 volt. So in the United States, for the most part, you'll find 480 volt to 480, 277 volt power kind of at the industrial substation level if there's transformers, much more abundant than what these computers need, which is a different voltage. And so there are some computers that let you run at this higher voltage. I think they're going to become a little bit more predominant, at least than they are today. I think there's a lot of industrial applications to that. So the actual power configuration, like what the chips can take, the kind of electricity, right, that they can take, is going to be, I think, as important as efficiency to some degree, because it can save you tons of infrastructure costs, hundreds of millions of dollars. So money, $100 million saved on a transformer, you'll pay a premium for a machine that, can step to different voltage. And I did want to talk at least a little bit about the proto. So they're changing the form factor a little bit. Like, they've gotten to a larger stack. Most miners are typically just like 3, maybe 4 hash boards. I think this has like 16 or something. We've seen like home miners, people being able to use low keyboards to run just single boards, little quiet desktop Bitcoin miners. I think this is all measurable and part of not just growing the market, but growing the overall competition. The more people participating, especially the more micro individuals that can mine regardless of the economics of it, I think only bolsters the competitive nature of the Bitcoin network. It shows that if you're doing this for money, if you're like a publicly traded company that mines Bitcoin as your thesis, like how do you compete with millions of people that just have one on their desk because they got it at Christmas and it maybe, is a tiny bit of power. Like they don't even realize they're losing 20 cents a day. It's a tough mountain to climb. Lastly, I always want to touch on energy abundance. So this chart shows these are countries, and on the vertical axis, it's the amount of electricity that each person, or the amount of electricity that country consumes, and then it's per capita. And then on the bottom is the GDP per capita of a company, or of a country. So what you'll notice is there are no countries where individuals consume insane amounts of energy, and yet they don't have any money. Their GDP is low. There's none. And conversely, there's no such thing as a financially wealthy nation that consumes tiny amounts of energy. So every wealthy nation and every human being that is on a per GDP capita within that nation will always have a correlating consumption of energy on a yearly basis. The point here is that with energy consumption, with an increase in energy consumption comes an increase in wealth and an increase in quality of life. Right? I mean, you can understand why, because once you have economic power, you can have economic, wastewater treatment plants, and you can have economic infrastructure and manufacturing and jobs, and you can bolster economic activity simply through the sheer incentives that get laid out from a base power standpoint. Right? There's a lot of processes and an opportunity that relies solely on how cheaply can I electrify my business. This chart shows it's impossible to be wealthy without consuming a lot of energy. So I always like to say we should celebrate our energy consumption. Those who ask you to reduce your energy consumption, they're asking you to impoverish yourself. They're asking you to decrease your own quality of life. Refute them. Even laugh at them. Celebrate your energy consumption. It's the reason quality of life is so great today. It's the reason a lot of people are here, right? Even just 150 years ago, a woman on average had to have 7 kids just to have 5 make it past the age of 10. That's like 3 generations away. So we should celebrate our energy consumption. Don't excuse it. Don't carbon free it. Don't clean it. Okay, there's no clean energy if all energy consumption uplifts our quality of life. I think there's being stewardly and not, but let us not moralize the energy consumption. Let us just celebrate it and do that which incentivizes us and rewards us the most. So I want you to think about your energy consumption. I want to think about the way you travel. Does anybody even know what this is? Can somebody shout it out? Okay, thank you. I'm glad people knew. I was like, somebody's going to think this is like some kind of musical instrument. Like, what is this guy? Right. But think about if you were in Laramie, Wyoming, 100 plus years ago, like this little red dot is like the market you get to operate in. Like you want to buy wood, food, anything, you want to sell something, you get to do it in that circle. Otherwise, get on your horse and spend days and days and days just getting to another market. I want you to honestly think about who here lives in Laramie? It's like maybe half the room, maybe a little bit less than half. So 60+% of the people here, we probably combusted fuel to get here, right? Think about the amount of energy that went into the vehicle you even drove, the clothes you're wearing, that maybe they were delivered next day, but they maybe came from halfway around the world. Like think about the amount of energy that went into that, into your dog food, into those rubber bands you had to get tomorrow on Amazon Prime. The only reason that's economic is because we have an absolute surplus of energy production. So it's not super costly. That will only continue to be the case if we embrace and celebrate energy production. Otherwise, we're gonna kick ourselves right in the teeth. Life's gonna get harder, but we're gonna be able to, virtue signal more about it. Today, I think about, again, these container ships, jets. What did it take 120 years ago to go 3,000 miles? Like today, it can be a joke. Just as simple as running your washing machine, spending a day doing laundry. versus today it's like you press a button, it's electrified, it's super simple. I think about why your life is amazing because of energy. I'm not sure, I always love to show these. So these are actual engines. If you can't tell, that's a truck pulling it. These are the engines that power these container ships that bring your Amazon Prime across the ocean. Because no captain in his right mind would do this with wind, right? Nobody would carry $500 million of cargo without charging an amount the market wouldn't tolerate, without a reliable form of power generation. Because with enough power, you can push $500 million of goods through the craziest weather and waves in the world, and it's like no problem. It's like you can do it with like a 98, 99% success rate over 30 years. That's purely a result of energy production. Doesn't happen without petroleum, doesn't happen without people drilling 6,000 and 7,000 feet below our feet and finding that which is useful. So we know energy production and energy consumption is what increases quality of life and human flourishing. Really what we're saying is that energy is the currency of the universe. Heat energy over time. Right? How valuable would your stock portfolio be if the sun burned out? What would that do to your MicroStrategy shares? Okay? Heat energy over time is the currency of this universe. We also call it food. It's what gives us energy. It's what allows us to be here and create electricity in our brains. We should have a monetary instrument that is closely tethered to energy. Its rules can't be bent. At least they can't be cheated. They can't be unfairly gamed. You know, you cannot bail out the laws of physics. Right? There's no overdraft protection on the laws of thermodynamics. No deposit insurance requirement required for the joule or the watt or the kilowatt hour. And it's impossible to discount the value of a system of rules that nobody gets to break. In this world today, I think about like what kind of monetary system do you want? Do you want one that uses its threat of physical violence to create value for its currency, that it creates at no cost? If you can create money at no cost, if I had a money printer, wouldn't that just suck for you guys? Like I'd rob y'all. I just print some money. I want this. I just press the button. I just get it. It's kind of funny, but we're living in a world, in an economic system today where there are special people that get to just do that. They create money at no cost. They swindle futurity. They swindle their ancestors. When really they're swindling so hard, they're swindling themselves 5 years from now. But every time that they create money at no cost, they hurt you. They debase your salary. They debase your savings. They're stealing from you. Now, the thing is, they're stealing from the rest of the people in the world more. So we don't really feel like we're getting that much stolen from us. We actually maybe feel blessed to be where we have a strong currency. The currency sucks. Okay, it's just stronger than all the other ones that suck. I think about how I would so much prefer to operate in an economic system where I know everybody is playing by the same rules, that you actually have to bring value and create value for the other participants in order to be able to gain any for yourself. So what kind of money do you prefer? Is your money fair? Do you have equal opportunity to produce it? Can you guys produce dollars? What's your cost of the dollar production? How much does it cost you to produce a dollar? You don't even get to participate. You know, how does your money travel through time and space? It might travel through space really well. I bet it travels through time like shit. I bet it's like from the beginning to the end of my presentation, I would bet at least $100, maybe $200 million in what just the U.S. debt has gone up just in that time. We're talking about interest on money that was created at no cost years ago. Is your money dense? Is it hard? Is it worthwhile? And most importantly, is it even a commodity? Can you compare it to cinnamon or salt or gold or silver? we have a unique opportunity in front of us. We have the opportunity to non-violently, amazingly, we can actually revolt against this system of theft without taking up arms. That's unique. Most times, if you wanted to revolt in any sense of the word, in the history of humanity, it involved violence. We can do it potentially non-violently. I prefer that. Your simple microeconomic decisions are what dictate the whole. In the same way that, it's like one vote doesn't matter, but then we all end up choosing somebody based upon the vote. So it's like at some point, your participation in your own economic life and with those around you, these ideas, think about, I think, the ethical foundation of that which you're participating in, right? It's really hard to get away from those who can create money at no cost, but staying away from them is easier. And so I'd at least encourage many people to take the opportunity to opt out and think about what kind of level of fairness, what kind of message we're sending to the whole of all participants when we don't challenge a system that is so inherently flawed, that benefits so many special, whether they're elected or appointed people in positions of power, while neglecting everyone else that participates in the same market. At what point is it so bad that it's worth your voice to say, like, this is just wrong, right? This isn't fair. So I would like to offer you all to consider opting out. It'll probably be in your own best interest. Like, the altruistic aspect of it is great. It'll probably end up benefiting you the most. I think that's naturally the case. But I'd say consider what world we want to leave to the next generations. Do we want to have lived and died in a slave system that's completely unfair without at least even trying to speak up about it? And so lastly, you guys can actually ask me questions. I was just kidding. Yeah. What's puzzling about it? Oh, so Bitcoin are denominated down to the 8th decimal place. So 100 millionth of a Bitcoin is what's called a Satoshi. It's a single. Well, no, it's just in terms of quantity, like fractions of coins is not a concern. Yeah, it's even beyond like I said, it's the 8th decimal place. So, if you have one coin, you have 1.000000000 coins. That's the way we look at it. Yeah. Okay. On the grid, absolutely. On the grid, absolutely. But they are different consumers. So the AI consumer wants the ability to have incredibly high or low latency, high speed connection. Internet connection is very important. But reliability and long-term power contracts are that's AI. They don't want to curtail. They don't want to shut off their computers, right? They can't shut off in the middle of a train. Like, they could screw up 45 days of power costs, right? So, depending on what they're training for, obviously. But on the grid, because they're going to be able to, I think in the short term, they're going to be able to market these AI solutions at crazy rates. So they're going to be willing to pay any power costs. So they're going to just price out the Bitcoin miner. Like, a Bitcoin miner is like, I am willing to pay this amount. I am not willing to pay this amount. There's this fine line. Everybody draws it for themselves. But the AI I see right now, they're like, if I was negotiating, if I had an AI company come to me and was trying to buy power, I would just keep coming back to them and raising the price. And I think they just say yes every time. Because they're chasing this, this general intelligence. I think it's a little bit of a pipe dream, but regardless, they're doing it. Bitcoin mining will just go upstream. It'll go upstream actually and a little bit downstream, but most of it will go upstream, right? It'll go behind the meter, like into the oil field. It'll go to the hydroelectric facility. Certainly it'll go to the wind and solar as they're much more inefficient at getting power down market, efficiently, because the intermittent generation is just naturally inefficient. But they'll just move up, and then when they can't move up enough and they can't find enough margin there, then they'll go to heat reuse. Right? I mean, if you can offset a liability, you can be great on the margin, right? You can even mine at a loss. You can spend $10 only to make $9, but the investment saved you, $500,000 a year on heating costs. So, yeah, it's just going to gravitate. But then I think it'll come back, because I think a lot of those AI guys they'll drop out. They're going to run out of cash to keep training these things, and I think a lot of them will fail, and so then there will be oversupply. And the Bitcoin miners are like, that's what's great about the Bitcoin miners. They're so flexible, and they travel. So Bitcoin miners seek out economic power, and so they just go fill in the gaps. Just anywhere technology cracks in the market, just in the energy power markets, Bitcoin miners just kind of like come in and fill. They're the super glue, bring it back together. And then, when things bolster back, they leave. Like, they shut down. Yeah. As long as, how long would you, what would you do to not give up a money printer? I'd do a lot. Yeah. Well, I don't know, but we're the minority, I think, in the United States. I think you find in the world, these concepts are really a lot more common, because they're dealing with currency issues all the time. Now, their baseline is the dollar. Understanding the basic concept of monetary creation, right? Monetary expansion and debasement is theft, right? It's just a second order magnitude theft. Is not actually it's an uncommon idea in the United States. It's not uncommon worldwide. So I think maybe, like in the US, most consumers, I have no idea. I can't believe I've been doing this for 7 or 8 years. I just can't believe it. I think that I have the same conversations I had in 2018 today. It's still so early. A little bit like distractingly so. I don't know how long it'll stay early. Well, yeah, if I was in the United States, think about how, it's one thing to be a person and have your government just create money at no cost and debase you. Imagine being like Russia. Well, how does the U.S. sanction Russia? They leverage their control over the dollar. Here in this world, if you want to sell energy on the global market like oil, you have to settle in dollars. Why is that? Because the United States knew that if you have to settle in dollars trading energy, they could sanction and control almost anybody they wanted to. And so the dollar is, while it's inherent, it's a scam from the perspective of it, they get to create it at no cost and they have no limit. There's massive advantages to the fiat system for most of us. Are those ethical advantages? I didn't get much of a say in the matter. But I think a better system would be a money that no government can create at no cost. Right? Imagine that. Imagine if countries had to trade not based upon their potential, their debt from printing all this money versus but it was simply a matter of resources, right? Bitcoin's just another resource that countries leverage in their trade game. What does the world look like? Does it look more fair? When there's a cost to war, right? Like right now, if you can create money at no cost, the war isn't costly. like you can just send the money to Raytheon and missiles just fly. And so at least if we're going to go to war, if we're going to create violence in this world, I think it should cost us something. It shouldn't be costless for someone. That sounds like a scary world. So, I think there's just a basis of pushing the rules somewhere that nobody can control them or break them in all facets of life, and it starts with money. Yeah. So really good. That's a question above my pay grade, but I'll answer it anyway. It sucks. I think I would love to see more of these treasury companies sign addresses. Now, it's also in this day and age is kind of funny. So for those that don't know, the thing about Bitcoin that's really cool is you can prove to anybody in the world, like beyond any doubt, like I could show you that I have this much money, right? Because if I'm in control of the private keys of an address, I can go like sign something. So you could like tell me a word, I could go out there and sign it attached to my address, and then you could look at that address and see how many Bitcoin are in it. So like I could do a credit check in like 2 seconds, right? The problem with this, so like some country or companies that held Bitcoin decided to do this, which I think is a great thing. Like prove that you're not like rehypothecating, I'm sorry. And then this company did it. And then what did Bitcoiners do? They grabbed the address and they like sent them like $50 and like screwed up their accounting. Like a bunch of people did. They like sent like $20 and $30, and that's all. They're like, crap. Now if we post our address, we get trolled by people that just want to send $10 just to change the treasury, right? And so there's these weird negative externalities, but at the end of the day, these companies getting away with just keeping it all internal. I don't know. I mean, like I don't even think they're reported to, like if they're a public company, I don't think they have to file. Like they certainly don't have to prove the address. They just can say that we have this much Bitcoin. It might be held with Coinbase and they have an IOU, right? But that's only can work on the margin, and it can only work. There's so much risk with it. So the reason why I say it sucks, and I think it does, it's a really good question, is does it increase the supply by creating like paper Bitcoin? Yeah, I think 100% it does. Does it have a huge impact on the price? Not really, probably not. And here's the thing: the more of an impact it has on the price, like the more of a percentage of the total market that becomes, the greater the risk and the more likely it's going to blow up. So I think what we'll just see is like we'll see weird price action in Bitcoin where we might see. I think we're never a day away from Coinbase, locking everything. And I'm serious. I mean, like, it's all that changes is one email, right? You get an email like, oh, everything's frozen, you can't log in. So two things need to happen to really solve. People need to take possession of their own coins, right? Stop letting. By the way, if you don't want to hold your own coins, you can send them to me. I'll hold them for you. I've got a great reputation. I'll give you 1% interest. Like these companies are doing that for. I mean, it's funny when I say it, but they say it, and everybody keeps their stuff on Coinbase for 0%. It's bizarre to me. I mean, the world is. Again, it's these microeconomic decisions that people I don't think they don't understand the true implication of the position they're in. I mean, I know there's boomers out there that probably have more than $1 million on Coinbase. They don't even know that they can take sovereign custody of it, right? Because they have no idea what that looks like. It's probably going to take a lot to learn. They just trust somebody with like over $1 million, and I'm the kind of person that's like, well, I would just go learn it. Like I wouldn't make like learning it is not that big of a hill to climb. If the other side is I have to trust some random company with over $1 million of my wealth, but apparently boomers are just against this side. They're afraid of it for whatever reason, for the most part. I mean, I've seen the stats. I think it was like, something over the nature of 25-30% of Bitcoin likely held by those age 50, 55 and older, and like 99% of that is custody by somebody else. So take control of it. And then the second one is starve these companies of their yield and rehypothecation games. Like just don't participate. Don't participate in the reckless gambling. Don't give somebody, again, like if you want to give your Bitcoin to somebody for 5%, give it to me. I will give you 5% yield all day. I'll just keep an Excel. All they do too is they just keep like an Excel spreadsheet of what they owe people and what they have. And then hopefully they can pay you back when you come withdraw. So, take custody of your Bitcoin starts with, I want to live in a better world. I think that has a serious correlation with how money is chosen by humanity and the downstream effects of that. Because I think once you can understand the basic binary option you have, learning about Bitcoin isn't the scary thing. The scary thing is not. The scary thing is just accepting, a system where we're like 37 trillion in debt. Nobody knows, nobody has any answer to how that will ever be paid back. Thomas Jefferson famously said that it was swindling futurity. You're swindling your ancestors for your own consumption today. I think we push a better system and we'll find a better world. So that's where I'll leave it. Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody. Yeah, we'll break for the lunch, and if you just go to your right, it'll be in the other room. But yeah, that was a great presentation by Adam. I know I'm certainly motivated. I think we'll try to get back here at 1:15. We'll push it back a little bit. Get you guys some food.
What'd you end up winning?
All right, everybody, we're gonna get going on the afternoon session here. So we're gonna bring up Tyler Stevens and Cody Harris to talk about hash rate heating.
Hello? Ooh, I'm good.
Check. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, welcome everyone. Thanks for having us, Matt. It's great to be back up here in Wyoming. You're a native.
Yeah, I'm a native. I grew up in Star Valley. It's almost Idaho, but proudly Wyoming. So yeah, good to be over here talking to you guys.
Yeah, so I think we're going to talk a little bit about hash rate heating, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a little bit different than what Matt talked about earlier with Bitcoin mining heat reuse at scale. How I like to think about it is the Bitcoin mining operations that are the more business-focused operations mining Bitcoin for profit, and then they offload that heat as another revenue stream. They are mining full-time. They're not changing kind of that demand. Whereas hash rate heating and what Cody and I are particularly interested in is integrating Bitcoin miners into heating applications for residential, small commercial, small business applications where if you're not heating, you're not mining because the miner is the heater and nothing more. So you want to give a little intro about yourself and then?
Yeah. I grew up in Star Valley. I just recently, a couple years ago, moved back to Lander, so I'm living in Wyoming now. And I've heated my house now for, I think this will be my 4th winter heating it with Bitcoin miners. And now I've moved houses, and that current house that I'm in was built from the ground up to be, designed to heat in this way. And it works really well. Like what I've had is basically no power bill for the last two winters, and this year I'll have a higher power bill. Rocky Mountain Power just raised rates, but so I'm also now installing these systems in other people's homes. So I've got 2 other homes now that will be in Fremont County heating this way as well. And as Tyler and I will get into, this won't work everywhere, but it does work in some instances, and it saves people money. So.
And I'm Tyler, if you're unfamiliar. I am the author of Bitcoin Mining Heat Reuse, so I kind of fell down this rabbit hole, the niche of the niche of the niche, Bitcoin mining heating. And so I've been super passionate about this. I ultimately started a company myself in Denver. I'm from Denver, Colorado, Exergy, and we do similar sizing installations for residential, small commercial applications of Bitcoin mining heating systems. But yeah, where should we start, Cody?
Let me just go over. So.
Give the thesis? Or?
Yeah, let's give the thesis. So why this works, if you think of anybody that's heating with electricity, you're putting in X amount of electrons, you're getting X amount of heat out. We're doing the exact same thing with Bitcoin miners, right? These aren't any less efficient than electric baseboard heaters. Or for instance, I was on the ride in on the shuttle today. There is a little timer clock with some electric heaters in those, the little like covered areas for the shuttle buses. Those could be Bitcoin miners, and they would produce the same amount of heat for the same amount of electricity input. It's just that on our side, we end up getting this, rebate or, money back. Basically, we're doing 2 things at once. We're heating and we're mining Bitcoin. So it ends up much cheaper way to produce heat than just resistive electric heat.
I think we should lean into this. So rebate being the key word. A Bitcoin mining operation is trying to mine Bitcoin for profit. They have expenses, they have overhead, they have bills to pay. If it's a large publicly traded company, they have a lot to deal with. Whereas we don't have those issues. We have other challenges that we'll talk about here. Trying to get these things to behave like heating systems is mainly the blunt of it. But it's a rebate in the sense that if you have electric resistive heat, which many people have, baseboards here in the great state of Wyoming, it's a rebate to that sunk cost that you're going to spend anyway. So there's no question about, is this profitable? Is this worth it? When is the miner obsolete? We can kind of serve as the retirement home for these older machines that are less efficient. And when people get concerned about the mining networks, the rewards are dipping, when are miners going to shut off? Hash rate heaters don't have that worry.
Yeah, because you were already going to use this electricity in the first place. There's no question of, does it make sense? It just does make sense. If you were going to use resistive heat, you should be mining Bitcoin with it. And Wyoming in specific, this doesn't work. Our biggest competitor with trying to heat with Bitcoin miners is natural gas. Natural gas is very, very, very cheap. I mean, it really doesn't make sense to do anything but heat with natural gas if you have access to natural gas. Wyoming has an enormous amount of people living in places that do not have access to natural gas. We don't live, like, we don't have big cities here. A lot of people live rural. I live rural, and tons of people do. Most of our like medium-sized cities do have natural gas, centralized natural gas, but everybody living in the country is on either propane or electricity or wood. And if you want to suffer through wood, be my guest. But propane is the only other. Propane and electric are the only real like options, and propane and electric are almost at parity even without hash rate heat. So maybe propane's a little bit cheaper and these things move around, but with hash rate heat, I'm like the installs that I'm doing right now, we're coming in 30 to 40% less operational costs than propane. So, this does work for Wyoming in particular. And with our really long, heating season, we are the coldest state in the lower 48 on a year-round basis. So that long heating season helps pay these machines off faster, and it just makes it that much more sensible to be doing this here. And with our rural population, as well as being high altitude, it keeps, and having ultra deep lows. Like one struggle is competing against heat pumps, right? So heat pumps work great in places like Washington, where you have a very mild winter, where it's 35 to 45 or something all winter long. But here we get negative 25. Those things just don't work, and with the altitude, that compounds that problem. Really, Wyoming it's a great place for this kind of heat. So.
Yeah, so if you identified there from Cody's remarks, the target market is rural, so no access to natural gas infrastructure, because natural gas is like the equivalent of 2 cents per kilowatt hour on a dollar per energy basis. It's so freaking cheap. Rural, cold, long heating season, you're a great fit. The internet concern is actually not a big deal with the likes of Starlink and things like that are coming out. The packet size, the actual network bandwidth is small. It's not intensive. And then the heat pump question, that is a lot of FUD that I get as well, is, well, what about heat pumps? And I often remind people, yes, heat pumps are more efficient, but they don't actually generate heat. They move heat from the outside in, just like an air conditioner works in the opposite, in reverse. And if it's really freaking cold outside, then there's no heat in that air to move back inside. So I always tell people, it is pretty nice to be able to make heat too. You don't want to just be able to move it around. You probably want a backup plan to be able to make some heat if you need it. Where should we go with this next? Some challenges we face. How do you do it? How much can you save? You teased a little bit the 30-40% savings. The ROI on these things are quick.
Yeah, I mean, like Tyler alluded to or mentioned earlier, we're using usually old machines. That's one way this works. If we had to buy brand new machines, we only use them for 9 months a year, and even then they're cycling on and off a bit, so you're not getting full runtime. So it's just generally does not pencil out to buy brand new machines. So we're using machines that come out of industrial mining situations, and frankly, the reliability is shockingly good. I have had almost no failures of machines from these, and they look horrible. Like they're often full of bugs, and they don't look great, but they just keep running, and they're cheap. But so generally, like right now, we just had a power increase. We're paying something like, I think it's like 13 cents a kilowatt hour in Fremont County on Rocky Mountain Power. And these machines essentially take 6 cents out of that. They cut out 6 to 7 cents out of that. So you're now down to, 7 cents per kilowatt hour, which is cheaper than propane, by several cents at the very least. And it is hard to predict exactly what's going on. It's hard to predict the price of propane also. That moves as well as predicting how much Bitcoin can be mined. But generally, Bitcoin just becomes harder and harder to mine every year. It does not seem to be going in a bullish direction as far as profits. And that's why I think these situations make so much sense long term, is that we have a buyer, or we have a use case that people are going to use at almost, even if it's only saving you 2 or 3 cents a kilowatt hour with these old machines, it still probably makes sense to do it.
One of the reasons I'm so excited about actually doing this in small homes at the residential and small commercial scale is not just because you can save some money and you can bring Bitcoin mining back home, but it's actually the first time this is fundamentally possible. So you could, back in the day, enter your desktop computer in gene folding at home, and you could get Visa credit cards or gift cards or whatever. That's what I would call monetized computing. You're putting electricity in, that's your energy. You're putting information in, that's your computing power. You're getting money and heat out. Bitcoin Miner does the same thing, but it's the first time that it's automated. It's a protocol. So as soon as you boot it up, it starts doing that. You don't have to give it your banking information, opt into some gene folding program at a university. And then the real breakthrough too is, well, you could say, I can do heat recapture from compute with Grok or ChatGPT or these large data centers. And that is true, you can. Bitcoin's the first time you can like shatter this into a million pieces. You can't put half or 1/100th of an AI cluster in your water heater, but you can with a Bitcoin miner. You can shatter it into any size, and the rewards and the heat generated are always proportional to that chunk, which is really cool, and that's why it's so exciting to me.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting aspect of it. I think also, being able to heat our houses here in Wyoming, we have these miners that don't produce a great amount of heat there. This is a lower grade heat. This is not, we can't boil water with this heat. So it does work well in homes. We're not trying to boil water or do big industrial processes where all we can do is preheat. I mean, these can be a complete system. And a lot of this is still developing. And we can get into the struggles that we face, but it does work quite nicely when all you need, like a lot of the house installs that I do are hydronic floors. So it's, liquid tubes running through the floors. And all I need to get to is 103 degrees fluid temp, which works great with miners. This is an operating temperature where they're quite efficient, and they do a great job at this temp. So, I think this has legs to go in Wyoming. I think integrating into different systems is one of the struggles that we have. Hydronic is very easy to integrate with, but air-cooled, like forced air systems, and there still isn't a great solution for baseboard heat, which I know a lot of Wyoming is on baseboard heat. I think if someone can crack that, crack the code on that and find a direct swap out replacement for these, high wattage baseboard heaters, the hash rate of Wyoming would go through the roof. Because where I grew up, everybody was heating with baseboard heat.
Yeah, so we're getting into some of the challenges we face, which I definitely want to get into, but I just want to double click on the size of the potential here. And Matt also mentioned this in his talk at the larger scale side of things. The heating market is enormous. Roughly half of the world's energy is used for heating, which is crazy. And then this low-grade heat, comfort heat, space, water heating, not boiling or industrial processes is like just under another half of that. So nearly 25% of global energy is in the ballpark of Bitcoin miner heating output temperatures, which is crazy. I tell this fun stat. Cody was telling me he's bearish on this stat, but 1% of comfort heating is more than 1 zettahash per second of mining power. So 1% of the heating market could double the Bitcoin mining network as a whole. Now, I know not all of that is propane. A lot of it's natural gas. But I'm pretty sure more than that is resistive heat, which is the same cost to run.
I agree. The one thing
so you're wrong.
The one I don't want people to leave this talk thinking is this is going to take over heating everywhere. I don't think that's the case. And unless politicians or individuals decide that we need to decarbonize completely now, I think
that works in Denver. That argument.
Yeah, right. So Denver or LA or something. Natural gas is just an excellent heat source, and I don't think we can really compete with that, to be honest. But that doesn't mean there isn't an enormous amount of heat. I think 1% is probably realistic. You've got all these northern climates, like Canada uses an enormous amount of resistive heat. So I do think there is a huge market for that.
And I've been trying to expand my thesis on how I think this benefits people. Perhaps you might already have natural gas, and you say, this is pretty cool, how can it help me? And I think this is a long time horizon away. But imagine a future where your home is like a hybrid car and you have multiple energy sources, multiple heating sources, natural gas, hash rate heat, you have solar. Your Bitcoin miner can also just dump the heat outside and monetize free energy. Don't send it back to the grid for pennies on the dollar. What I'm describing is like this sovereign smart home where you have multiple inputs of energy, multiple heating options, and some black box that's deciding when to do what to keep the most money in your pocket. I do think the Bitcoin miner, this little black box, will be a tool in the energy stack up of the home of the future, where people have batteries, solars, a Bitcoin miner. Maybe you're not connected to the grid. You have this unit of last resort that will just eat the power. You don't have to send it back to the utility. So that's some angle for how you could integrate it into a natural gas home and still save people a buck. But I want to get into some of the challenges we face. Now, shout out to Matt. I've noticed you've asked this of every miner sitting up here today. What are you paying attention to in terms of open source, firmware changes, what excites you. And sorry, I love all the other miners. No one feels the pain. They say nothing. It was dead silent. They deflected. They answered different questions. And I think that's because, and I don't blame them, they're not trying to get a Bitcoin miner to talk to their Google Nest thermostat. They're not trying to get a Bitcoin miner to dial back 3% power so that it drops from 72 degrees in my house to 71 degrees. They're not trying to do any of this. And so if you're just plugging in an industrial shoebox machine, it runs full power, they work great for that. But they don't work great for what we're trying to do. So let's get into it.
Yeah, the struggles are very real. You know, these miners, many of you probably know, I'll just go over it anyway. They're very loud generally. If you're running air-cooled miners, they're unbearably loud. Like you wouldn't even really want to heat a garage with these things because they just scream out there. And then the control interfaces are horrible. Like the production, these companies making these miners just don't care about anything that isn't just gigantic warehouses out in fields that are cranking, you know, enormous amounts of electricity. So we are working, you know, it's quite an uphill battle to try and integrate these things into a residential, like domestic, you know, use case. So we've had to do there is just a lot of tinkering and a lot of people out there working on these things. But we are able to tame them to some extent. And I think, you know, hopefully in the future with, you know, these new companies coming online, they'll make it easier for us. But for now, in the real world, like we are still having to sort of like wrestle these machines into homes. And generally with the noise situation, like what I'm doing, the miners are immersed, so they are completely silent. Like the noise is completely mitigated for the situations that I'm using. But what I'm doing is you know, hydronic floors, which not everybody has. So in the future, hopefully we can get to the point where it is simpler to integrate into like forced air systems, which a lot of people have forced air. But yeah, it is hard to work with these machines, and it's a slow grind, but we are making progress.
So the long story short of why it's difficult, because you might say, well, Bitcoin's open source, just fork it or build your own thing and hack it, make your own system. Why can't you do this? That seems trivial. Adam gave a great walkthrough of the history of the Bitcoin mining hardware machines. So from CPUs to GPUs to FPGAs to ASICs. And these ASIC chips cost hundreds of millions of dollars to design and manufacture. You have to have hundreds of millions of dollars to even get in line at Samsung or TSMC. You can't just have an ASIC chip made. These companies that have a monopoly on the ASIC chip manufacturing, they refuse to sell the chips in anything that's not their shoebox with their closed source firmware. So it's like saying if Intel only sold you Intel laptops and no one else could make laptops. Or if a company that made engines didn't put engines in other cars. That's another analogy for some mechanical-minded folks. And so there's literally people desoldering these chips, reverse engineering these systems that have no documentation, that are Chinese companies, so you can't even really talk to them in terms of understanding how the system works, hacking it. This is a shout out to the group called Open Source Miners United. There's a couple bit axes. Our friend Scott designed that. That's all the blunt legwork that they're doing to make this possible, and how it goes from that to new systems in the future is we need an open source mining stack. So the firmware needs to be a Linux-based mining stack that people can contribute to. They can do pull requests. It's on GitHub. You can audit it. You can verify it. The control board is really what's important to Cody and I to get it to talk to other gadgets in the house, right? You need to actually be able to control this thing, make it work well with your thermostat. The hash boards, that's actually the electric resistive element. That's your heating element, so to speak. And then the mining pool as well. So all of that work is being done. It's very exciting. Shout out to the 256 Foundation. They're a 501c3 nonprofit out of Nashville that is issuing grants and bounties to solve these things, and they've made great progress. Those should be releasing end of this year. So that's kind of the long story. It's a big narrative of we're not just cursing with our fist in the air of why it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show like where this potential is. Like right now, this is very small and it's very difficult because we are battling with these manufacturers and we're trying to work around their like machines that are not designed to do what we're trying to make them do. But imagine all of these problems starting to like slowly go away, how much easier it will be to implement and create machines that can go directly in people's homes. I think like it may still be a few years out, but in 2 or 3 years, maybe you're going to be able to buy products that are good and that can just be plugged right in instead of having to like go through these hacky ways to make them work. And they're working now. Like I'm installing them now, even with all this burden of all these problems and like having to use very rudimentary controls to to modulate the amount of electricity and the amount of heat that these, electric boilers that I'm basically building are producing. I'm able to do it now, and I'm not, a computer scientist or anything. I'm basically like a construction worker, and I'm making this work. So in a few years, when this does, simplify, I think that this will become very common in Wyoming. And some spots, some little target spots in Wyoming. Star Valley, where I'm from, there's basically no natural gas. Everyone's on propane and electric. Electric 7 cents a kilowatt hour. It's an amazing place. The whole place should be running on hash rate heat. Teton Valley in Idaho, Teton Valley in Wyoming, same thing. There's basically no natural gas. There's a lot of Wyoming out there with no natural gas that could be hash rate heating. So, yeah, I'm pretty optimistic, pretty bullish on hash rate heating in Wyoming. The rest of the country, Kentucky, no.
There's
not.
a good fit in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado too. There's a lot of people on propane. They're really well suited to benefit. I'm talking, this system pays itself off in under 2 years.
Yeah.
And then your heat is free. Sometimes even more than free. There are folks getting paid a profit to heat.
Yeah, and in my case, the electric, digital boiler, if you will, that I'm using would basically be replacing something like a propane boiler, which are very common off the shelf hydronic things. And I can basically produce this boiler that I'm using for roughly the same price. So your upfront cost is also no greater than going with the propane alternative, and I've got somewhere between 30 and 60% savings in operational costs going forward. So, yeah, it can work.
I'd like to paint a little picture of actually selecting the systems, work that you and I both do, and the sizing we were talking about in the other room. So what I found interesting, and Cody and I kind of came to the same conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you find anyone's heating system in their utility closet, they say, hey, it's got some number on it, says it's this efficient, whatever, how many BTUs. I converted that into miners, and that says I need 20 Bitcoin miners to heat my house. And the answer is that system was designed for the coldest hour of the past 20 years. And it's way overkill. It's way oversized. And they do that for liability. And at the end of the day, it doesn't cost that much more to upsize it, because to get more heat, you just burn more gas. And if you need less heat, you burn less gas. But with hash rate heating, the heating elements are these very expensive chips, the ASIC chips, that cost a lot to design and produce. And so you don't want to oversize it and have machines that aren't running. It also kills your payback, right?
Yeah.
And so what we try to do is actually size for base load, this uptime, trying to almost mirror a mining operation where we get the most amount of Bitcoin and the most amount of our machines running as it makes sense and fit to our heating load. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, no, that is exactly true. Yeah, normally, so in a house, you would have these, the houses that I'm putting furnaces in, they would be replaced with a 50 or 80,000 BTU, natural gas or propane heater. What I'm putting in is only 25,000 BTU equivalent. But I'm sizing these to run, in the coldest days, I'm sizing these things to run nonstop. And these guys that are installing gas heaters are often oversizing things because it isn't really more expensive for them to go to a larger unit. A 50,000 BTU furnace versus 80,000. The price jump is it's not a lot. So it's just well, why not throw a bigger one in? It's sure. But with us, it is more expensive to run more miners. So yeah, we're trying to run these in opposition to what they do. We're trying to run ours as long as possible. I want these miners on as much as possible. I don't want, if you're in a forced air house, you hear your furnace kick on, you hear it kick off. It happens all the time. They don't, in opposition to that, my boilers are running as high uptime as possible. I want those things on all the time. So yeah, we are sort of sizing differently and in a different way.
Well, it leads to more comfort as well, because you have less swings with the bang, on, off, low duty cycle. I mean, if you have a more continuous heat load that can dynamically adjust itself a little bit, which there are some hack workarounds for these Chinese miners to make them do that to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
It is literally more comfortable, better performant heat.
Yeah, it's closer to human temp. It's closer to the heat that's coming off the machine is also closer to what we want, rather than having these
scorched air.
Yeah, scorched air, super hot air that then gets diluted and pumped out through the house. You're just starting with lower temp air, so it is, it runs more often, but it is closer to the temp you're trying to achieve. Yeah, do you want to open it up for some questions?
Please, yeah. Any questions?
Yeah. So I'm shooting for like 103 degrees Fahrenheit. Yep. Yeah, I think like I'm not a hydronic expert, but I know in the past with like oil boilers in the east, they used to run hotter, like 115, but I think generally now they're dropping that down to like 103 or something, right around 102 to 103. And it works great. I think it's really good for the miners. They're not that hot. We're not overheating miners, which is great. And you're still getting a quite performant like hydronic floor. So.
It can get pretty hot. It's quite impressive. I have a hydro system, so it literally just looks like a little boiler and water runs through the miner, heat exchanger, and then our floor loop. And the miner can get up to 170 degree water outlet temp. So we have to get a mixing valve, dial it back a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, other questions?
Curtis.
Meeting with legislation, they have a select committee, meeting, there could be legislators in the room. You think of heat repurpose, my background is construction, residential construction code, really complex. Are you guys running into anything legislative that the state of Wyoming could perhaps help with? They could, solve a problem, anything for that potential?
This is an excellent question. I forgot to mention this. This is another reason why Wyoming is so excellent. Fremont County does not have a residential building code. So no, we don't have any problems with this kind of stuff. So if you want to help us, just be more like Fremont County and stop, pestering us with your residential building codes and let us build what we want.
I'm in the opposite position with a project
Yeah.
in Boulder County.
But to answer your question long term, Tyler, you can probably go further on this. I don't know what to tell you. Like I bet in Teton County in Wyoming, you'd probably just get shut down. They'd probably be like, you can't do this because it's not UL certified or it's not whatever. I mean, these systems are very, very, very safe. I've never heard of a miner catching fire in any situation, like industrial or otherwise, and causing some kind of fire.
Well, we have a good friend, Cade, up in Idaho, who's doing very similar systems to Cody. So they're actually immersed in the oil, the dielectric immersion systems. And he's done so many projects in that town. He definitely has the building inspectors scratching their heads because they realize there's nothing in the code for computers in bathtubs of oil as people's heating systems.
But yeah, I don't know. As far as legislation to help, I can't really think of anything that would be too great. I mean, if there's a way you can help get us cheaper electricity, that would be nice.
UL certification is big, but that's more on the manufacturer side. I know you can do field testing, which is expensive to do, field certification.
But yeah, I would say just try and stay out of the way and don't try and stop us from heating our homes the way we want to heat them. That'd be the only thing I could really, ask for. Is it like steam going through the tubes or is it water? Oh yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah, likewise.
Yep. It depends on what temperature. I don't know. Some of radiant systems in New York and stuff operate at much higher temperatures. Those old systems, so it may not be a perfect conversion. If they're running at like something super high. I know those New York. People make fun of them. Those New York radiators are like face melting. I don't know what they're running like steam through those things. So I don't know if it would be an easy direct conversion, but it sounds like it would be very likely that you could heat that, with Bitcoin miners.
And something we didn't get to state clearly, but I hope is apparent from our sizing commentary, is that you don't have to rip out your existing infrastructure. At my office, our demo site, we literally have a furnace, and then we have a miner blowing warm air into the cold air supply return, so it's kind of preheated. And you can do the same in series with a radiant system, a hydronic system as well, whereas on that coldest day, you might need the natural gas or the propane to top you off, or it could just serve as a backup system. That's where we get our resilience, our redundancy.
Yeah. For me, it's that they're already Bitcoiners. Yeah. Well,
likewise right now.
Yeah, we're kind of like, some of my clients are Bitcoin curious. I wouldn't say they're super Bitcoiners, but I've had a hard time, pitching this to people that don't already understand Bitcoin. Yeah.
We're not at plug and play products yet. I worked alongside our plumber who got our boiler online, and it was a cool learning experience. I think there's lots of benefits to differentiate yourself and offer a new technology, but until the day where they can install one without myself or Cody being there, that's when you go after the non-Bitcoiners, I think. So, Wyatt. Yeah, I do love, thank you, he set me up because he's my best friend, so he teed me off here. I do love this incentive. Okay, the problem I think I've ran into in my own head is there's a lot of these Bitcoin space heater gadgets, and they're pretty polished. They're cool. Heatbit, Canaan's got some. And I think that makes sense because space heaters are gadgets you buy yourself and you set it up and you're done, bada bing. But as soon as it's heating infrastructure, it's very rare, unless you're a do-it-yourself guy, to size, select, order, install your heating system. You call the expert. And so these Lennox, HVAC systems and your Rheem water heaters and your GE boilers, everything, they're not selling direct to the customer, direct to consumer. There's a distribution network, and that distribution network is thousands of HVAC and plumbing companies. And so to incentivize that, what I get really excited about, these heating systems are digital, they're computers. You can actually split the rewards proportionally, and we're testing this right now. I can give 5% of the money to my plumber, and then I can give the API so that he can see the temperatures remotely, he can see the Bitcoin mining hash rate remotely. And so I just flip the incentive. It's not, I'm gonna come fix your pump or change your filter and charge you $500 after the fact and ruin your Christmas Eve. It's, hey, I have a fleet in my town. I'm getting passive income from everybody's water heaters. It's my duty, my incentive to keep them all healthy, to keep my passive income, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah, I think that is an interesting way that things could go. Is you could see the actual install price be extremely low, and you just pay. There's a million different ways to break it down, but you could see an HVAC company saying yeah, we install these heaters for free, and we keep the revenue off of the Bitcoin miners, or we install them
heat as a service.
Yeah, exactly.
So what Matt was talking about. Mm-hmm. I think we're running out of time here. I did bring 12 or so of these books. If anybody's interested to learn more, please come grab one from me, and happy to talk about this in more detail. Last question from Matt here. Yes. Your electric utility is your exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Private.
That's true. And often there's a premium on those sats. So going into if you are willing to pay that premium, then you can calculate that in, and then it pencils out even better. So you may get an extra 5%. So yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you to Tyler and Cody. That was a great presentation. Next up, we're going to have University and Bitcoin. So we're going to have a conversation about how universities are interacting with Bitcoin, provide some examples. I'd like to welcome to the stage Brad Rettler. He is the director of the Bitcoin Research Institute, and he is a professor of philosophy here at UW. Alongside him will be Matthew Skurlak, representing the CBDI as our Bitcoin mining lead. We'll also have Janie England, who is a student at BYU, Idaho, as well as Dr. Michael Kelly. He is the founder of the Bitcoin Lab at Binghamton University. Thank you, guys.
To start off, thank you guys for coming out. Really, this will be an engaging conversation to talk about how universities can engage with Bitcoin, engage the industry, and kind of where the education is going. And we have some varied perspectives here. Janie's a student. We have Michael running the Bitcoin Lab up in Binghamton. And then we have our Bitcoin Research Institute. So, yeah, if you guys want to start out with some introductions and talk about what you're doing in the space.
All right. Yeah, the Bitcoin Research Institute came into existence here on campus in July officially, and the goal is to produce academic research on Bitcoin. We feel like the academic level is being missed, and thus the public and journalists who are trying to inform the public don't really know where to go for accurate peer-reviewed information about Bitcoin, and they end up going to people who don't know a whole lot about Bitcoin. And so we thought we could help by producing some of that research and also vetting other research. So a lot of people want to write about Bitcoin. They have a project idea they think is cool. And when you're in academia, you have to publish if you want to get tenure, and you have to publish a lot. And a lot of times you have to publish faster than you might want to. And if you are not already immersed in Bitcoin and in the community, you might not realize just how complicated it is. You might think that you understand it when you in fact don't, and you might submit something, and the peer reviewers might be in the same position where, oh yeah, everything looks good, these calculations look right. And as a result, you end up getting sensationalist titles of journal articles like Bitcoin on track to increase global climate temperature by 2 degrees by 2030. And you think, wait a minute, that can't be right. That seems crazy. Should we step back and look at this? And then you realize, oh, you didn't know that there was a difficulty adjustment. You thought blocks could just come faster and faster and faster, and transaction fees would keep going up, and miners would just turn on more and more hash rate. And so, you know, the difficulty adjustment is not intuitive. It's really interesting. It's a cool feature of Bitcoin that you don't just run across when you're thinking about sound money or something like that. So it's understandable that you might publish something without investigating it this far. The Bitcoin Research Institute wants to be a place where prospective authors about Bitcoin can send papers to get feedback on things that they may have missed, in addition to putting scholars together to create some of these papers ourselves. Sorry, that was a long answer.
Okay. Well, my name's Janie. I'm from Star Valley, Wyoming, and I'm a student at BYU, Idaho. I originally got into Bitcoin by interning with Senator Cynthia Lummis in the summer of 2024. And then this past summer, I interned with the Bitcoin Policy Institute and wrote a white paper on strategic Bitcoin reserves. And yeah, like I'm trying to start a club at BYU, Idaho and BYU for Bitcoin because we don't have any classes. My professors and fellow students tend to tell me I'm just going into a scammed industry. So trying my best to educate others around me.
Thank you so much, Janie. That's so exciting to hear. And it's amazing, though, to hear the scam attitude. So I'm in New York, so I hear that a lot. That Bitcoin's a scam. So, yeah, I'm a professor. I run this Bitcoin lab at Binghamton University, which is part of the State University of New York. It's a very difficult and interesting place to mine Bitcoin. It's really amazing to come to the University of Wyoming. I feel like I left North Korea, and all of a sudden, I can breathe. The air feels good. My asthma's gone. I feel like a sovereign person. It's amazing. But to see an actual university president come here and say good things about Bitcoin, like I didn't know that existed. I think that all the university presidents around the country should get together and talk about the benefits of Bitcoin, because that would help us a lot. But okay, it's a short introduction, so I'll keep it short. But our lab, we're one of the only ones to have a mining facility on campus. It's very small. We have 100 or so Bitcoin students. I don't know if it's the largest Bitcoin club in the country, but it's definitely the largest one that actually knows how to mine and engineer and produce. We built a shit axe a couple weeks ago. If you don't know what a shit axe is, it's basically hash rate heating, which is our main focus in there of just, using mining power to heat your toilet seat, so getting paid to poop. Anyway, that's about it. So.
Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about from the CBDI side. So obviously, Professor Steve Lupian is our center director, and with that, we administer the blockchain minor degree, not Bitcoin mining degree, but minor degree in academic sense. But in that, it's about 125 students running through that. And we start with Bitcoin, and then my role at the CBDI is to kind of work on the application side. So engaging the industry, putting together conferences like this, working on the policy side to make Wyoming more competitive, and just really, really driving that engagement between the university and your industry, and adopt education, promote it everywhere throughout the state. We're working on different community engagement programs, so hopefully we'll be doing a lot more of that. But yeah, it's great. So I want to kind of talk about how do you guys go about engaging students, getting students involved in this, and kind of how do you approach it in the university setting? And then Janie, you can kind of talk from the perspective of maybe how could they reach out to students more, get more students involved, and maybe some of the opportunities that you received and cool opportunities out there for students.
Well, I think I'm always trying to start conversations on campus, just bringing up Bitcoin. And I always asked, what is Bitcoin? And I always just shoot back, what is money? Like, what's the dollar? And it starts a lot of good conversation. So that's been pretty good so far. I know that it would be great if I had professors reaching out, seeing things that I've done with my internships instead of kind of looking past the internships I did with the Bitcoin Policy Institute because it's not as well known. I had one professor reach out this week after being posted with the blockchain, and he was like, I want to talk more about this and what we could start at the school. So that's great, and it's the first professor, person, anyone that's reached out from that. So I'm excited for that. But my other professors, since I'm missing school for this, are taking down my grade because I'm missing. So it's a little unfortunate. Yeah. So it would be nice if there was just that support for areas that maybe the professors don't specifically go into, supporting something that you just don't know about, like learn about it and help your students.
Yeah, we had a chair of economics at my campus tell me that I should not be talking about Bitcoin with the students in his department because Bitcoin has nothing to do with economics. So I don't know. I don't know what's more ridiculous, that or faculty who still believe the dollar is backed by gold. But I think Bitcoin forces us to rethink a lot of stuff, which is why do we even have universities? Well, how do they function? What's our vision for the future of them? What is their purpose, and so on. But those are bigger issues. But yeah, I think because I'm in religious studies as well, and I'm a historian, that's why I go by Bitstorian. I think the best way to bring people in is to speak to them through the language that they understand already. That's how, again, me as a historian studying late antiquity, the rise of Christianity and early Judaism, that's how this spread. So I take that approach a lot of times. So in New York, I speak to the things that speak to people in New York and onto university campuses. Like, you want to talk about social justice? Let's talk about Bitcoin. You're crying about the federal government cutting your funding for the university? We've got money printers sitting on campus. And not only that, they can lower the overall energy consumption, bring in money to allow us to build green energy if that's what you want to do, and so on. So that's what I try to do. Mainly, I just create workshops and bring a lot of Bitcoin stuff, and students show up and they're like, I want to get rich off Bitcoin. I'm like, okay, great. So let's teach you what it's all about. And then it just grows and grows.
Yeah, most of us were probably in the position where we had to explain to most of our friends and family what Bitcoin is, and I explained to my parents. And it's a very different explanation to some mid-60s adults than it is to 18 to 22-year-olds. So my parents, were 16 years old or so when the U.S. went off the gold standard, and the students I'm teaching were -40. So they haven't lived that life. My parents also don't understand why you would trade real actual value for digital value only, like buying a character on a video game, an outfit. That makes no sense to them, but it makes all the sense in the world to students. Like they've grown up doing that. So it's a very different approach, and I think I stress mostly issues of privacy and censorship resistance. So, here at the University of Wyoming, we have a lot of students who are on the left. We have a lot of students who are on the right. They're all concerned about being censored, just by different groups. And so if you can say, what if you wanted to buy something? And then, depending on which student it is, you pick gender-affirming drugs or firearms or something like that. What if you wanted to buy that and Visa wouldn't allow you, and PayPal wouldn't allow you, and Venmo wouldn't allow you? Do you think it's valuable for people to have a choice over whether they can transact? And furthermore, how do you feel about the idea that every single one of your purchases, that record is being sold, and they're trying to figure out what you're going to buy next so that they can basically use you as product? And most students just think that's inevitable. What are my choices? I can't buy things with cash. That's not even real money. So being able to talk about the privacy that Bitcoin offers in that context, I think opens doors as well. The sort of monetary policy side of things, not much success.
Right. So we kind of talked some of the challenges, but maybe I'll have guys elaborate a little bit on some of the challenges in trying to engage Bitcoin in academia, and then maybe some ways that we can address it going forward. And I think we are building positive momentum. Like Janie said, there's professors reaching out. There's multiple programs starting to expand. So maybe what's some challenges, and maybe some ways we can overcome it inside the university and get this rolling a little bit more.
I'll start on that one. I tell the students all the time that you're getting ripped off, because you are getting ripped off as students at the university. So first of all, imagine, for those who know S23 miners that are coming out next year, I'm going to pre-buy them right now. Okay, I got to wait a few months. Imagine pre-buying something like your college degree 4 years in advance, right? And how much money the university is making off your money and so on. So it's all one big scam. But all right, so I try to tell them, when you have your idea, get out and go into the world and be an entrepreneur and stop letting other people get rich off your work. And it's amazing. I was talking to Janie about it earlier, and she was saying also at her university, students, they're shocked by that. And so they come, they want to get a job, they have the CV, they want to do all that, and they want to start making money making other people rich. And so I teach that to the students all the time. And a couple of weeks ago, the dean asked me, what is this stuff you're talking about as a revolution? It seems, and you said that we don't need banks anymore. That seems very, I don't know, dangerous. And I'm like, but I think honestly, my call to action, the most important thing I want to say on this panel today, if there are any legislators in the room, first of all, help us make your jobs redundant by creating a post-political economy. Okay, but before that, before you go, we don't need you anymore. Can you please help us create legislation, probably on the state level, across many different states, to guarantee the right to mine on universities? Because this is the biggest issue we have in our university. They say you can't mine, so I have to keep fighting against it. And there's no regulation that says you can't mine. It just says you can't use the state's resources for private gain. Like, we have an entire building on campus for professional and career development, and we're helping students, build CVs and everything else. This whole place is to help people build their wealth. So we need clarity on that. Every state needs clarity. I don't know if it should come from the federal government or not, but some state needs to lead that so that all of us can follow that. And New York will probably be last, but at least we'll have something. Wyoming can probably be first, but we need actual legislation to guarantee the right to mine for all universities and public institutions who should be hash rate heating. And universities should be accountable to taxpayers, and this is part of us getting there. If the Congress in Wyoming and the University of Wyoming were hash rate heating, using the state's resources, that money should be going back to taxpayers, and we as faculty should be sitting in front of fireside chat saying, this is how much of your taxpayer money I use. What do you think? But anyways, that's the Bitcoiner tangent, what we can do in need.
I think the problems and challenges you face as a student and an educator will be like endless until there's a lot more education on Bitcoin. I just know that I mean, obviously all the times I'm told that I'm going into a scam and like, oh, I'm losing all my money, but explaining to people that like Bitcoin is my money and like it's the only way that it can be yours officially unless you carry cash in your pocket at all times. But that education is just so important to teaching others of that. And you can't convince someone of your opinion about whether Bitcoin should be the way to go or not. But when you show them examples and explain the basics of it, you change lots of minds. And I think that that's going to be a game changer for Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
I think that it's probably nigh on impossible to change academia's stance towards Bitcoin. What it will take will be new faculty coming in who already understand Bitcoin, who are younger, and then older faculty who don't, retiring and leaving. Because it's just really hard to change your mind, and when you've built a career on something, it's tough. So I think what we can do in academic publishing is publish good stuff that people can cite. And then what we can do is educate college students so that they, or high school students or middle school students, help them understand early on, so that's in the background as they're going through college. So here, for example, to start the Bitcoin Research Institute, if I had just come to President Seidel and said, I want to do this, it may have gone well. I had a lot of support. Phil right there, for example, helping out. But it also helped that I came with a pretty large check that someone had offered if we could start a Bitcoin Research Institute on campus. So in universities, as everywhere else, money talks and oftentimes dictates terms. And if universities feel like this is a potential fundraising source, then that's all the more likely that it will come to pass. So, there's lots of great Bitcoin nonprofits to donate to, but if this is something you care about, then consider donating to education-based ones.
Yeah, to Brad's point, kind of what I specifically work on is the application side and then engaging industry. So I think one of the big ways that we can overcome some of the curmudgeon attitude towards Bitcoin and not really wanting to engage it would be having the industry engage us. And I think maybe I'll have you guys kind of talk about what are the positive benefits of industry coming and engaging the university? Like, what's the value add for the industry? But also, what is the positive net effect of that, and what can that do for probably broader society, but certainly their companies and going forward?
I guess I'll start to keep the order. So, I mean, just to finish something what Brad was saying, just real quick, to say donating to Bitcoin education, we're actually running, I think it's the first ever Bitcoin Student Research Prize. It certainly is one. So if you know any students working or anyone who wants to donate to that prize, make it bigger. Sorry, I forgot the question already.
Just talking about how the industry can engage the universities, and the ways they can do that, but also some of the benefits that they might receive in doing
so. Adam was here earlier, and Upstream Data donated one of their black boxes to our Bitcoin research lab. We got it there, it arrived. The university was very shocked, even though I told them for months it was coming. They had no idea. Oh, I thought we were just talking. But now we have it there, paid for by Foundry, built by Upstream Data. And the industry is really helping. They donate a lot to our campus. And that helps provide students, hands-on learning opportunities. And we have that in our fabrication lab, which is nice glass paneled building. All the students on campus can walk by and see it, and they do. They say, what is that? And we got almost 70 new students in the Bitcoin Club in the past month, in part by them coming and seeing that, and what is that? So industry, and what does industry gain by it? I don't know, I'm not in industry, but my dean asked me that same question, very concerned, thinking that they're trying to rip us off, right? And I said, so I don't have a great answer. My answer to her was that it's kind of what Janie was saying, and Brad as well, that this industry doesn't go, and there's no future if the students are not learning this. If students don't care, then no one's going to care about Bitcoin going in the future. We're not going to have new faculty that know about Bitcoin. So I think it's a long-term play for industry, in addition to a short-term play of having your name as, I don't know, the upstream data chair of Bitcoin studies or something. So I think there's, broader aims for industry, especially if you're in hash rate heating. I mean, someday there's going to be a university willing to take that step. And imagine if you're the company that builds that out. Or imagine if you're the company in New York that is hosting all of SUNY's mining and so on. So there's a lot of, upside.
I think that lots of different industries or organizations could reach out and make their internships known. I didn't know about the Bitcoin Policy Institute at all until I joined a random panel with Matt Pines, and then he reached out after and was like, "There's this internship, you should do it." And I was like, "I've never heard of this," but I did it, and it was game changer. And I know that lots of students in college go to mentors and people looking for internships to find jobs after college. And if there were more variety and there was opportunities of Bitcoin internships, I think students would be interested in it and they would go for that. And then what the industries gain is they gain a bunch of subject matter experts that are passionate about something. I think that's very powerful.
Yeah, not much new to add. You get a workforce, you get to feel good about yourself, and maybe some tax breaks.
Well, we're just about at time, but I think engaging the universities is a long-term benefit overall. Oh yeah, actually, we'll do some questions. What was it?
My thought is you guys would be wide open because you just made it. I'm not.
There's no difference to people my age. I'm Gen Z of crypto and Bitcoin, and they're completely different. So I think I always tell people "Oh yeah, Bitcoin Policy Institute." They're like, "Oh yeah, I have Ethereum." I'm like, it's not the same. And then I don't want to get into a whole rabbit hole, but I would characterize it as the nerds do it. And that's about it. And other people just call it a scam or they don't care about it enough. They're like, it's not going to change in my lifetime. I just have the dollar. But yeah, if you're into Bitcoin, you're just a nerd.
I'm a nerd, I guess.
Me too.
I mean, in my experience too, I think a lot of students think that they will not just be able to save and buy a house and retire and have kids. They're just not going to be able to afford it. Things are going to get too expensive. And so their chance is to strike it rich quick. So somehow make a viral video or hit the right pump and dump crypto scheme at the right times. And so talking to them about building wealth over time slowly is pretty foreign. I don't want to tread too much on Janie's own experience because I'm 25 years older, but
yeah, to add to that, I guess another thing is people always say, I don't have the money to invest into Bitcoin. And I'm like, if you have $10, then that's enough to invest in Bitcoin. And I always mention that a piece of my paycheck goes towards that because it's an investment. It's not a when can you buy and sell it. It's different from the stocks. It's a whole different, it's a savings.
All right, well, I think we'll end it there, but I'll say for, any students that are in the audience or students who might catch this, the industry is engaging universities. There's really cool opportunities. It's not every day you get to bring some of the best minds in the space to a university like this and you get to engage them. So, I think get involved and the sky's the limit. So thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks, Matt.
Working on it. We'll see. So there are no universities that allow you to get paid in Bitcoin.
And then we'll be keeping Brad Rettler up here to talk about Bitcoin obituaries. Yeah, actually, here's one.
Yeah.
Email it to me.
The M's correct. long time since I've had to. All right. Hope you enjoyed the impromptu break. We call that building suspense. So I want to talk about Bitcoin obituaries because it's funny and we can learn something. An obituary, of course, is when you announce the death of something or someone, usually someone. Bitcoin has died 477 times. Sometimes I'll just go and look up one of these and think about the context at the time and chuckle to myself. So we're going to learn something about critical thinking and Bitcoin and also laugh at some foolish people along the way. First Bitcoin obituary. So Bitcoin is announced in late 2008. Genesis block is mined January 2009. December 2010, we get the first Bitcoin obituary. Bitcoin is 23 cents. First Bitcoin transaction where someone exchanged Bitcoin for goods and services famously is 2 medium Papa John pizzas, 10,000 Bitcoin. That's May 2010. So 7 months later, Bitcoin had a good run, so long. And then Bitcoin goes up by a multiple of more than 10 by May 2011, but Bitcoin will fail. And one of the things you'll notice as we go through these obituaries is that the price keeps going up. So here's one of the more recent Bitcoin obituaries. This is April 17th, 2024. I'm calling the Bitcoin top. It happened in October 2021. At the peak of the money printing, it's over. So one of the things you'll notice about people, if you try to sort of figure out who is most likely to write a Bitcoin obituary, one of the strongest correlations is someone who has previously written a Bitcoin obituary at a much lower price. So we go from April 17th, 2024 back to November 2022. Same person, mark my words, etc. Buy Bitcoin, etc. Here's another. This is one of the most recent obituaries I could find. This is February 2024. Bitcoin has failed on the promise to be a global decentralized digital currency. Instead, it's used for illicit transactions. Just a little more so it's not just necessarily price, because February 2024, Bitcoin's got a pretty healthy price. But one of the other things that's correlated is your own self-interest. So this obituary was published by the European Central Bank in February 2024. And those two guys, Ulrich Beinzel and Jürgen Schaaf, who show up there, they're employees of the European Central Bank. So someone who might have an incentive to see Bitcoin dead. You notice a lot more. So another correlation, you've got self-interest, you've got previous Bitcoin obituaries. Another thing is price. So when the price has gone up a great deal and then comes down not as much as, not all the way back, to where it started. Then people pile on with the obituary. So January 2015, Bitcoin had been in 2014 around 1,000, 1,200, give or take, moving around in that area. And then it craters to $200. And people are like, ha! Especially people who had previously written a Bitcoin obituary when the price was like 50 bucks. Now they're like, I told you. Bitcoin is clearly dead now. It's a Ponzi. It's been a Ponzi all along. Is this the end of Bitcoin? Is one of my favorites. Questions to which the answer is no. So you can sort of plot the graph of Bitcoin obituaries, and we just have the solitary one. So they're getting fewer and fewer, which is good. Maybe people are learning. It's taken them a while, but maybe they're coming around. So this is from the book. This is another recent obituary, but it was just so perfect. We wanted to talk about this phenomenon in resistance money, about why people persistently criticize Bitcoin. And of course, there are a bunch of people. Paul Krugman has done this, over and over famously. But John Quiggin is an economist. He's Australian. And he's been criticizing Bitcoin for 12 years. In 2013, he said it was the most demonstrably valueless asset ever created. That was when Bitcoin was $68. So John Quiggin had a choice in April 16th, 2013. His choice was buy Bitcoin or say that Bitcoin is the most demonstrably valueless financial asset ever created. And he chose the latter. And in hindsight, one might wonder whether this was a good choice. And also one might wonder whether Quiggin's future comments were looking back and thinking, man, it would be really bad if I was wrong that Bitcoin is the most demonstrably valueless financial asset ever created, because that would mean I missed something. So it would be much better for me if I'm right eventually, if Bitcoin is eventually going to zero. Not now. A lot of people are deceived now. But eventually Bitcoin is going to go to zero. So he published this in 2013. He published again in 2015. Bitcoin should be well below $100 by the end of 2015, below $10 not long after that. In November 23rd, 2018, when the price had gone up 10 times into about 3,000, Quiggin remembered his 2013 claim when Bitcoin was $62 and said, ha, I was right. The 2013 claim I made that Bitcoin has a true value of zero is looking better and better as the price of Bitcoin is going up. So Bitcoin hasn't been below $3,000 since then. Has Quiggin learned his lesson? Well, he wrote last week on the blog Crooked Timber this fiction of where the world might be going. It's sort of dystopian. You get the sense that he kind of wants it to be this way because that would mean he's right, but he's also pretty scared. And it's got a lot of stuff about Tesla and other things like that that are relevant to our purposes. But here's what he says about Bitcoin. The price fell 25% overnight. By the way, that's nothing compared to Bitcoin's history, but whatever. Long-standing hodlers were not concerned. But here's how it would go if Bitcoin were to do that. They'd realize that economists who almost universally agreed that cryptocurrencies were inherently useless were right all along. We should have been listening to them. And now they're all going to get rid of their Bitcoin. Traders get a little bit nervous. Regulators start. So Quiggin he still seems to think, from between $62 and whatever it is today, $110,000, still fundamentally, Bitcoin is worth nothing. So how does this happen? I'm just kind of fascinated by the persistence of these obituaries, because the people who are writing them don't think that they're the first one who's ever proclaiming this. They know that there's a history of these, and they know that the Bitcoin price in dollar terms has just steadily gone up as these obituaries have been written. So what could motivate someone to write something like this? Now, maybe it's just clickbait, and that's possible. But I think a lot of people really do believe these. And so what could lead you to go down this path of criticizing Bitcoin repeatedly alongside other people who have been wrong about the price over and over again? So I think there are some things I teach in addition to stuff about Bitcoin here at the university. I also teach a course in critical thinking. And there's a lot of concepts from how we reason that can be helpful here. So if we note that obituaries are associated with A, previous obituaries, B, price drops, C, financial interests or self-interest, like in the case of the European Central Bank, and lost opportunities, we can identify some common critical thinking fallacies that show up here. So just detail some of these, and then if we have time at the end, suggest a better way that you might go about it. So number one is motivated reasoning. This is really familiar in self-deception, which occurs in the field of epistemology, which is in philosophy. And this is when you want to believe something, and your desire that it be true comes to play an evidential role for you in coming to the belief. And it's not by itself being evidence. So suppose the classic example that's given in the self-deception literature is my partner is being unfaithful to me. You really don't want this to happen. But you don't say to yourself, I really don't want this to be true, so it probably isn't. It doesn't play that obvious of a role. Instead, what it does is it has you treat the evidence differently than you would if you wanted it to be true. So when you don't want something to be true, you take the evidence for it to be not very good evidence. You take the evidence against it to be really strong, and you sort of weigh the evidence in this motivationally biased way. And oftentimes, one of the things we learn from psychological research is that our motivations aren't always clear to us, and how we're weighing evidence isn't always clear to us. So this can go on under the surface. You don't necessarily know that this is what you're doing, engaging in motivated reasoning. And there's different ways of doing this. So one of the things that might motivate you is the sunk cost fallacy. This is where if you have already invested resources into something, you are less likely to stop doing it or withdraw from it than if you otherwise would have. So suppose you spend $1,000 on concert tickets, and by the time the night of the concert comes up, you have this like terrible migraine. Had the tickets been given to you, or had you had to buy them that night, you wouldn't buy them. You wouldn't even accept them for free. You'd rather stay home. But you think to yourself, wow, I already spent $1,000 on the tickets. I should probably go. And similarly, if you've already criticized Bitcoin, 1,000% ago, you might think, well, I've already made my views on Bitcoin known. I shouldn't let the price now influence my judgment, so I'll just double down. This, in fact, might even make me look smarter. I was criticizing Bitcoin at $60 after it had dropped 50%. How much more intelligent will I seem if I'm still criticizing at 60,000? Because I can see something nobody else can. So you can sort of justify the sunk costs to yourself. Obviously, there's also opportunity costs, right? If Quiggin had spent $1,000 on Bitcoin when it was $63, instead of saying Bitcoin is fundamentally the least valuable asset in the history of assets, then he would have 14 Bitcoin, and he would be living very comfortably right now. He gave that up, and so now he has to, if he ends up saying maybe I was wrong about Bitcoin, he has to reckon with this, and he has to admit that he gave up something of great value, namely the Bitcoin that he could have had, he bought at that time. Then we get into some more interesting things. So suppose this isn't necessarily someone who is motivated by price or having been wrong or their reputation or something like that. They just have this suspicion that, as most of it, I don't know how many of you heard about Bitcoin for the first time and thought, oh yeah, this internet money that's not backed by anything. Yeah, that sounds like a great thing to build a financial system. Most of us, it takes like a little bit of reading and research and hearing people talk about it and understanding the financial system and so on. And I think for a lot of people, the first thing we think is, that's not very important. And then if we hear about it again, we think, that sounds like a scam. And then we hear about it again and we think, maybe there's something to that. And then you keep hearing about it. So when you engage in confirmation bias, it happens again below the surface of reasoning, and it's where you notice evidence that supports your theory and you don't notice evidence that doesn't. So this isn't weighing evidence in a motivationally biased way. It's just not even taking something to be evidence. So here's an example that I give in the critical thinking class. Suppose you're convinced that you have ESP, extrasensory perception, for the following reason. When you think about people, they tend to get in touch with you shortly after that. You remember this one time in particular where you were thinking about someone you hadn't seen since high school, and then you got a Facebook message from them. This is support for my view that I have ESP. So a couple of things to note. It is support that you have ESP. If it's more likely that that would happen given that you have ESP than that you don't, then yes, it does count as some evidence that you have ESP. On the other hand, every time that you think about someone and they don't get in touch with you, that's evidence that you don't have ESP. But how often do you notice those and think, you know what? The other day I thought about my roommate from college and they didn't get in touch with me. That's weird if I have ESP. Also, every time someone gets in touch with you who you haven't just been thinking about, that's also some evidence that you don't have ESP. So when we're engaging in confirmation bias, we're only noticing the things that are evidence for what we want to believe. And we just don't even realize all of the evidence against what we want to believe we are getting. And I think this is often happening in Bitcoin. The price goes up, people don't even notice, right? John Quiggin isn't sitting there watching the Bitcoin charts probably as it goes up and down, but a steep crash, that will show up on his radar and he'll think, Bitcoin crashed again. I was right. He won't notice every time Bitcoin goes up a little bit or even goes up a lot, because that's not going to confirm what he believes already. So here's one of the things I mentioned, one-sided strength testing. So this is when you test evidence that goes in favor of your theory, but you don't test evidence that goes against your theory. So a lot of people will insist, and in fact, I've had this conversation a few times, that the price of Bitcoin going down in dollar terms is evidence that Bitcoin is fundamentally worthless. It's people showing that they don't value Bitcoin by selling it. Now, it's a principle of probability theory that any evidence that confirms a theory, the absence of that evidence or the negation of that evidence confirms the negation of the theory. So if, and I'm not saying this is true, if it is true that the price of Bitcoin going down is actually evidence that Bitcoin is fundamentally worthless, then it follows as a matter of probability theory that the price of Bitcoin going up is evidence against that, is evidence that it is fundamentally valuable. But people just focus on one side of this. And the talk here is about Bitcoin obituaries, but you see this in exactly the opposite direction with some Bitcoiners, right? Every time the price goes up, they're like, yeah, Bitcoin's amazing. And then every time the price goes down, they're silent. Because they think that the price going up is evidence that Bitcoin is awesome. But they don't realize that if that's true, it follows from probability theory that the price going down is evidence against that. Belief perseverance. So this is a classic phenomenon that we can test in psychological research, where if you form a belief, then in the absence of any other evidence, you're likely to continue to hold the belief. Think about things that you learned when you were 5, 6 years old, interesting facts that you found out. And then, so for example, I learned at one point that you could see the Great Wall of China from space. It's the largest man-made object, or the only man-made object that you can see from space. I remember learning that. And I remember also vaguely learning along the way that that's not true. But this literally happened 2 days ago. My son was like, is the Great Wall of China the largest man-made object you can see from space? And I couldn't remember whether I had come to believe it and then found out I was wrong, or come to believe it and then found out I was right. And I was like, I don't know. Can you tell me? So clearly the early formation of the belief kept it going in me. And this can happen even in the presence of evidence to the contrary. It's easier to keep believing the things that we've believed before. You can give people, so you can test this, and they have psychologically, you can give people a list of facts about how dangerous firefighting is. And you can give them a test before you give them these facts, how dangerous they think firefighting is. Then you can give them a page-long list of facts about how dangerous it is. And you can let them think about it and talk about it for a bit. And then you can say, by the way, we made all those up. And then have them take the same test, and they will still rate firefighting as more dangerous than they did before they came in, on the basis of the evidence that they just learned was completely made up. So we just have this tendency to not revise our beliefs as often as we should, because it's hard. It takes some cognitive effort. Similarly, we tend to weigh the evidence that we get earlier as more important than the evidence that we get later. So you could meet someone at a party, terrible impression of them, and then they could do something nice for you later, and you'll tend to say, well, I bet that was just them being nice that one time. Whereas if they were nice at the party when you first met them, and then they did something mean to you later, you would excuse the mean behavior and say, oh, well, they must be having a bad day. This, again, goes on totally under the radar, but it's something that we always do. You can give people lists of adjectives that are positively and negatively valenced about someone. You can say, here, I just want to give you a list of adjectives that people use to describe Kathy, and you tell me if Kathy's a good person or a bad person. And if the negative adjectives come first, people will rate Kathy as a worse person than if the positive adjectives come first, even when it's exactly the same list, and they can just look at it in front of them. So if you start off believing that Bitcoin is bad and you get someone telling you early on it's a scam or it's a Ponzi or something, that evidence will weigh more heavily in your mind than evidence that you get later. Finally, we have this tendency to treat our beliefs as something that's ours, that we own. And because of that, we're loath to give them up. We want to defend them. We talk about this, in fact, we have to defend our beliefs. Beliefs are just sort of supposed to be getting at truth. And you don't get more points if you were right earlier. The point is to be right in the end. And yet, once we come to a belief, then we try to, instead of thinking, I just want to find out what's true, we tend to think, I need to make what I believe true. I need to give it a defense of this. And so, since very many people early on learn that Bitcoin is a scam, a Ponzi, a fraud, a greater fool, etc., or dangerous, something like that, they just tend to want to defend that view, especially if they've said it out loud to someone, published it, tweeted it, etc. And they'll do this without realizing that they have these biases. So one of the most nefarious things about all this kind of reasoning is that we don't know any of it is happening. We can identify it in other people really well, but in ourselves, not so much. And we tend to inflate our ability to do this. We think, if I were treating this in a biased way, I would know. And that's just fundamentally not how it works. So I'm done at 2:45, yeah. Okay, so I won't get into the better method too much, other than that it's reasoning behind the veil of ignorance, where you forget everything you've said about Bitcoin, all the prices, everything like that. You forget who you are in the world. You get rid of your political bias, your financial bias, your reputational bias, all these sorts of things, and imagine that you could be anyone in the world. And you think, what if I were that person who hasn't said anything about Bitcoin, would I find Bitcoin valuable? And if you would, then, maybe you're not treating the evidence in a totally fair way. So that's like chapter 3 of this book that I wrote. If you want more, you can buy the book. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Brad. Up next, we'll bring up Joel Coons, the COO of the space in Denver, and bring back up Tyler Stevens to talk about the space in Denver.
I'm going to intro. Welcome, everyone. No, you're quite all right. We're here to talk about the space. It's purposefully a play on words. Often Bitcoiners say when you're in the space, in the industry. We started a Bitcoin education community hub, nonprofit center, co-working incubator space called The Space for all things Bitcoin in Denver, Colorado. How many space members do we got in the room here? Quite a few. So I thought this was fitting, and we're very pleased that Matt had us back up here to talk about this, especially on a university campus where education is so important. We saw that need out of our Denver BitDevs meetups, our thriving Bitcoin community in the Rocky Mountain Front Range, Bitcoin and Beer social hours. So this is a long journey to us building an actual campus, a physical community space in North Denver, where we do a variety of events that we'll get into. But just to introduce myself, I'm Tyler. I was up here talking about hash rate heating. I'm also one of the co-founders of the space, along with these other two gentlemen who will introduce themselves, and we'll get more into it.
My name is Joel Coons. I'm the COO at the space. So I handle all the day-to-day, the educational stuff, all our fun events and everything that we have over at the space.
I'm Wyatt O'Rourke. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at the space. I predominantly handle our marketing efforts and business development.
So if you haven't seen the space, I'd like you to visualize it kind of like a, if you've heard of Bitcoin Park, it's very similar to that. It's a campus, a citadel for Bitcoin learning, development, education, and nonprofit initiatives. So it is kind of like a WeWork. We have co-working for our members throughout the day. We welcome guests. We try to do public educational events once a week. So typically on Thursdays, we do public educational events ranging from a Compass mining meetup. We got Curtis from Compass in the crowd, to more technical conversations around BitDevs and that area of expertise, to novice-friendly events, intro to Bitcoin, things like that. So the whole gamut there. And then we also do summits, which we'll talk about here as well. But it's a physical location. We have offices upstairs with full-time members who work there and are building on Bitcoin companies, Bitcoin projects. We do our educational initiatives, summits, open houses. We've also got a Bitcoin art gallery. So a lot of fun stuff. And I'll end with just a cool story on how this started. It was quite literally our very thriving Bitcoin community in Denver, Colorado. We had regularly over 50 attendees to our BitDevs meetup. We were meeting at breweries and other co-working and incubator spaces, just getting together once a month to talk about Bitcoin. And we really just decided as a group, the idea goes back to our friend Eric Yakes and Zach Wishler, what if we just asked all of these people who keep coming to our events for money every month? And we put that in Bitcoin, and lo and behold, about 18 months later, we had enough to get a beautiful campus, nearly a 6,000 square foot building, where we rent that, and it is all things Bitcoin. Now we have that platform to do all the stuff that we're going to talk about here today. But I want to hand it off to Joel, to get a little bit more on the operations side of things, and then Wyatt can touch on some of our focus areas from the sponsorship initiatives, what we're doing with corporations, what we're doing in terms of our local efforts in the community and things like that, and our online presence as well, which has grown over time, and the upcoming summit you're working on. So,
well, I've never had to manage a building before, so this has been a first. And I think this kind of goes back to what Janie was talking about a little bit in her talk too, is like, did you guys know you can just do stuff? That's one of our mantras at the space. So we had our membership group that just met once a month typically, and there was a lot of conviction within that group, and that's the reason why we started the space. We got very lucky. We had a halving party where we were just celebrating the halving and stuff. I had like a big marketplace that was open, and we had met a person who decided that he wanted to start one of these types of event spaces in Denver after he visited Bitcoin Park. And he ended up just meeting us, and he said, well, I'm about to buy a building. Why don't you guys just go ahead and rent it from me? And that was perfect because we were really just community without a home for that. So as we like to say, we were selling a lot of vaporware to our members while we were actually waiting to actually have a physical space. But then we got into the building, and it was really just a blank slate. We were able to really do with it what we did. As Tyler mentioned, we do have a art gallery within the space, which is great. So we work with a team called Art of Freedom, which are out of the UK. So they have a lot of different Bitcoin artists and freedom artists out of there. We actually got a couple Banksies, if anybody knows who Banksy is, a very famous street artist. We have some of those in there as well, and all of them are for sale. So at any time, you guys can go on scarce.city and see all the art that we have, or you can even come down to the space and check it out as well, and you can purchase some art too. But on the day-to-day, like I said, as the operations officer, I mainly run most of our events and educational events that we have as well. So if anybody has any ideas, or if you guys want to have an event at the space, that's what we're there for. We actually had 4 great initial sponsors when we first opened. Casa, Compass, thank you, Curtis. Unchained, and who am I forgetting? Fetty. So they were our 4 main sponsors that help us get it off the ground. And we've grown our membership. So even before we opened up as a physical space, we had over 50 members. We're right at about, was it 80 right now? 80 members?
Yep.
Yeah. We're kind of floating around that level too, but we're looking to expand as well. So if anybody is interested in any kind of membership, just let us know. But Wyatt, I'll kind of hand it over to you about what you do and a little bit more there.
Yeah, absolutely. I always tell people I think the space is probably the coolest project I work on in my career. I think we're really kind of capitalizing on 2 macro trends within Bitcoins. Like, one is community building. Unfortunately, for young people, it's great to be on a college campus and kind of see like some revival of this. I think summits like this are very important, but a lot of young people don't have sense of community, or even older folks, their community over time has been eroded, and there's a lot of societal factors that go into it. Community building is very hard. You have to be extremely intentional with it. You have to like take the time to make investment into people and get to know them and be on the same wavelength. And if you guys have ever worked with Bitcoiners, they're more stubborn than the average Joe, and so that could be very difficult sometimes. We've certainly had our fair share of clashes, all in low. But the space has really become, I would say, kind of a lightning rod force, within the greater Denver metro Bitcoin community, and it's been a great spot for us to kind of rally behind. And I consider myself a child of the internet. Internet's great, Bitcoin internet native protocol, but nothing beats getting together in real life. I think that's where things really happen, and so we're very proud and fortunate to have a space where we can come together and get a melting of the minds. And I would say the second trend we're really trying to capitalize on, and Adam talked about some of this too, is just like opting out. I would say our group tends to be a little bit more libertarian, less agreeable than your average Denverite. And Balaji Srinivasan, he coined like the network state ideology, and he was asked in a podcast one time, it's like, how do you take back San Francisco? And he's like, block by block. And so we planted like our orange flag in Denver, and we made it very clear like this is what we stand for. It's like we're Bitcoin only. ETH Denver's obviously probably one of the larger crypto events, and we made it very clear. It's like a lot of people came to us and it's like, hey, we'd like to have an event here. You guys have a sick space. And we're like, thank you. We know you're not welcome. And so we won't compromise on our values, and it's very important that we've made it clear to the greater public's like, this is what we stand for. If you're wanting to build and partake, that's great. Arms wide open. But like I said, we're not willing to compromise on that.
It really has become the sandbox for everyone in the Rocky Mountain region to come and continue their education in Bitcoin, especially after college, right? So Matt's been a couple of times, which has been awesome to have him there for our events and summits, but also a sandbox for community involvement. Just building off of that art commentary, we had an event where we taught local artists how to accept Bitcoin for their work, right? We've, through the marks here up front, have been great going around town, getting restaurants and businesses nearby to accept Bitcoin and putting them on our map so we can support other organizations in the community. So that is really the focus of the space. We have exciting events to talk about coming up soon. Do you want to talk about that, Joel?
Sure. So just to continue the signal from this actual conference, we're actually having an open house on Thursday. So if anybody is willing to make the trip down to Denver, so starting at 4:30 on Thursday, we're just gonna have an open house where you guys can come check out the space, hang out with us, have some drinks and some food. So we'd love to have everybody that's here. I did create the Luma event for that out on our events page. Again, that's Luma, LU.MA. Just type in the space, and you can find us on there, and you can RSVP. But it gives you our address and everything right down there in Denver. So we'd love to have you guys there. On Friday, is Carlos in here? Oh, there he is. There. Friday we have Carlos. Carlos is going to be there talking about what he's talking about today. So he's going to continue that conversation here on Friday. So we're looking forward to that. A little bit later this month, in October, Wyatt is having a Bitcoin Financial Services Summit. That's going to be a multi-day event. Just before that, we actually have a golf tournament happening the day before. So if anybody's going to be around in the middle part of October, that's great. And then in February, Tyler's going to be having his Heat Punk Summit multi-day event there as well to kind of talk about that, more home mining setups. Last year was really great. We had like 3 hot tubs that were actually heated by Bitcoin miners out there. So in the dead of February, it snowed, I think, probably 6 or 8 inches the night before. And
Yep.
It was great. But there's lots of different events that we have. And again, if anybody is interested in running an event or having an event at the space, just let us know.
It really is why, like, the perfect example of we were just guys going to Bitcoin and beer, drinking beers, and we kept showing up at meetups, drafting an organizational structure, kind of self-selecting and buddying up with the people who are going to put in the most amount of work. And this is what manifested out of it. Talk about that a little bit more and how we've been able to just create this sandbox to do these kinds of events. Your upcoming summit, we're going to have the second Heat Punk Summit, which has been fantastic. Building your business that you're going to talk about here later today, myself included. We're not the only ones doing this. It really has been facilitated out of the space.
No, it has, and that's why I think the space is really special. And it's like, the space can be replicated. Oh, caveat, it's a lot of hard work, so buyer beware. And one thing we've been trying to be very intentional about, within the ethos of Bitcoin, we try to embrace those same principles. The way we run the space and our organization. If you go on our website on the resources page, we were trying to open source as many things as possible. Things we've tediously gone through, like a member handbook, that sort of thing, to make the next hub that much easier to get off the ground. But one of my favorite graphs floated around on Twitter lately. It was like the Bitcoiner personality type, and they're like all ENTJ or INTJ. And I'm not a big Myers-Briggs guy, but I think that's like interesting. And I think it really kind of underlines, Tyler's point. It's like, Bitcoiners are a unique group of folks, and it's like very rewarding getting to meet and interact and be around other Bitcoiners, and that energy is infectious. And like, you'd be surprised how much, if you just put the effort in to, start with a meetup at your local brewery or whatever. It's like when you get those folks like in the same room, like what can happen. And there's like old business saying like, you're surprised you can get done in like 1 month and 1 year, and you're going to be shocked what you can get done in like 5 years, as long as you like keep at it. And I think like I was saying earlier, Bitcoiners are pretty persistent. We've been lucky to have a group of folks that are willing to put the time in and work in, and ultimately, build something, fruitful for the community.
I hope everyone here has an opportunity to come visit it. If you're ever flying into DIA, it's actually a 5-minute walk from the train station to downtown. It's pretty easy to get to if anyone traveled through that airport for our upcoming events. And if not, you can check out our website. It's denver.space. We'd love to be a hub and a resource for other groups and communities in other locations, other cities, continuing education for the students that graduate here at University of Wyoming. Any other closing thoughts?
I was just going to say, you can also access our events page on that denver.space as well. So if you guys want to see any events that are coming up, you can go there.
Yeah, I'll just kind of, end on, one cool thing that, like geographically, and I've been in Denver for, 4 years now, so I'm just going to kind of like embrace this. But, people say, I don't say this, people say this, that, Wyoming's kind of like the little brother of Colorado. Again, not my words, but, one thing that is cool that, you guys are definitely part of, that we talk about a lot is, like the Front Range has like a very high, cypherpunk to MPC ratio is what we call it, there's a lot of cool people doing cool stuff, in this region. So we're not that far away. We got up here in about 2 hours this morning, so I would really encourage you guys to come check it out. It'll be worth your time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you guys, and I definitely encourage you guys to take advantage of that open house. The space is awesome, and it's a great resource in this region. So up next, I'd like to invite Steve Lupian, Colin Crossman, and Ian Norton to come talk about Bitcoin policy.
Well, first of all, thanks everybody for hanging in there on a rainy day. It's been kind of wet and slimy out there. I did think I saw a couple of snowflakes, but I'm not gonna profess that that's true. So why don't you both take a minute, if you don't mind, Ian, introduce yourself, and then we'll introduce Colin, and then let's get into the meat of things.
Thank you. So first, a quick thank you to Matt and all the other organizers for inviting me out. I came in from West Michigan. My name's Ian Norton. I'm a trial attorney by training, but I've been in Bitcoin now full-time for about 3 years. I started a Bitcoin mining pool with a couple of other guys, really talented guys, called Ocean. And so we focus on transparency, decentralization, and permissionlessness. And we do that by being a non-custodial pool. So there's some legal fireworks behind that, but we basically try to help Bitcoin miners mine more efficiently, make more money, and do so in kind of a sovereign and permissionless way.
Well, I'm Colin Crossman. In my day job, I'm the director of the business division for the Wyoming Secretary of State. I, however, have been in Bitcoin for a little while. Got into mining in 2011. Then I bought a motorcycle. I don't have any of it. And came back to it in 2019, 2020, moved out to Wyoming during COVID, and now I'm here. My wife and I have a small Bitcoin mine, as I discussed earlier today, as well as I write for Bitcoin Magazine.
Well, first question I have, let me start out with you, Colin, is who's your favorite Bitcoiner and why is it Caitlin Long? Sorry, I'm joking, of course. Well, I mean, I do want to preface just for a second. Many of you know this story because I've told it a million times. Everything that's really happened here in Wyoming really stems from Caitlin trying to make a gift in 2016 to the University of Wyoming. Her dad was an engineering professor here for 40 years, and she wanted to endow a scholarship for female engineers, and ran smack dab into a poorly written money transmitter law, which we're going to talk a little bit about, because money transmitter laws, as Ian will tell you, are different in a state level than a federal level, and Wyoming kind of got caught in that, and the University of Wyoming, because exchanges wouldn't operate in Wyoming, the University of Wyoming Foundation couldn't accept Bitcoin. And for those of you who know Caitlin, and many of you do, know she's not the kind of woman that says, oh, no problem, we'll handle it a different way. She's like, no, we're going to change this. And so for the last 7, pushing on 8 years now, we've passed 56 enabling pieces of legislation. And I use that word enabling because none of our legislation says you can't. They all say you can. And so that's really what established Wyoming, I think, as the state leader. So let me point my first question to Ian. Ian, talk about the challenges from a regulatory standpoint and how they differ from a state viewpoint to a federal viewpoint.
All right, so I'll take that small question and see if I can. You don't need an elephant in one bite, right? You take one bite at a time. So I spent most of my career as a lawyer, not as a regulatory lawyer, but as a trial attorney. So it was an adversarial mindset. And so that's, for good or bad, I look at every regulation with that kind of jaundiced eye, and I take kind of an adversarial mindset toward it, which I found fits pretty well with Bitcoiners, right? Like we tend to be a bit standoffish. I'm actually a really friendly guy. I'm a small town guy. Please say hello, even if I'm scowling all the time because I'm reading an email from some regulator, right? But when we launched Ocean at the end of 2023, we had, as we're trying to plan and do things in a particular way, we wanted to get mining back to the old way of doing things, which was transparent, permissionless, and so forth. And all of the trend in the last 10 years before that had been toward large, centralized custodial models. Well, if you're a custodian of someone else's Bitcoin, inevitably that made you a money transmitter at the federal level. There were some instances in which some states tried to develop, the laboratory of states and have different views, but the federal view really dominated that space, and it's been that way really since even before 9/11, but certainly since then with the trends toward surveillance and AML and KYC. That's been the trend. So the approach we took is, well, we wanted to be non-custodial because that's better for the Bitcoiners, but we also wanted to do it so that we could avoid those very regulations. And so we had to take very structural approaches all the way down to the coding level to make sure that we didn't inadvertently step into a set of regulations that we knew we either didn't want to comply with or couldn't satisfy our goals and ethos as a company and still do that. So we took a non-custodial approach, and that's the only thing, you talk about positive or negative rights, that's the only thing that allowed us to operate the way we did when we launched, and we've maintained that. But when you look at it at the federal level, both here in the US and then in other jurisdictions, federal United States law tends to dominate when it comes to money transmission. And I remember I was in Switzerland in 2016 and talking with a lot of bankers and different folks, and the change from 500-600 years of Swiss secrecy and bank secrecy had been absolutely gutted and eviscerated during the Obama administration. They were shaking down. There's a story, I was in Florida at the time, where a Swiss banker came to visit Disney World with his family, and they didn't jam him up at the airport. They separated him from his family. He went home on his flight, and they all but kidnapped his wife and children and said, we've been warning you, if you don't comply, we're coming for you next. I mean, this type of coercion, these kind of threats, and all of the small Swiss bankers, these 200-year-old, 400-year-old family banks with literally the person's last name on the wall, were selling left, right, center. I remember I met with the general counsel at UBS, and they spent over $1 billion testing and doing war games and hiring lawyers to try to see whether or not they could comply. That's $1 billion out of their treasury to see whether or not they could fight it and it would be worth fighting. And as we know, they and everyone else decided not to. They got with the program because of that coercion. And so if you don't keep an eye toward those things, if you don't have that adversarial mindset and you just say, oh, I'll get along, right? We can lobby somebody, or we could do this or do that. You have to remember that the only way you can really navigate with freedom is to starve the people with the coercive ability. And so, looking at this from a limited government standpoint, I think Bitcoin is obviously a good trend, right? It starves the government from the ability to continue to print and do all this harm. And then we're like, oh, great, now the U.S. government's getting into Bitcoin, and people can debate or differ on whether that's a good or a bad thing. I tend to think it's generally a good thing, but you have to understand those kind of core principles and get back to basics always. And it's like, why do we need another bill? Is it enabling? Is it to help people? Or is it really just another tool in the coercion toolkit? So I take a very jaundiced view toward any piece of legislation or regulation, and then, like with the IRS, who I've sued a few times on behalf of clients, I say, every penny owed, but not a penny more. These are classic principles, right? So you have to understand the jurisdiction you're in, whether it's a state or federal level, and then navigate the best you can within those structures.
Okay, Colin, let me switch over to you because your perspective comes from a little different place. You are a regulator, and you have, I don't know if you would characterize it the same way I will. You've got a couple of mandates. One of them is certainly to help Wyoming grow and thrive economically, but you also have responsibilities in things like consumer protection and making sure. How would your office deal with those same challenges that Ian has just described?
So a lot of things are in tension when you're a regulator, right? And so also, I'm saying this, understand, I've only been a regulator now for 2.5 years. Like, I was private sector, I owned my own business, several of them, and moved to Wyoming and got hired by the Secretary of State's office to the business division. So my official portfolio is over the all of the corporate formations of the state of Wyoming. There's a securities division, elections division, that's all in the Secretary of State's office. I don't officially have any dealings with those, although we all work together because there's only 4 of us. But there's always a tension. For instance, Wyoming has a unique aspect in that we have very strong privacy laws with respect to LLCs. I was talking to somebody earlier about that, saying, some people think this is a bug. In my opinion, it's a feature. Yes, it does cause some problems, just like freedom of speech causes problems. People use it in ways that we would prefer they don't, but it's better to have it. Same with the privacy. I think, and I think that the policy of the state of Wyoming is that it's better to have the privacy protections than not, because your neighbor doesn't need to know that you own a rental property, right? So that tension is always there, and it doesn't matter if you're in Wyoming or you're in North Carolina or you're in Delaware. That tension is always there. Each state has just sliced it a little bit differently, but the way I see it is to support the business community in the state of Wyoming is try to protect what we have. So when the federal government came down with this thing called the Corporate Transparency Act, which was intended to effectively annihilate any concept of privacy in the corporate area, my office fought it by filing an amicus brief in the Supreme Court against it. Now, we lost that particular case, which was a very technical component, but we ended up mostly winning when Trump got elected and removed the domestic application of the Corporate Transparency Act, and the 2 other cases are still pending. But by and large, it's you take the ground as it is, you see where things are going to break, and you try to address those while maintaining the things that are good.
And if I could offer, I mean, you asked me about federal versus state. When we formed the company, we chose Wyoming for that reason. It gave us, in a sense, one less thing to worry about. It was more predictable. I mean, businesses want predictability. It did have some things built in that at least understood generally what Bitcoin was and knew it wasn't a threat. There are differences between states, just as there's differences between countries. And you have to, in many ways, vote with your feet, right? And so I think that's so important. For young people here at the university, but others, if you're a business owner, you have to be prepared to do those hard things. And you always have to, was it Brad, Professor Ritter earlier was talking about critical thinking, right? You have to engage in critical thinking on yourself, and that's really hard. So you have to be able to get that advice where you need it and so forth. But I would also suggest that when you go into these different arenas, don't give up that adversarial mindset. Don't be too quick just to roll over. Don't take things for granted, because Wyoming is one of the few places that gives those mandates to its people. Most states don't. They've kind of, was it Fozzie who jumped the shark? Like it's gone, right? Like it's not coming back in most places. Delaware used to be the home for corporations to go, and then they let in a floodgate of ridiculous litigation by shareholders, these strike suits that is, people are now voting with their feet and no longer forming in Delaware. So you just have to, when you're trying to navigate, you have to do that, and I think it's so important. I would also add that my default position is well, is there already something on the books, so to speak, that's sufficient? So, for example, when you move into a new space like technology or AI or Bitcoin, our common law system, which we inherited whole cloth from the British, is a pretty good system. It moves slowly, it acts through precedent. Like, I didn't need a special Bitcoin fraud law in order to deal with fraud in Bitcoin. Fraud is fraud. You can smell it a mile away. Like, you don't need a regulation to add or layer on top of that, because that creates, winners and losers there a little bit. Instead, just use the common law tradition where you can. And I think the more active or more freedom-seeking the people are, then the less likely the government, nature abhors that vacuum. Power abhors that vacuum. So the government will fill in the vacuum if people aren't filling it in themselves and trying to exercise and navigate in an aggressive and sovereign way.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up to that. I've been in this space since probably 2013, and I've felt that for a vast majority of that time, we've been pushing a rock uphill. And being the tip of the spear, are you sensing a sea change that will allow our industry to really begin to flourish today, where it's felt to me that we've been held back previously? Are you feeling a difference?
I would say yes. I think you can feel it. Like, there is a difference. When we launched under the prior administration, it had been several years where we thought, you're just kind of waiting for the next thing to drop, right? Mm-hmm. The Justice Department was looking to make examples out of people. They can't prosecute everybody, but they can prosecute a few and scare people. Now, I said, look, let's not put a target on our back by doing things the wrong way. Let's button it up. Let's do it the right way from the start. But, with the new administration, I think there is a sense that, whether they get enthusiastic about scam coins or other things, like, I just want to be left alone in some ways. And I do think that's been the shift, right? Like, the shift is like, you know what? Let's see where this goes. And I'm seeing a temptation to kind of wait and see, which is actually, I think, the best thing. One temptation is always, here I'm talking about being aggressive and asserting your rights and all these things, but the one thing that's a decision is sometimes it's best to do nothing. And for individuals, that's rarely the right decision, but sometimes it is. But for governments, it's almost always the right decision, is to do little or do nothing and just wait and see where an emerging technology, or see where something will go. I don't think anyone, when the IRS was writing its first comments on Bitcoin back in 2014, I don't think it even contemplated the fact that public corporations would be making energy arbitrage plays to acquire Bitcoin, right? They were thinking about, it's like in another investment, capital gains, why not? Like, it seems analogous to that. And they did not do a good job of anticipating those things. So again, that's to me where if they had done less or little, by moving slow, I think that is a good opportunity. And again, I encourage governments to move slow and people to move fast.
I think one of the biggest risks that we have with this massive shift from the previous administration to this administration is an overcorrection. And we go from everything is verboten, we're going to tax the crap out of you, we're going to debank you, we're going to do all these things, to let's do whatever we want. And at this, like as you said, government should move slowly. One of the downsides of going from massively overregulated to potentially significantly underregulated is you're going to get that reverse again, and because people will get squished in both sides, and so there'll be this tit for tat and repeated game moving forward.
Well, let me follow up on what you just said, because it is interesting that we have seen some model legislation federally that we've never seen before. We had the Genius Act come through beginning of the year, which primarily dealt with stablecoins, and that was signed into law. And now we have two competing pieces of legislation going through Congress the Clarity Act, which passed the House, which the Senate has said we have no intention of passing, and they've come up with their own RFIA, I believe they're referring to it. Have they taken the right approaches? You know, is in both of your opinions, we need something balanced. Have they accomplished that, or are they attempting to accomplish that?
I think they're attempting it. I think when you're talking about the two pieces of legislation, or well, 2.5, 3, the Genius Act, with some caveats, is a strict improvement over what we had. I mean, it helps out. It could have helped Wyoming a little more, but overall, I think it's an improvement over the. It's not necessarily, and this is something I had to learn myself. It's a lack of regulation is not necessarily good, because as Ian had said, you have all of these defaults in the common law, and sometimes those defaults run counter to what actually you want to happen. And so there is a case for positive regulation. That doesn't mean regulation telling you not to do something, but actually enabling you to do something, or rewriting the common law in such a way to make something viable. And I think that's what these pieces of legislation are attempting to do, and that's positive. Whether or not they will accomplish that is another thing entirely, but I think from what I've heard, the RFIA is actually potentially a better choice than Clarity, specifically because it includes protections for open source operators that Clarity does not include. And we wanted to make sure, one of the things that people have to worry about on the federal level is the rogue prosecutor. And I say that as, you know, it's not really a rogue when they're just doing their job and they're saying, well, my job here is to figure out how to get you, and I'm going to come up with all of these ways. It's almost a freaking law school hypothetical where you've done these things, I can tack this law and this law and this law and get you with it. Well, that's what, without something like that, that's what they're going to do.
You want to expand on that?
No, I think that there's truth to that, right? Like, in other words, human corruption finds its way into every, whether it's individual businesses, individuals, homes, but it also finds its ways into all three branches of government. And so, you know, creating a regulatory or a legislative framework to try and carve out space in which people can operate with some confidence is good, because there has been, as that pendulum swings, you know, under prosecution for decades of certain types of things, and now over prosecution. And you don't want the hardest and strongest levers that the government can pull, you know, threatening your freedom by locking you in jail or fining you or doing these other things, to be the types of things that become political footballs, right? You want those to be the most value neutral, the things that, you know, there is consensus and everyone can agree that it's wrong to steal from people or whatever, or wrong to defraud people in a certain way. But if you don't do that carefully, then you're, again, just saying, all right, well, my tribe won, and so we're gonna do it, and then we're gonna prosecute our political opponents and try to punish them. And so you have to find ways. I like to see the regulation sort and root out base corruption, because that's the thing that individuals have a hard time doing on their own. That's where government protection can kind of create an envelope or an umbrella to block the rain, you know, that comes down, so that its citizens can operate underneath with some freedom. And so to me, that's where I'd like to see the focus of some of these things. You know, the details of both of those bills, they keep changing a little bit, so I don't want to opine too strongly one way or the other. But, you know, I would give an example. Folks like to talk about the federal government maybe doing a treasury bill right now. And, you know, for the longest time, you know, people in the government would find themselves with Bitcoin, and they really didn't know where it fit. And so they would, you know, GSA would do an auction, because that's what the marshals do when they seize property. They would have an auction. And I'd like to see something like, you know, allow the government to have the confidence to say, you know what, maybe we can just hang on to this. Maybe it would be good for our people if we just hang on to it and use it in some other way. But you've got to create some protection for those cogs of either individual actors either trying to do business with the government or the government agents themselves, that they can have, you know what, we can hang on to this. Even if you don't go so far as to decide what to do with it, at least create some space so that it can operate. I'd like to see that in other areas as well, especially around custody, or custody touches so many different things, whether it's pension funds or banks, and getting back to the basics of, well, what's the goal? It's to protect people who have a hard time defending against counterparty risk of somebody running off with their Bitcoin or running off with their money or their gold or fill in the blank. So I think there's, Bitcoin in that sense is not new. It's better than what we've seen in the past, but it's not new, and so we don't have to. We can, it's anti-biblical for me to say this, but like you can put new wine in old wineskins here. Like you can use the models that we use in other spots, and don't overcomplicate it. Keep it simple, because I think that creates a space to operate.
Let me ask. And I apologize to my students because I ask this question all the time of them, so I'm going to put you guys in the hot seat a little bit. I'm going to start out, Colin, and hand you a magic wand, okay? You get to create two pivotal pieces of legislation that will change our world. What are they?
No more Federal Reserve. Oh, okay. And words mean what they say. I don't. How about
keep it a Bitcoin?
No tax on Bitcoin.
No tax.
It's
on
a
Bitcoin.
currency. You don't tax the dollar. You don't tax it.
All right, Ian. You are the tip of the spear legally. What would you fix?
Those are two good ones. I like those. But I would actually, I would say, rather than add something, I would take something away. So I would go back to, I was in law school when the towers hit in New York City. And so I would say some of the mischief, it was well-intended, some of it, maybe some of it wasn't well-intended, but I would say the so-called assaults on privacy have spilled over into every area of life, whether it's home ownership or money or other things. So I would just systematically repeal the so-called Patriot Act and all of the things that spin out of it. I think privacy is important. That doesn't mean, like, look, the Bitcoin network is an open ledger. It's literally more transparent than any other thing when we look at it from a financial perspective. So I'm not talking about a lack of transparency. I'm talking about privacy where it's needed. And I think surrounding individuals, companies, and money in particular, more privacy is needed. So I would start by dismantling that. And then I'd like to see my team, our code, when we launched a product called Datum, which allows miners to make their own templates. It helps decentralize the network. It allows them to take the payments directly from the Bitcoin network. That's a feature, not a bug. That's something the network always allowed to do. It doesn't have to go into a custodial pool. That's open source technology. We open source that. And I'd hate to have to hire the criminal defense lawyers to defend my coders or me personally, because we've created something that's open source and can be used for good when it's used the right way. Is there the possibility that somebody nefarious uses it for something untoward? Sure, but use the other tools in your toolkit to attack that rather than just attack all open source developers. And so I'd like to see some additional protections for open source developers.
Good answer. By the way, we did that in Wyoming. And
I'm not worried about the county prosecutor in Wyoming. But.
Well, we have two of the smartest people I know up here. I'm willing to take a couple of questions. Let's start here and then question over there.
I think it's RFIA. Yeah.
RFIA, yeah.
Not Samurai, because they pled. Yeah, so Samurai gave up and they pled, so they're stuck with it. With Tornado Cash, potentially, did he win or no? I think it will affect him if he's still, the case is still active.
Yeah, his criminal case is still pending, and there's been some motion practice and other things, but his is still his his neck is still on the chopping block, so to speak. So it could, in theory, help him retroactively.
Well, yeah, I mean, the theory that that both of those cases proceeded under was that effectively that they were that they had some control over it when they created the code, and therefore that was the criminal act. That they didn't, that by not exercising control to prevent these things, they became a criminal for that reason. And if you put those protections in place, if the RFIA's protections are indeed what I have believed they are or stay that way, then though that would prevent that kind of attack in the future, unless and until it got renegotiated.
You incorporated your Michigan-based trial lawyer, and you incorporated Ocean in Wyoming. How did Wyoming's innovative, legislative activities get your attention? How are you aware in this research?
Well, a couple of things. One, historically, I mean, Wyoming has been a safe haven for companies for decades. They invented the LLC, for example. And if anyone, I've litigated a lot of trusts. I don't have a lot of trusts, but I've litigated them over the years. And Wyoming is friendly to trust and custody and those kind of concepts. So I thought, in that sense, broadly, it would be a good spot. But more pointedly, there are enabling acts here in Wyoming that talk about Bitcoin, what kind of property it is, understanding that it's a thing that can be protected. And so our company, the way the pool works just broadly is, Bitcoin miners from all over the world use us, and then we charge a fee based on what the blocks that are found. And so our revenue is denominated in Bitcoin. And so, if we have to convert that to, pay bills or something in fiat, I didn't want the drama of a particular jurisdiction changing to the wind and trying to call it something that it wasn't, because I knew that as we brought in Bitcoin, I would need to go in and out of fiat for just operations. And so that was the main driver. We formed a corporation, so we're not secret. I filed a Reg D when we raised some money that's filed at the federal level. So we're not secret. I'm not taking advantage of some of the privacy protections of the LLC and different things. We wanted to come here because Wyoming, more than any other state, in my opinion, knew what Bitcoin was and did not show any signs of changing anytime soon. And so sometimes you have to put your finger to the wind. I'm from Michigan and I live there now, but I'm licensed in Pennsylvania. I'm licensed in Florida. I've litigated kind of all over, there are some jurisdictions that were actively and still are hostile to Bitcoin. Wyoming rolled out the red carpet. They were friendly to Bitcoin. So again, you vote with your feet. You go where you're wanted sometimes.
One other thing to think about here is that, and this potentially comes to play for the pool, but also anybody who's got an entity here that's holding Bitcoin. I don't know if any other state has this, but in Wyoming, you can't be compelled to release your private keys. So that's a state law. So if you are in a criminal or civil litigation and they try to subpoena your private keys, no, you don't have to do it.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for coming out to our, both of you. And with that, Matt, you want to introduce our next group, and can we give it up?
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Up next, we have Carlos Torriello, CEO of Simple Proof, and we'll be talking about mutable history protecting records from AI.
Hello. Alrighty. Afternoon. Glad to see that energy is up. Well, hello everyone. I'm Carlos Toriello, and as it was said, I'm here to represent Simple Proof and how we can protect digital records from AI before it's too late. So everything that I'm about to show you, since I'm in Wyoming, I figured I would be adventurous, and I'm going to try a few live demos. So you can follow along and do everything that I'm doing, starting with creating a free account if you want to test this out yourself. What are we talking about? Preserve digital history. Something that was mentioned a few times throughout the day, and I think I heard it earlier by the young lady over there. Bitcoin is not crypto. And if you recall what Adam was saying earlier, the sheer amount of computation and energy that is dedicated to Bitcoin on a second-by-second basis defies our minds. And we're celebrating 1 zeta hash every second. The difference between Bitcoin and every other computer network, every other blockchain is so substantial that in my world, it is essentially meaningless to work with anything else. And if we want to preserve digital history, I believe that we need to use the most powerful computer network on Earth. Otherwise, we are settling for second best. And there is no second best. So, protecting digital records with the power of Bitcoin. How many here are concerned about the emergence of AI and how the next generation is going to learn about their history? Raise your hands. So, I am concerned as well. I have a 2-year-old girl, and let's think of an example. So, as AI increasingly becomes the lens through which we experience reality and the internet, I imagine my little girl eventually will get a homework assignment to study the Declaration of Independence. You know, she's 2 right now, so maybe you all have a 15 or 18-year-old that next year, for the 250th anniversary, might decide to use AI to go and look at it. Well, one simple example, show me an official image of the Declaration of Independence of the USA. Well, that doesn't look like it, does it? Well, I am persistent, so no, the actual document in image form. An error has occurred when loading this image. And, you know, it's getting better, but inevitably, no. Show me the Declaration of Independence that is officially published by the National Archives on their website. And eventually, you get a link. Why is this so hard? Why is it easier for AI to make up something than to just show you the damn thing, right? And so, fortunately, I'm here to show you a few examples of people already doing this with Bitcoin to make it easier for the AI to eventually do this. So there's hope yet. However, we need help. So why am I here talking to you? My name's Carlos. I'm originally from Guatemala, born and raised. I worked in elections for quite some time, and we built at Simple Proof the tools that were first used in Guatemala and at nation-state level to protect a national election with Bitcoin. Not another blockchain, we used Bitcoin, right? So there's a film online, you can watch it, it's called Immutable Democracy. It's a short 15-minute documentary. It is the first time in the world where a country has protected a national election with Bitcoin. So, woohoo. Now, obviously, I'm the first person to ever think of using Bitcoin for this, right? No, of course not. Recently, we found out some private emails between Satoshi and Martin Malmy, where, as you can read on the screen, the idea of using Bitcoin as a time-stamping mechanism goes back to Satoshi himself in 2009. He even was planning on coming up with a specific line of code to allow folks to do that. He never got around to it, but we have moved on since, as he has gone on to better things. Who saw this? Raise your hand. Let's see, 1 person, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The U.S. Department of Commerce posts second quarter gross domestic product to the blockchain. Yippee. Many people shrug this off as completely unimportant. I disagree. I think this is historic. There's a lot of details here that are not really worth getting into, but if you click on this link, you'll eventually go to this PDF file. You are looking at the first federal document to be protected on Bitcoin. There you go. Very important data. Regardless, it is the first, right? So going back to our history, well, firsts kind of matter in history, right? So the first time any federal agency has ever used Bitcoin to protect any kind of document may be something relevant. They did use 9 other blockchains, and so there's a bunch of information here you can go and see, but since today is Bitcoin Day, we will focus specifically on Bitcoin. That file produces this hash. I won't go into the hashing. I'll just assume everyone here is comfortable with SHA-256. Just think of this as kind of a fingerprint to that PDF file. If even the most minor change were made to that PDF, it would completely alter this fingerprint, making it trivial for us to differentiate between an altered version and the real one, right? So again, focusing purely on Bitcoin, what they're saying here is this Bitcoin transaction hash can be used on your Bitcoin node, and then you can use the SHA-256 hash of that PDF to verify the authenticity of this document. So let's give it a whirl. Who has never seen this before? Raise your hands. Okay, we do have a few noobs here. This is mempool.space. It is the most common block explorer for Bitcoin. There are many others, but it's very useful for our purposes right now. Let me just go back 1 second. I will get the transaction hash. When you find a block explorer, or if you're running your own node, you input the transaction, click search. I have to just reload this 1 second. Live demos. Block number 912095, mined by Spiderpool, contains transaction FCF172, etc., and has a timestamp of 2025, August 28th at 7 a.m. I think that's Eastern time. So that is proof. Oh, and let me go back to getting the hash. On this transaction, there is proof that this occurred. I'm going to have to go down here and reveal the details of the transaction. There it is. In the op return function of this specific transaction, the U.S. Department of Commerce chose to place the SHA-256 hash of that PDF file that I was showing you earlier, meaning that we have proof on block number 912095 with timestamp August 28th at 7 a.m. so that anyone can use this PDF, SHA-256 hash, their own Bitcoin node, to prove that this document has not been tampered with since that date. Big whoop. Why does that matter? If I'm a Bitcoiner, why should I care? I'd say you should care very much, because it means that if the U.S. Department of Commerce's Oracle archive were ever compromised, you could have downloaded this PDF yourself, and with your Bitcoin node could prove that their data has been compromised. I think that is profound. If history is to be preserved when the government issues the records, if we can download a copy ourselves and utilize Bitcoin as an independent notary, an independent source of truth, we can prove whether or not something has changed or if it has not. Now, this is for the Bitcoiners out here. There was some chatter about this, so Grubel said, wow, The US government used op return. They know Bitcoin better than most inscription fanboys. This is a joke for those of us in the weeds. And you might have seen Luke Dasher say, well, not that it was ever legit to begin with, which, I'm not going to go into whether or not GDP data published by the US Department of Commerce matters or not. However, it is still the first document that was published. But if that was your goal, you could use something like open timestamps. So, who has never heard of open timestamps before? Fair amount. Let me introduce you to opentimestamps.org. Has been around since 2016 and is the most data efficient way to use Bitcoin in a non-monetary use case. So much so that even Mr. Luke Dashier recommends we use it. Why? So the beautiful thing about open timestamps is you can basically use Bitcoin as a clock. So just like all of that computing hash power, all of that energy, and all of Bitcoin's history proves that it's the only money outside of anyone's control, it also means that it is the only clock outside of anyone's control. So, through open timestamps since 2016, Bitcoiners have been able to prove that their data is at least as old as a certain moment in time. And unfortunately, many folks that are new to Bitcoin are not learning about this valuable tool, or worse yet, are throwing it out with the bathwater, thinking that it's a non-monetary use case you should avoid. No, everyone is in favor of open timestamps. I'm always flabbergasted that we seem to have consensus on 21 million and open timestamps. More people need to know about this. We never have consensus on anything, right? So you think, oh, it was the Department of Commerce used this. No, they did not. They did something different. Department of Commerce was the first time Bitcoin was ever used to protect the public record. No, it was not. Let me introduce you to Stacy Scott, the elections administrator for Screven County, Georgia. It is off. No way to do sound? Sorry about that. Apologies for that, folks. Live demo, indeed.
Making sure that everything is fair and that everyone knows about Canada. And that was where they were talking about some of the cybersecurity issues, and especially of like AI and how it can be used against them. On election night, I would run the report, bring that information into this office where we have the computer that's connected to the internet.
When that information touches the internet, it should also get timestamped to the Bitcoin blockchain.
So Stacy came to our second official meetup from maybe her political beliefs. I think that's kind of what led her to it.
But it is important that it's the Bitcoin blockchain because it's not controlled by anyone. Even our rural, small county office was easily able to afford this technology. It was not expensive at all.
It's the first time an American institution decides to invest in protecting and preserve its history with the power of the Bitcoin network.
Verify. Don't just trust, you verify. So it's taking that responsibility for yourself and not just counting on somebody else to do it for you. I think as Americans, it's very important that we remember the people that created our nation. That's what's going to help us remember to keep those freedoms. We have to keep fighting, and we have to keep remembering the importance of preserving.
So, apologies for the sound issue. Stacey Scott is the first government official in the United States to use Bitcoin to protect a public record, and she did so with her county's election records in the election last November. So, let me introduce you to exactly, one of the documents that was protected. The certification of returns, so they all signed it, and before submitting it to Secretary of State in their document management server, they hashed it, timestamped it to Bitcoin, meaning that her small county on the border of South Carolina has the full power of the Bitcoin blockchain protecting her, which is significantly superior than whatever the Secretary of State was using, right? So even if Secretary of State were hacked, Stacey Scott could prove forever that the information that she did had not been tampered with. Now, how did we do this in such a way that does not crowd out other monetary transactions? This is why Mr. Luke Dasher and others are in favor of the open timestamps protocol, where we just need one transaction in every block. Inside that transaction, we have a Merkle root, and this one SHA is submitted in the op return function, while everything else can be populated into Merkle trees, scaling practically infinitely. So we can offer the full security of Bitcoin to all public records produced by all governments in the entire world in the last 10 minutes, making it so that nothing can be rewritten unless the Bitcoin blockchain is rolled back, without crowding out our monetary transactions. So, pretty powerful. How does that actually work? There's this hash that is produced by that one PDF, follows this path, and eventually reaches this Merkle root, which is what is placed on a Bitcoin transaction. I will take you there now. I already have it preloaded. See this transaction, 3CA55CO2, with the block stamped time November 12th at 12:58 a.m. Revealing the details section, copying it there. The fact that this SHA-256 exists means that everything that is tied to it off-chain can be proved to exist, at least as of this transaction. You can do all of this without relying on us. All you need is a Bitcoin node and an understanding of the open timestamps open source protocol. None of this is proprietary. We could all disappear, and as long as Bitcoin is there 1,000 years from now, Stacey Scott will still forever be remembered as the first elections administrator to use Bitcoin to protect data. Now, we did this to help her protect against potential AI threats. And as I mentioned before, we already, sorry, let me backtrack. In Georgia, fortunately, 2020 had some concerns, and many folks were concerned. But in 2024, things didn't reach that escalation, so we were never put to the test. So we helped Stacey Scott with an insurance policy that was never utilized. Now, as I mentioned, we worked in Guatemala as well, and there the insurance policy has come due. So what does that look like? This is TREP.GT. It is the Guatemalan election night reporting system for 2023 elections. Specifically, I'm showing the Presidente elections. In our case, because we were a national implementation, this website is showing 121,227 documents that were produced on election night. Very useful for that amount of data to be timestamped to Bitcoin, right? Below here, this is our map. For those that don't know, it's right after Mexico, before you get to Honduras. 18 million people, so more than 45 out of the 50 states of this great nation. 9.2 million registered voters, a few more than you have here, as I understand it. All paper-based, no voting machines. It's all paper-based. And within 24 hours, we had the results. You can see, these are all the competitors. But I want to verify. I want to go into the details. Over here, I could put any number between 1 and 20 some odd thousand. Let's just put some random thing. Eventually, it'll show me. Here, I'm looking at this now individual table number, and I can verify by bringing up the photo itself. This was handwritten by volunteers at those tables. I'm going to show you another one. So there's 120 some odd thousand of these, and we were protecting it from AI, right? And yes, you should all be concerned about AI. I am more concerned about AI 10 years from now than I am today. You know what scares me today? Human beings. Again, this is all on Simple Proof. All the verification exists on Bitcoin. But in summary, what you're looking at your screen is the weaponization of the justice system against the election authorities in Guatemala and their argument as to why election fraud occurred. On the x-axis, 0 through 48, there's this gray line here. This is when the polls closed. Unfortunately, 3% of the 120 some odd thousand documents had a timestamp in their EXIF metadata that predated the 6 p.m. mark, meaning that this was the smoking gun evidence that there had been election fraud. Very concerning. Fortunately, they had hired Simple Proof's technology, and we had independent timestamps on Bitcoin. You will notice our timestamps have a normal bar, distribution, whereas the Election Crimes Unit argues 3 separate ones. We call this the non-smoking gun. 2 data sets of the same data with completely contradicting stories. Had Bitcoin not been used, this analysis would have been impossible. With our technology, we can prove that all of this information that exists in the future would have had to be produced by time travelers. So Rick and Morty stole the Guatemalan election of 2023. You heard it here first. Or the more plausible explanation, the contractors that were hired to deploy 10,000 scanning devices across the country misconfigured the time zones of 3% of those scanners, meaning that they thought they were in American Samoa out in the Pacific. Fortunately, they also misconfigured 53% of the machines, and they thought they were in Baghdad. Because Bitcoin is a clock that no one controls, we could prove this is what actually happened, meaning that instead of AI angels from the future time traveling to steal the Guatemalan election, the only thing that happened is someone made a clock configuration mistake. The machine was in Guatemala, but it thought itself to be in the Pacific. Bitcoin cares not about our time zones, but rather is always on time. Arguably, this helped prevent civil war. So, if we could help prevent civil war by a just basic human error, time zone configuration error, well, let's use Bitcoin. And so, my appeal to you is, let's make immutable history. I am here in Wyoming, eager to meet IT specialists that may be exposed to machines that may be generating public records, to just quote them on our service. Every single time I have, they've told me that they can't believe it's that cheap. We are literally underutilizing Bitcoin's power to protect our history. I say, let's make immutable history. So, thank you. I don't know if we have time for questions, but I'm happy to take some. Yep. Yes, so you could go to the opentimestamps.org and do this yourself, and then run it. You literally just drag and drop something here, and then you come back and you update it. All of those extra steps are what we make much more simple for folk when they come to our website, where we automatically update all of the timestamps. We also keep backups of this. But the only thing that a person needs to do is hit the little download button here, keep the source file, and hit the download button for the OTS file, and keep that on their servers. So what does this mean? It's if the government publishes the record, as long as citizens have an opportunity to have a backup, and they download the OTS file, they could always prove that their records are the same as what the government records hold. Does that make sense? In that sense, the same philosophy of everyone running a node in their home, I would argue you should also add to your node the most important files of your nation's history, of your county's history, the music you love, the films that you fell in love with, the books you love. You could always have the things that matter to you the most, the history you want to make sure your descendants have access to. Keep it on your node, and then use Bitcoin to prove that they have not been tampered. All right. Yes, great question. So for those that don't know, ordinals is this idea that you can ascribe property on Bitcoin to a specific SAT, for example. We take the position, and open timestamps has nothing to do with ownership. We only prove existence. And in the specific implementation, it's think of using Bitcoin as a database, as a spectrum. You have inscriptions on the extreme where people want to use the entire block space for a single JPEG file, right? So the whole block for a single JPEG or a single file. We're on the literal opposite side of that spectrum where we want to use the most minimal amount of data, usually 234 bytes out of the 10 megabyte blocks, to contain the entirety of human digital records. So maximize at the absolute maximum amount of data into the most minimal amount of space. They are our opposites. But we use Bitcoin as a database, so yes. We have folks interested in Tennessee, Georgia, Ohio. I'm here in Wyoming because I've been told that you are leaders in Bitcoin. So I am very keen to talk to county clerks, archives, anyone involved in public records keeping, to quote them in their document management servers, how much this would cost. We don't need to change anything of what they're already doing. We just layer security blanket of Bitcoin on top of everything so that if anyone ever tampers with any kind of record, there's proof. If you can help us talk to folks, Nick and I are here for a few days and chat with us in the hallways. So thank you very much.
Well, I first want to start off with a huge thanks to UW for having me. I think it's super important what you guys are doing, integrating Bitcoin in higher education. And yeah, I'd first like to start with a quick show of hands. Like, who's excited we don't have another Bitcoin miner on stage? I can't stand those guys. It's great. No, I'm very excited to be talking about the Bitcoinization of finance. This is a book I wrote, and it was crazy. I was at a wedding the other day, and nobody cared I wrote a book about Bitcoin. Fortunately, that's not the case with you guys in the room. So I'm excited to talk about this. I don't think you see a lot of this conversation in the ecosystem. There's obviously a lot on mining, a lot on economics, and so this presentation will kind of focus more on like the financial angle of Bitcoin. So I'm Wyatt O'Rourke. I'm the founder of Basilic Financial. We're a Bitcoin-focused wealth management firm. I'm the author of The Bitcoinization of Finance. I'm the CMO of the space. I'm a father, husband, and Christian. So first, I'll give Bitcoiners their flowers. What Bitcoiners get right about finance, like admittedly a lot. But it's important for us to understand money is the base market and it's manipulated. Every other market is on top of it. So when a market distortion prevents individual participants from making informed economic decisions, we have to understand that we're working with a nefarious system that incentivizes gambling and not capital allocation. Centralized money is subject to the will of the centralizers. As users of money, we should not be subject to political influences, and over-financialization is bad. There have been numerous instances of financiers pushing over-financializations to extremes and exploiting the fiat financial system and those closest to the money printer. Certainly not on board with that. And this is something we hear a lot in Bitcoin circles. However, what Bitcoiners get wrong about finance is that every industry, I say, is susceptible to fiatness. And I kind of, generally think of, finance as the, business of money. And kind of my main, motivation for writing this book is Bitcoiners give me a lot of crap for working in finance. They kind of view me as like the bad guy. I was like, no, trust me, I'm on your side. Like, we could do this. And so, fiatness is pervasive. It makes its way into every industry. Finance is, not also susceptible to that. And I would say it was primarily susceptible, just given the intricacies, of being the business of money. One of the things I get most frustrated with Bitcoiners is there's really no reason to have, qualms about, financial products. An options contract, for example, is just two parties taking either side of a trade, right? That is a general business contract that we can then, apply Bitcoin to. I think, what they do a lot is they conflate the unit of account, with the industry. And so that's something that we need to do a better job of like separating the two and understanding how finance can help us. So how do we achieve Bitcoinization? Well, I would argue it's through finance. Applying traditional financial tools, products, and strategies deepens Bitcoin capital markets. And I'm not here to defend everything the finance industry has done. I merely want to point out how finance can help Bitcoin. But deeper capital markets are simply a function of capitalism, right? We have two parties that can take either side of a trade, and that trade can be multiplied into more trades. And that is a good thing. Deep, robust capital markets are a good thing. Ultimately, this is about getting dollars into Bitcoin. And a lot of times that's not as easy as just buying Bitcoin. There may be certain insurance companies or pension funds that have admittedly potentially self-imposed mandates. But they can't just go out and buy Bitcoin. So we need to engineer investment products to get exposure to Bitcoin based on each individual's or institution's unique situation. So kind of back up here and kind of understand how we set up a Bitcoinized financial system. And first I want to understand gold and scarce assets, scarce commodities. And I say gold walked so Bitcoin could run. Sound money is good for humanity. it's kind of my working thesis that the peak of any society is when the money was the most sound. And, I think you can kind of tangentially go back and look at great empires, and then, Rome, there's like some great examples on Twitter of, like the denarii kept getting, smaller, and then it was actually copper instead of silver. And, we can kind of almost overlap that, with the pinnacle of their, achievements. So gold did a good job, but didn't do a great job. Lynn Alden does a great job explaining this in her book, Broken Money. Money is a technology. It will have technological evolution, as humans continue to evolve. She uses a great point, so it's like gold, a lot of great sound money aspects, but with the invention of the telegraph, information could be transmitted at the speed of light relatively. And so, a ledger could be updated at the same time in London and New York, but the money, gold itself, couldn't travel that fast. And so now we see the invention of paper money, which was a technological evolution to gold as money. Scarce real-world commodities and paper are incompatible because there's an inherent technological schism, right? It's like we can't transmit paper as fast as we can we can't transmit the scarce commodity as fast as we can transmit paper. So one is scarce and can be digitized. The other is abundant one is scarce and cannot be digitized, this is gold. The other is abundant and can be digitized, which is paper. And I think this means that all early fiat currencies that were backed by a scarce commodity were doomed to fail, and we have since seen them fail. And then ultimately what happened is gold got financialized. Gold actually ends up moving backwards down the currency maturation cycle. And so that's store value, medium exchange, unit of account. This is what we're all hoping, Bitcoin continues to evolve on. However, what we see with gold and paper, where that products and services used to be priced in gold, so it was a unit of account, and then that wasn't very practical. However, gold was still used to transact and exchange, value, so it was a medium of exchange, but even that became infeasible. And ultimately, gold is no longer money, it's just an asset. It's just a store of value, so it has 100% financial value and 0% monetary value. A la the Bitcoinization of finance. So Bitcoin flips the script. It's a scarce store of value asset, so it's money with an enforced fixed supply. It's self-contained with a native digital currency. It transmits and settles transactions peer-to-peer without an intermediary and has built on a standardized unit of account. So Bitcoin is the next technological evolution of money. The technological schism between gold and paper does not exist with Bitcoin because it's a digital native bare asset with sound money principles. And Bitcoin does not require a secondary currency layer. It's all built into one. I believe, Bitcoin's super feature is the ability for its users to natively custody the asset themselves. And I think this is extremely important, especially as I get to how that, affects the financial system, because it makes Bitcoin very anti-fragile. And markets more true and accurate and helps prevent market manipulation. And so I think hyper-Bitcoinization works if Bitcoiners can build a financial system where the asset, Bitcoin, actually settles and trades in kind. And this is kind of the important thing to focus in on here. And so if we go back to, gold example, people have been, kind of sounding the alarms that the gold markets are manipulated for decades now, and this is all through a financial tool called futures. And so you can have paper futures on top of scarce asset gold, and in theory, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But 99.6% of gold futures settle in cash and not gold, so you're not actually settling the underlying asset. So if you issue financial paper, you must custody, settle, and deliver the asset. End of story. Bitcoin then makes this possible because there are some physical limitations of settling gold. It's heavy, you need armed guards. And so we can kind of be charitable why gold's not practical to settle, but then we get all these market manipulation forces that skew the end user's perception of how they're allocating their capital. So settling for anything less than this can still make a Bitcoinized financial system subject to misaligned incentives. Fortunately, given Bitcoin's internet native features, we can actually settle and the asset in kind. 10 minutes, it can be settled around the world. And so we're actually trading, the underlying asset at the end of each trade. And now I think it's our duty as Bitcoiners to build, financial solutions, products and services and strategies within the ethos of Bitcoin. And this is a tremendous opportunity for us to remove the fiatness from finance. So I want to lay out kind of a blueprint for free markets here. And so I don't believe we actually live in a truly, capitalistic society because, like I was mentioned earlier, the money, the base market is manipulated. And I think, every feature of the US dollar, which acts as a world reserve currency, is either intentionally or unintentionally distorts the market for money. And no system with unbalanced incentives can grow like this. It's unnatural. And we're kind of starting to see that, fingers crossed, unwind. So true capitalism is about the voluntary exchange and competition. And I think what we're really seeing here is like people are craving like a return to truth. And I think Carlos just did a great example emphasizing how Bitcoin, one of the ways Bitcoin can help us do that because humans are not meant to function on constant uncertainty. We're just not wired that way. And so Bitcoin fixes this by providing a transparent system where the integrity of market signals are preserved. Users are able to act based on unfiltered information. There's maximum transparency that creates clarity in the marketplace, and that empowers people to make informed economic decisions as opposed to gambling with their money. So moving forward, I think it's extremely important that Bitcoin's proof of work model forces discipline and capital allocation in a way that a fiat-based system never could. And I believe a Bitcoin-based economy will take capital-intensive and energy-driven build-out. And Bitcoin's fundamentally alters capital dynamics as a store of value benchmark for returns and a hedge against debasement. So what do I mean by that? Well, Bitcoin can improve a company's capital stack by retaining equity and removing the need for debt-based financing. So you have a more sustainable, low time preference mindset. And anything worth a damn, like you can't build quickly. Like we've seen and heard from many of the great speakers today. It's like you can't cheat Bitcoin. And this is ultimately going to be reflected if we think of Bitcoin and money as a base market on every market built on top of that, including public companies or real estate or whatever you want to be investing in. What I think is particularly interesting that Bitcoin has an opportunity to do is set the new risk-free rate. I also went to a higher ed institute, refer to it now as a woke re-education camp, where I got a Keynesian finance degree and spent a bunch of money going into debt. And it's like, wow, a lot of good that did me, So I had to unlearn that, learn Bitcoin. It was a costly mistake, but we're here anyway. And when I was in school, I was taught the risk-free rate was 2%. And you never question that because, one time was the, kind of 30-year, treasury, rate. And so you just blindly put in 2% for your weighted average cost of capital. And that's how you modeled any sort of economic, or financial, decision you wanted to make an investment into. However, I'm obviously very bullish, and we'll kind of get into some of the nuances of the sub-industry of Bitcoin financial services, but I'm very bullish on Bitcoin collateralized lending because debt markets are very important markets in finance. And so what I think we're going to see here is the interest rate charged on Bitcoin collateralized loans will actually serve as a market signal for the perceived risk of Bitcoin volatility. So you have a bunch of companies going to the free market, offering loan and origination services, and what they're willing to charge their interest rate at will then be a reflection to the entire market that this is the new risk-free rate. So this is kind of like the minimum, investment you could get in a Bitcoin collateralized endeavor. Very exciting. So I'm really kind of exploring this idea and very excited about this idea of diversifying within Bitcoin. And this is kind of gets back to what I was saying. It's like sometimes just buying Bitcoin, isn't an option. So Our action that we can take as financiers is the development and integration of TradFi products into Bitcoin that allows investors to diversify into and within Bitcoin. I think a great example of this is Bill Asset Management. They're out of Seattle. They have a private credit fund that purchases Bitcoin collateralized loans. So if I'm a pension fund, let's say, CalPERS, the largest pension fund in the United States, that is the pension fund for public employees in the state of California. They have certain investment mandates where they can't make quote unquote risky, and get a bit of a side tangent, risky investments because they have an obligation to their pensioners to return a certain amount of capital so they can retire on that. It's like, well, they may not be able to invest directly into Bitcoin, but they can invest in Bill's private credit fund, and ultimately that underlying exposure is Bitcoin. And so the outcome of this is, unlike speculative, high leverage environment of past cycles, a broader institutional investor base with a wide tool set, I think can smooth out market fluctuations. And these developments and their unique value propositions open up all kinds of new opportunities to obtain Bitcoin exposure through Bitcoin-backed investments. And this is ultimately what deepens Bitcoin capital markets and makes them more robust and resilient. And I think that, like I said, this improves price stability, which allows more capital allocators and dollars to enter Bitcoin. So this is now we're kind of starting to see the blueprint for how we achieve hyper-Bitcoinization through finance. So here's some real life applications that have already been launched and are on market. And I give these entrepreneurs a ton of credit for going out in the world and building these tools, products, and solutions for the larger finance industry. And we all are beneficiaries of this. I specifically benefit from my role, my day job. As an advisor, I now have more tools and ability to help my clients, which are predominantly Bitcoiners, achieve their goals. And so we have Bitcoin collateralized loans, we have interest payable in Bitcoin, we have Bitcoin denominated life insurance, Bitcoin IRAs, Bitcoin HELOCs, mortgages designed for Bitcoin holders, trust designed for Bitcoin, Bitcoin private credit funds, Bitcoin ETFs, Bitcoin treasury companies, Bitcoin SMAs, and Bitcoin futures. I'm biased, but I think Bitcoin financial services is the most exciting industry to be in right now, because there's a ton of opportunity to service a loyal, growing, and wealthy client base that already has an existing playbook. Nothing I mentioned right here is like a new product. These are all things that exist already in the marketplace. They're just being applied to Bitcoin. So you don't really have to rethink the wheel. So where are we at right now? So I'm kind of dubbing this the fiat denominated returns on Bitcoin exposures market. And I think this is a really unique moment in time. I don't think this will last forever. As we transition to Bitcoin being a unit of account, this will be a moot point, but we're not quite there yet. But this is a very lucrative and exciting time because I think this is the second largest return opportunity in Bitcoin's life cycle. So the biggest being the store value, getting and owning and purchasing bare asset spot Bitcoin. But as we move along the currency maturation cycle, the second being between store value and medium exchange, which I think we're at right now. And as we progress, that investment opportunity and those return opportunities will get less and less because everything will be priced and denominated in Bitcoin. What this ultimately comes down to is this fiat denominated returns on Bitcoin exposure is how synthetic your exposure is to Bitcoin. So as a product builder, your competitive advantage is having the least synthetic exposure. And as a product consumer, your tolerance for synthetic exposure is to achieve your desired goals, target returns, or speculation. So we have products, Strategy, their preferred stock is making a lot of buzz right now. And so when we think of a public equity that owns Bitcoin as a potential investor into Strategy, how synthetic is our Bitcoin exposure, specifically for like preferred stock? Well, it starts with the common shares. And one of their preferred stock options, like Saylor, brilliant guy, he made the tickers like the same thing, so they're very hard to like remember. But one of those preferred dividends is paid out in common shares. So if you're a common shareholder, you could be diluted for the company to service those preferred shareholders, or you could be diluted as they issue more common shares to buy more Bitcoin. So in that investment vehicle, as the end user investor, your exposure to Bitcoin is extremely synthetic. However, in the case of the private credit fund, that I just mentioned, that is much less synthetic because there's only one or two layers between you as the investor and the underlying Bitcoin. So where are we going? Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns. As we all know, Bitcoin doesn't have yield. If anybody tells you that, they're probably lying and it's a scam and you should run the other way. At the end of the day, Bitcoin is just money. So I think this is a moment in time as well where we care about dollar-denominated returns in Bitcoin. But in the future, we'll care about Bitcoin on Bitcoin returns. And this is much harder to do given Bitcoin's scarcity. You have to be much more intentional and disciplined with your capital allocation. And there was a prominent investment or Bitcoin company that wanted to start a private credit fund, so similar structure. However, it was fully denominated in Bitcoin. So let's just walk through how that would work. You have to raise Bitcoin from investors, relatively easy. You have to make loans in Bitcoin. That's kind of a medium. But then you have to find companies that need a loan, understand Bitcoin, and have the potential to pay back that loan in Bitcoin. Well, that's very hard to do. And then ultimately that return would be passed on to investors. So this is all in the ethos of working with a scarce asset is you had to be extremely intentional and diligent with your capital allocation decisions. So our responsibility is to build our industry, and this is, I think every industry in the ethos of Bitcoin. I think it's incumbent of us all, regardless of what field we work in, to make sure our business and industries embody the ethos of Bitcoin. And that will take the shape in many different forms, and it's up to us to identify that in our own industries. So, in finance, I think that looks like, proof of reserves, transparency. Do you support self-custody? How are you settling? How synthetic is that exposure to the bearer asset? I think it's extremely important for us. This is something I spent a lot of time and effort. My firm is supporting Bitcoin-only businesses. It's very important we work with each other and that we hold ourselves to a certain standard, which ultimately benefits our clients and customers. And I'm advocating for the Bitcoin industry, specifically in finance, to self-regulate, to maintain trust and avoid excess government intervention and uphold the ethical standards without bureaucratic inefficiency. And so if we, as industry participants, act with the principles and spirit of Bitcoin, we are incentivized as individual nodes within the broader community and society to hold each other accountable. And I think there's many industries, in the past, this isn't like a new idea, that have taken this, extra burden and responsibility upon themselves to do. So, as a Bitcoin financial advisor, I don't recommend my clients use Coinbase. I then send them to Strike or River. And, if we all maintain and decide to do business with companies that we think are doing things the right way, doing things the Bitcoin way, we will then end up self-regulating ourselves so we don't get this top-down regulation. The regulation happens from the bottom up as a community. So I want to talk on Bitcoin's full potential here, because who doesn't like some price speculation? And I should caveat, as a licensed fiduciary in the state of Colorado, this is not financial advice. It's purely for educational purposes. Thoughts and opinions are my own, and not the... But ultimately, like I mentioned, money is a market. And so we see at this top line, Bitcoin is a scarce asset that has, appreciation potential. That bottom line, we have depreciating assets. It'd be something like a vehicle. And so assets are in competition to attract money, and the assets with the best value proposition will attract the most money. And these are charts both published by Jesse Myers on Once in a Species blog. He's a tremendous Bitcoin writer and researcher. If you haven't checked out his work, I highly encourage it. But Jesse estimates global assets represent about $900 trillion in value. And so we can kind of think of this as Bitcoin's addressable market. Bitcoin being about 2 trillion. It's hard to see. It's a little blue square. We're hoping that one gets bigger if you're struggling how to figure out this graph. And so his ideology, so Bitcoin consumes 25% of the world's value. That puts Bitcoin roughly at a $225 trillion market cap, or roughly 10.7 million per coin. The Bitcoinization of finance makes this possible. To bring it all back, in order for Bitcoin to consume and take dollars from real estate, to take dollars from equities, to take dollars from fixed income, we need to build the products that support Bitcoin to do so. Also want to plug, we mentioned this at the space, if you're interested in Bitcoin financial services, if you're interested in pushing this industry forward, we're hosting the Bitcoin Financial Services Summit at the space. This is an opportunity for RIAs, CPAs, asset managers, estate planning attorneys to all get together, learn from each other, push the industry forward. And with that, I think we good on time. We had some questions.
Would you consider, so I think it's Amboss, running, when you put money in a Lightning channel, you can actually earn Bitcoin on Bitcoin return. You have thoughts about that one?
I think that would qualify as Bitcoin on Bitcoin return because you are earning, a fee in Bitcoin for routing transactions. Yeah, it's a great question. So I think one of the reasons why we're seeing interest rates come down is there's just more servicers and originators coming online. So there's some free market principles of driving interest rates down. I hope collateral requirements don't come down. The average loan, generally is about 50% LTV. A little easier way to think of that is 200% collateral to principal. So if Bitcoin's 100,000, and I want a $100,000 loan, I need to pledge 2 Bitcoin as collateral. Bitcoin is still volatile. There's a company called OnRamp. They published a great research report that there is more good volatility in Bitcoin than bad volatility. So there's more upward aggressive price movement than there is downward. However, what I really like about Bitcoin collateralized loans is it's actually kind of this old idea and structure where you pledge more collateral than what you're actually taking a loan for. And I'm very excited that's been brought back to Bitcoin. So my concern with higher LTV loans, so if we have an 80% LTV loan, we need to put less in collateral. Ultimately, I think that puts the end user at risk because if there is an aggressive price movement and Bitcoin volatility to the downward pressure, you have a higher likelihood of your Bitcoin being liquidated. And when we're utilizing these tools, ultimately up to the individual, but a lot of times it's to satisfy dollar-denominated liabilities or acquire more Bitcoin. And we want to make sure end users are preserving their Bitcoin. So I would actually think, a higher LTV loan would require a higher interest rate because there's more risk associated with that. But great question. Yeah. There are some larger asset management companies doing this. Samara is the only one I know doing this on a Bitcoin return basis. But ultimately, those products are still very hard for the average Joe to enter. You actually have to have $5 million in liquid net worth to be investor in their fund, and it's a higher fee structure because it's a more complex investment strategy. But yeah, they're doing some work on that front, specifically on futures, but similar strategy.
Bitcoiner investment advisor, how do you see shared responsibility?
Yeah, so a lot of times, some of the larger RIA shops, they have, we have a very heavy, compliance duty. The most gracious I can be for that is, it is with the intent to protect consumers. I don't know if it always does that. And so as a fiduciary, I actually have a lot of flexibility to identify what's best for each individual client. I think it's my fiduciary duty to mention Bitcoin to all my clients because it's best returning, asset over the last 10 years on top of its, sound money principles and the sovereignty angle, of holding Bitcoin as well. But ultimately, as fiduciary, you do have a lot of responsibility. So unless a firm, an individual RIA or a financial advisor is kind of kneecapped by their compliance department, I would say they're probably making an excuse on why they're not talking to Bitcoin about their clients.
You think companies are transitionary and don't need to just way down the line? As a non-finance guy, okay, the lending is useful. Tax financial services, that's the prerequisite of getting like a tax vehicle, the public markets and stocks. I think that's a lot of gambling. So any commentary on that? Like, will some new ones come about, or some fizzle out?
Yeah, I think there will be, a lot of products that are built today that are pertinent, 50, 100 years in the future. And that's all kind of within the greater idea that in this moment in time, how do we get dollars into Bitcoin? And so once the dollars are in Bitcoin, those products might not be pertinent anymore.
You risks to the Bitcoin, paper Bitcoin, and given that it's massive, it cannot be, and vice versa to the financial world. Because to me, there is a mutual.
Yeah, it is a great question. Thank you, Mark. I think Bitcoin or paper Bitcoin is an extreme risk. And that's not something we should tolerate as, individual investors or investment professionals, in the industry. Certainly no fan of BlackRock, but I have to give them a lot of credit. They actually, filed with the SEC to have in-kind redemption with their ETF product. And that is a huge move because even the threat of in-kind redemption forces them to be honest with how much Bitcoin they say they have and how much, ETF, paper they're issuing on top of that underlying Bitcoin. So there are ways, we can be diligent, and it's our responsibility. And that's kind of, my call out at the end is that, we need to be extremely diligent with who we decide to work with and if they're doing it, the right way. I definitely like to see, proof of reserves. I know Bitwise publishes the address for their Bitcoin ETF, so each one of us can actually check and make sure, they have as much Bitcoin as they say we do. So that's, the Bitcoin ETF I actually, tend to steer people to because I think they're doing things within the ethos and principles of Bitcoin. That answer your question?
We see as the correlation between the growth of the dollar and borrowing against hash rate.
It's very interesting. So I kind of like mildly, interested in mining, even though I give miners a hard time. You guys do good work securing the network. Thank you. Hash rate also is a commodity that I think can be traded and should be traded. I think this actually provides, especially mega miners with a lot of resiliency and flexibility with their balance sheet and cash flows. And there's of course, I'm going to forget about the name of it now, but there's a CTFC regulated exchange in Chicago. It's bid something like every Bitcoin company. they actually trade hash rate futures. However, with them, they made the intentional business decision to not settle those futures in the actual hash rate, which is certainly possible. That hash rate could be, pointed at a pool, and that investor, could then, receive the payout from the pool proportionately. So on the forwards side of things, it's a little easier. Luxor has actually developed a pretty cool forward marketplace for trading, hash rate, and that hash rate actually settles. So that hash rate is traded to the counterparty.
So you said not a fan of ETF as a big. How do you collateralize that?
Great question. It's because with that 50% LTV, which is kind of like the industry standard right now, that Bitcoin is actually over collateralized, putting more Bitcoin in than dollars that are being lent. And a lot of times too, and I do think this is a point in time, so it's a good caveat. It's very hard for Bitcoin loan originators and servicers to get dollar liquidity. They oftentimes can't go to a regular bank that can print money. They're forced to go to like the private market, and those private dollars are raised by individual investors. And so it's not new dollars entering the system, it's existing dollars that have been allocated and invested in this opportunity. Awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, and to bring us home, I'd like to invite Joshua Preston, CEO of Gannett Trust.
While we're getting that set up, my name's Josh. I'm the CEO of Gannett Trust. I was sitting here a year ago in the audience thinking about how cool it would be to talk about Gannett at that time. And now I'm here and I can talk about it, which is exciting. We are the first Bitcoin native trust company, which is fun to say. And I think before we get into what that means, because I'm sure I can see already some questions in your mind of like, what the hell does that mean? What's a Bitcoin native trust company? I can first talk a little bit about why we chose the name Gannett. And I'm very tied to place and time. I think there's a good reason for us to be living in this moment in time. And I particularly enjoy the place where I live, which is in Western Wyoming in Jackson, which is where Gannett is headquartered. And we named ourselves after two things related to Gannett. Gannett Peak, which is the highest mountain in Wyoming, which I think is a nice solid foundation for a trust company. And Gannett Peak is actually named after Henry Gannett. And Henry Gannett was the first geologist of the USGS. He is basically nicknamed the father of American map making. And this was really relevant for me because what we do as Gannett is really help folks navigate their financial legacies, their futures, and how they're going to do this in a Bitcoin way. And that just really spoke to me, not only being a mountain, and all trust companies are named after some sort of mountain or edifice or something. So we were chartered in May of 2025 this year by the state of Wyoming. We're the first, like I said, Bitcoin native public trust company. And I'll get into a little why that's important. And it goes back to something that came up that Matt had mentioned. If we're a fiduciary, and I want to explore that a little bit because it's an old concept. We were talking a little bit about common law on an earlier panel, and there's good reasons why fiduciaries exist. And we are a Bitcoin native fiduciary, and I'll talk about why that's important. We have a couple of different markets that we go after: family offices, individuals, and businesses. And really, what we're doing is we're building an institution that's filling a gap, and that gap is that these folks really don't have the types of institutions that they can go to and talk to who understand fundamentally how Bitcoin works and why it's important for building a legacy. So we bring collaborative custody, a multi-signature based approach, to what we offer as our products and services. And we're able to do this because we're part of the Unchained family, right? So Unchained has built a deep history of products that are built on collaborative custody, from lending to custody itself, to retirement solutions, all of that other good stuff. We meet the needs of private trust and wealth management services. That's where the fiduciary part comes in. We do this thing called qualified custody that gets a lot of notoriety, and all it means is that a company, a publicly traded company, should work with a custodian that is a bank, and under SEC law, a trust company is a bank. And really, a lot of companies don't understand that if they're working with a qualified custodian, they're likely working with a qualified custodian that isn't really a Bitcoin fiduciary. And then the last thing, and this is what drives us every day, is that we're Bitcoin only. We know that our clients are going to come to us with ETH or Dogecoin or Fartcoin or whatever the hell that it is that they have maybe purchased. And our job, again, as navigators, is to help them understand why long-term Bitcoin is that foundation for their legacies. I think all of you may understand this, but the unique property of Bitcoin as a digital asset, as a digital bearer asset, means that you can control Bitcoin only through controlling private keys. So if you place your Bitcoin with a custodian, let's just pick on Coinbase because I heard them mentioned earlier, you may not be actually controlling your Bitcoin at the end of the day. This is a financial product that's existed for centuries. It's similar to how a bank operates with US dollars. You give your US dollars to the bank, and then you believe that those US dollars are going to be protected, and you can go and get those US dollars later, right? Now, we've had bank runs and other panics in the past, and we think we've solved that situation by introducing things like federal deposit insurance and other risk management things. But really, those examples of panics and counterparty risk that we understand as Bitcoiners have continued to create problems, not only in the last couple of years in crypto and Bitcoin, but also in traditional financial services, in US dollar-based products. It still exists, and it still hasn't been solved. And so what I would say as a fiduciary is, if I'm working with a client that wants to protect their Bitcoin for generations or build that as the foundation of their legacy, they should not be working with a custodian or fiduciary that does not understand Bitcoin, because they're likely to take the shortcuts. They're likely to say, oh yeah, just put it in this big pile with everybody else's Bitcoin, and I'm sure when I come back, my Bitcoin will still be there. Instead, why not let them participate in securing that Bitcoin for generations through things like multi-signature wallets, right? We can allow a client of ours to hold a key and cryptographically prove that that Bitcoin has not been moved or misappropriated in any way. Another interesting thing that I came across in speaking with a couple of businesses that want to integrate Bitcoin onto their balance sheets, some of these larger ones are using big custodians. And in order to satisfy some of their audit requirements, because they're publicly traded companies, what they're doing is, instead of simply validating that the Bitcoin exists and that someone that they are contracted with, that custodian, has control, i.e. by using a private key to validate that, instead they're moving parts or pieces of Bitcoin from one wallet to another to prove that they have control. This is nonsense. We have a public ledger that says where the Bitcoin is and the private keys that back that up. And if you have one of those private keys, you can prove to an auditor who understands Bitcoin and cryptography, which is a very small subset of auditors, but you can prove to them that beyond a reasonable doubt that you have control. And so my suggestion here is, why don't we use these tools that exist? Let's not use the big honeypot custodians. Let's use a rational approach for collaborative custody, where maybe that company can retain a key, right? They're not the custodian, so they don't have complete control, but at least they have one of the keys in a 2 of 3 multi-sig vault, where they can say, all right, I can prove to my auditor, yes, this Bitcoin exists here. I know it's been here for such and such period of time, and I can tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that it's there and it will be there in the future. This is the right way to do custody, but it's more difficult, right? And as Bitcoiners, we all like to do things the more difficult way, right? But we do it because it's the right way. What Gannett is doing on that qualified custody side is we are saying we can do that for you, right? We can help you manage a key. We can be the custodian because we have controls of the majority of the keys associated with a wallet, and we can solve for those problems. We can do that for institutions, not just for businesses, but also for family offices. And we can do that for other companies that are offering valuable services in the space, like investment advisors and other professionals. I don't need to go into this because I've covered it. The last thing I just want to do, and I know I want to be brief about this because I'm standing between us and happy hour. But I did want to mention, and I heard a couple of reasons why Wyoming, and this is really important to me. I'm originally from Wyoming. I'm like one of, a dozen of folks that are originally from Wyoming. And I had the opportunity to move back to Wyoming to start and run Gannett. And it's really important for us to recognize what a unique situation has been built here in Wyoming. 56 enabling statutes that not only help to solidify what Bitcoin is and how it should be treated, but also serve to help folks protect their legacies, right? You can't be compelled to give up private keys. You can take advantage of really great trust law, really great inheritance law here in Wyoming, really great tax laws in Wyoming. And this to us was a really compelling reason. And we also found that the regulatory environment, I'm going to dox myself, I'm a former bank regulator. And one of the things that I appreciated about going through the process with our local regulatory friends here in Wyoming is they understood what Bitcoin is. And they also understood that it's a partnership and we have to be open and receptive to new business models and new ways of doing things rather than just saying no. And that's the spirit that I think really embodies why we chose Wyoming to base. It's also just a beautiful place. So I would invite you to visit our website, gannettrust.com. We have I'm gonna plug an event while I'm at an event. On the 15th of October, we're doing an event called, and it's an online event. Everybody is welcome to join. It's called Digital Wealth Frontiers. Again, I love the frontier element of being here in the West in Wyoming. And we are inviting folks that are family offices, allocators, Wall Street folks, but we're also going to hear from the professionals that are working in this space, the investment advisors, the tax planners, the attorneys that really understand the differences that you need to take or the special treatment you need to have for helping folks protect that legacy of Bitcoin. So I'm not going to take any questions because I know we're all eager to get out and have a bite to eat and maybe a beer. But I would love to have any conversations afterward. And thanks to the University of Wyoming for putting this on, to CBDI, Matt especially, and really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that concludes our programming today. But first, before I close out, I want to extend a massive thank you to all of our wonderful speakers, but also all of you for sharing the day with us, coming out to our beautiful campus and spending some time up here in the wonderful state of Wyoming. But like Josh said, we'll have some drinks and food over at the College of Business Atrium, and hope to continue some great conversations over there. Thank you, guys.